Hi again. This is Lindsey Sparks, the author of the audiobook you're currently listening to. Sorry to interrupt your listening experience, but I just had to pop in with a quick message. Extra apologies if you're a YouTube Premium subscriber and this doesn't apply to you. I think we can all agree that ads are annoying. Unfortunately, they're also necessary if I'm going to keep offering my audiobooks on YouTube as I make a living with my writing. If you would like to listen ad-free, you can snag each of my series in audio bundles at steeply discounted prices in my bookshop, linked to in the description and on the video's visual, or just head on over to lindseySparksbookshop.com/collections/bundles to see all the audiobook and ebook and paperback bundles that I offer. And that's Lindsey with an E. Now, let's get back to the audiobook.
Part 2, Time Bomb, Kat. Chapter 22, Love and Hate. 1 second. That's how long it takes for Lex to vanish in a cloud of rainbow smoke, for my mom to shove me out of the way, for Apep Carson to pull the trigger, for my ears to ring with a deafening crack of gunfire, for a bullet that should have hit me to go through my mom's skull instead, for my world to be destroyed. 1 fucking second. From the floor, I watched my mom's head snap backward. Warm splatters struck my face and neck and hands as she fell, her body limp, boneless. I was shocked into silence, too stunned to scream. That didn't just happen. It couldn't have. I had to be dreaming. This was a nightmare, and I would wake up any second now and find that Carson, or Apep, or whoever the hell he was, didn't just shoot my mom in the head, because things like that don't happen to people. Not to real people. Not to me. To her. My mom. I tried to throw myself forward, to go to her, but an arm snaked around my waist, holding me back. Not yet, child, Aset said. Restrained and dumbstruck, I watched Nick and Marcus lunge at Apep Carson in the millisecond after the gun fired, after my mom took the bullet meant for me. The instant Nick's fingers made contact with Apep Carson's Ott armor, it dissolved into nothing but a colorful, smoky vapor. Marcus grasped either side of Carson's head and jerked it to the side. The gun slipped from Carson's grasp, hitting the floor with a clank. I watched Marcus toss Carson's body toward the empty front doorway, like a discarded doll. He was limp, like my mom, his arms floppy. Black smoke was already seeping from his nose and mouth, the rancid soul of Apep, leaving his no longer viable host. Nick, Marcus said, staring down at the body. His hands were on his hips and he was breathing hard. Already on it, Nick said, raising his hands, palms out. A convex sheet of solidified Ott spread out before him. It glided over Carson's body, and the small mass of blackness that had already oozed out of him once more, trapping Apep in a prison of Ott. Let me go! I strained against Aset's surprisingly strong hold. It's over! Let me go! Aset relented, and her arm fell away. Tumbling forward, I crawled over to the place where Lex had been only moments before, to kneel by my mom's body. I was afraid to touch her, certain that if I left her as she was, Nephi or Aset would be able to fix her. They could work their medical magic and doctor her back to life. They could do anything. There was still a chance, so long as I didn't make it worse by touching her. There was still a chance that my mom would be all right, that she wasn't dead, that she hadn't died because of me. I looked around wildly, skimming over Marcus and Dom and Carson and Nick and the Ott orb in his hand, and focusing on Nephi, still standing at the foot of the stairs. She just stood there, mouth hanging open, when she should have been helping my mom. What the hell was wrong with her? Help her, I said. Do something! Nephi's eyes softened as she looked at me. She shook her head, a slow, defeated movement. Oh, my dear, Aset said as she knelt on the other side of my mom. There is nothing we can do for your mother. She reached across my mom's chest and took hold of my hand. Her fingers were cool and dry, but her hand was shaking. She's already gone, she said. Her honey eyes searched mine, overflowing with sympathy, dripping with pity. I'm so sorry, Kat. I hated her in that moment. Why was she wasting energy on pitying me when she should have been trying to save my mom? I didn't deserve pity. I'd let my mom push me out of the way. I'd let her die instead of me. I yanked my hand free and shook my head. She's not dead. She couldn't be. Do something. You have to help her. I've got a pulse, Neffy said, and I glanced up to where she'd been standing at the bottom of the stairs, hope making my heart leap. I knew it. She's not dead. But Neffy wasn't there. She was kneeling on the floor beside Dom, her fingers pressed into his wrist. She hadn't been talking about my mom. It's weak, she said, but he's still with us. This stubborn bastard. Aset, I need you. Nick. Father, will you donate? I think a transfusion is the only way we'll be able to save him. Yes, of course, Marcus said. Good. I need you to move him gently. He's barely holding on. She stood and moved out of the way, allowing Marcus and Nick to lift Dom off the floor. Aset stood to join the organized chaos, suddenly filling the entryway. I watched them, tears streaming down my cheeks. Rage filled me. They weren't doing anything to save my mom. They hadn't even tried. The others left, and I was suddenly alone with my mom's body and the remains of her killer, and all of that rage. I couldn't stand the sight of Carson's body a moment longer, couldn't bear the idea that his stupid, fetid soul would last for all eternity because he had the good fortune to have been born a Negeray. But my mom's soul would dissipate because she was just a human, just a Negeray carrier. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. Gritting my teeth, I pushed up off the floor, stormed over to Carson's body, and kicked him with everything I had in me. I hate you, I said, my toes striking his side again. My slipper offered little protection, and my big toe throbbed with the impact of my second blow. I hate you! I kicked him toward the front doorway until he was lodged half in and half out, with his head and one leg stuck in the doorframe. With a grunt, I dropped to my knees and started shoving at his body. I needed him to be gone, out of the house and away from my mom. I hate you! I shrieked with each push. I repeated it over and over as I shoved and shoved and shoved. And though Carson's body gave a few inches, I couldn't seem to get him all the way through the doorway. Kat. It was Nick. He was behind me, but I didn't care. I gave an extra hard shove, and something in Carson's leg gave way with a sickening snap. Kat! Nick hauled me backward by my upper arms. That's enough. I struggled, a wild thing trying to break free. Nick spun me around and gathered me into his arms, holding me securely against his chest. There was no breaking free from his iron embrace. My mom, I moaned against his t-shirt. He killed my mom. I know, Nick said, his arms secure around me. I know. Chapter 23. Her and Me. I stand paralyzed, staring down the barrel of a black pistol. I don't move as Apep Carson presses the nozzle to my forehead. I don't even breathe. All I can think is, I don't want to die. Stillness settles around me. Quiet. The others are now paralyzed too, like me. Everyone seems to be holding their breath, like me. I swear, I can feel every single blood cell rushing through my veins. I can feel every molecule of oxygen and carbon dioxide and nitrogen and argon in my lungs. A slight breeze flows in through the open doorway, rustling the tendrils of hair that have escaped from my bun. Sweat inches down the back of my neck. I don't want to die. Marcus is closest, a few feet to my right, hands up like a criminal. Dom is face down on the floor behind him, closer to the door. He's bleeding. Maybe still alive. Maybe not. I look at Marcus, meet his eyes. I try to tell him with just a look how badly I want to not die. I'll do anything, give up anything to not die.
Let me pass,
Apep Carson says,
or I'll kill sweet little Kat here.
I can feel my whole body shaking. Apep Carson steps forward, the pressure of the gun against my forehead forcing me backward. He takes another step, and another. I don't know how I manage to walk backward without tripping, without my knees giving out. I've moved far enough now that I can see my mom. I've never seen her look so terrified in my entire life. The second our eyes meet, my chin trembles and tears break free, streaking down my cheeks. I don't want to die. But even more so, I don't want my mom to watch me die. It'll kill her.
Nick,
Marcus says. I look at Marcus, but he's staring at something behind me. At Lex, I realize.
I know,
Nick says.
I'm not fucking blind.
I have no idea what he's talking about, so I return my focus to my mom. I try to tell her how sorry I am with just my eyes. I try to tell her I forgive her and I love her. I try so hard, but all I seem able to do is cry silently as Apep Carson pushes me backward.
Don't you go anywhere yet, Mother,
Apep Carson says, then clicks his tongue, tutting.
I really wouldn't if I were you. You won't stop me.
Hope flutters in my chest. Is someone going to do something? Is someone going to stop him from killing me? Is someone going to save me?
Who said anything about stopping you, shit stain?
Nick growls. Apep Carson's face contorts with rage. The muscles in his forearm tense, making the veins and tendons stand out. This is it. I'm going to die. Something slams into me, and I'm thrown to the side. It's my mom. She's looking at me, watching me fall. Disgust is painted across her face, and blame fills her eyes.
Boom!
My mom's accusing face is shattered into a million pieces of bone and skin and blood. I gasped awake, my heart thundering and my lungs sucking in air. Sheets damp and cold with sweat were tangled around my legs, restraining me. I fought against them, frantic to be free. Panic from the nightmare bled into reality, infecting my mind and telling my body to run, to fight, to do something. Except there was nothing to run from, nobody to fight. At least, not here. Not in my bedroom in the middle of the night. Here and now, I only had myself to wrestle. I only had my memories to contend with, my guilt and self-loathing to battle. Here and now, I was my greatest enemy. I blew out a breath and, with a hand, brushed back the long tendrils of hair stuck to my sweaty face. This had been going on for 2 months. The nightmare, the panic, the guilt. I relived the worst moment of my entire life every time I closed my eyes. I was exhausted all the time, but there didn't seem to be any way to make it stop. Resigned to yet another night without sleep, I sat up and reached over to turn on the lamp on the nightstand. I opened the nightstand's top drawer and pulled out a deck of playing cards and a small spiral notepad. Curling my legs up, I pushed the bedsheet to the side and shuffled the cards. Solitaire had been my go-to method of passing the time lately. I kept score, Vegas style. According to the notepad, I was $4,133 in the hole. If I was lucky and maintained my focus, I'd be able to get back into the 3,000s tonight. It was barely past midnight, plenty of time until morning. I started dealing, laying out 7 cards in a row, then 6, then 5. It was going to be another long night. Bang, bang, bang. Kat! Jenny, Lex's real sister, called through the bathroom door. Let me in, please. I stared down at the mountain of hair in the sink, then looked at my reflection in the mirror. Better. Much better. I'm seriously about to pee my pants. Bang, bang, bang. Let me in. There are 11 other bathrooms in this house, I said, raising my voice so her human ears could hear me. You don't need to use mine. Fine, but if there's any leakage while I waddle my way down the hall, you're doing my laundry. I rolled my eyes. She was barely halfway into her pregnancy, just a couple months ahead of Lex, hardly into prime waddling territory. Still, I unlocked the door. Jenny shoved it open. Cute hair, she said, brushing past me. She paused at the sink. And there's the rest of it. She continued on to the partitioned toilet area. You know that self-administered haircuts, especially drastic ones, are a sign that you've lost it, right? I glanced at my reflection in the mirror. My curly brown hair was now roughly shoulder length, where it had been a whimsical waist length just minutes earlier. I had my mom's hair, and the rest of her, and I could no longer stand the sight of my own reflection. It was like she was in the mirror, her almond-shaped eyes staring back at me with just as much disgust and accusation as I felt. She'd never worn her hair shorter than her waist. Now, I didn't look quite so much like her. It's not that drastic. I glanced down at the hair collected in the sink, feeling a little sick and wishing I could make it disappear. Jenny flushed the toilet, then stood in the doorway while she adjusted her underwear under her maxi dress. That was all she wore these days. She claimed they had to have been invented by a pregnant girl. Do you want me to even it up for you? She held out her hands, wiggling her fingers. I promised to wash 'em. I really tried not to smile, but she was just so ridiculous that a tiny one snuck out. Sure, I said, tucking my weirdly short hair behind my ear and averting my gaze. I glanced at my reflection again, then down at the counter. Damn it. I still saw my mom standing on the other side of the glass. Not like you can make it much worse. Sugar, Jenny said, putting on a ridiculous southern drawl. I'm an artist. Worse is my speciality. Her eyes met mine in the mirror. But seriously, what are we going for here? Like a long bob, a choppy bob, an inverted bob, wash and wear? She glanced down at the hair-filled sink, then back up at me. And how am I supposed to wash my hands? Oh, right. Sorry. I retrieved the garbage can and loaded it with a mound of dark curls in a few handfuls. What style do you think would look best? I stared hard at the hair I was transferring into the garbage can. I want to see someone else when I look in the mirror. Not me. And not her. It should have been me. That bullet had been meant for me. Maybe if I hadn't ignored my mom's requests to see me. Maybe if I'd gone to talk to her before Apep showed up wearing his Carson suit, things would have worked out differently. Maybe if I hadn't acted like a stubborn, resentful child, she'd still be alive. She loved you, Kat. She was quiet for a moment. Look, I know you're mad at her for betraying you and abandoning you and all, but I think she really proved who she was in the end. Your mom, who loved you. Jenny didn't get it, and I hated whining to her about my problems. She had her own stuff going on. She just lost her grandma a few weeks ago. That on top of her pregnancy and Lex's glaring absence. Well, I wasn't the only one struggling right now. I shook my head. It's like I don't even know who I am anymore. Everything I thought I wanted, all of my hopes, my plans, somehow they all involved my mom. I mean, she was my mom. It was just her and me against the world for pretty much ever. I set the little waste bin down on the floor and looked at Jenny. And now she's gone. And it's my fault. Kat. Jenny's eyes shone with empathy and sympathy and pity, all things I'd come to hate over the 2 months since my mom's death. You know that's not true. I scrubbed my hands over my cheeks, erasing any sign of tears, and cleared my throat. So, about my hair. Jenny stared at me for long seconds, then sighed and shouldered me out of the way so she could get to the sink. You need to talk to somebody, Kat. I'm worried about you. Please, Jay. I met her eyes in the mirror while she washed her hands. Not right now. Fine. She dried her hands, then dropped the hand towel onto the counter. But you'll still help me with my hair? I asked her, biting my lip. Of course I will. She laughed under her breath and shook her head. So here's what I think. You say you don't know who you are anymore. Well, who says you have to figure out who you are from the inside out? Why can't you do it from the outside in? You know, fake it till you make it. I frowned and shrugged. Who do you want to be, Kat? I want to be... I stared up at the ceiling, thinking. Tough. No, badass. I want to look like someone who doesn't care what others think of her. Someone who can hold her own and knows it. I met my own eyes in the mirror. For the first time in a long time, not seeing hatred in the eyes of the person staring back at me. I don't want to rely on anybody else. I didn't want anybody else I cared about to get hurt because of me. I want to be able to take care of my own damn self. Period. Okay. So, I'm not sure we can really capture all of that with a cut and style, but I'll do what I can. I looked at Jenny in the mirror, meeting her smirk for smirk, and then I passed her the scissors. I sat on the second to last step in the entryway, staring at the spot on the floor where my mom's body had lain. My head rested against the banister, and I listened to Marcus, Neffy, and Aset talk in the kitchen. I liked listening to them talk, carefree and unaffected by my presence. Lately, voices hushed and conversations died when I entered a room, even if only for a moment. I didn't want to be the girl everyone felt sorry for, the girl they walked on eggshells around. But I was. I'm going to head down to sit with Tarsi, Marcus said. I could hear felted chair legs sliding on the kitchen's tile floor. Any procedures scheduled for this morning? Just dialysis, Neffy said, and that's in about an hour. They'd roused Tarsit from her induced coma a couple weeks ago, and she seemed to be doing all right. She mostly just slept. Some of her organs were still having issues functioning on their own, like her kidneys, thus the dialysis. But her recovery, however slow, had brightened Marcus's mood considerably. Now, instead of brooding through every meal, me style, he engaged with the others, sharing stories of Lex's travels through time and conjecturing with Aset and Nick as to what she was doing at this or that exact moment. Right now, she was supposedly in Florence in 1480, frolicking through vineyards and picnicking on hillsides with a 15th century Marcus. I watched Marcus emerge from the kitchen, his fingers touching the lump under his shirt, just over his heart. It was a little vial of Lex's bonding pheromones, more than plenty, according to Ra, to last until Lex returned with the twins. Marcus opened the door to the basement, glancing my way. He met my eyes for the briefest moment, then passed through the doorway and shut the door. I'm glad we woke her, Aset said, her voice hushed. It's been good for him.
I still think it may have been too soon, Neffy said. But I agree. He's been much better since she woke. She's given him purpose, something to focus on while Lex is away. Let's hope we can keep her recovery moving in the right direction, Aset said. If her health makes a wrong turn. I waited a minute or two, listening to the sounds of water running and dishes clanking as someone washed up in the sink, and the thin pages of a magazine turning every few seconds. These mundane sounds soothed me, especially when I could hear them without feeling the periodic touch of concerned eyes on me. But even that grew dull in time. Standing, I strolled into the kitchen, tucked a shorter-than-it's-ever-been strand of hair behind my ear, and paused at the corner of the island, taking a deep breath. Aset and Neffy sat together at the table in the sun-drenched breakfast nook, soaking up a rare dose of November sunlight while they sipped coffee and skimmed their boring-as-hell scientific journals. Nick stood on the other side of the island at the sink, his back to me while he scrubbed some pans. I did not notice how visibly defined his shoulders and back muscles were through his stupid black t-shirt. Who voluntarily wears shirts that thin anyway? Oh, my goodness, Kat, Aset exclaimed. Your hair. What did you... Why? Neffy glanced up from her article, raised an eyebrow, then resumed her reading. It's not awful. Aset was practically sputtering. But, all your beautiful hair is gone. I didn't get why she was making such a big deal. It wasn't like I shaved my head or anything. I had what Jenny called an inverted bob, something I'd never heard of before an hour ago. Basically, my hair was chin length, maybe a touch longer than that in the very front, and a whole lot shorter in the back. It was layered, choppy, and pretty damn sassy. Good enough for now. Aset pushed her chair back and stood, heading my way. Don't get me wrong, dear. It looks adorable. It's just a bit of a shock, that's all. I wasn't expecting... You never mentioned wanting to change your hair so drastically. I stared at the countertop where I was digging the nail of my index finger into a small crevice in the granite. It was kind of a spur-of-the-moment thing. Nick laughed. Now you're speaking my language. I raised my eyes to meet his. What? Lunatic? Nick used to scare me. But ever since he witnessed the scene in the entryway during my full-on, shit-lost moment with Carson's body, well, I felt compelled to pick fights with him. He'd seen me at my worst. He'd witnessed the full extent of my crazy, and he held me when I'd wanted to die. He could have just left me alone, kicking and screaming and beating on Carson's body. But he'd chosen to step in. He'd chosen to bear witness to my shame. The bastard. Play nice, children, Aset said, touching my hair as she passed me on her way out of the kitchen. I'm heading up to shower. She winked at me over her shoulder. And I love the new hair. I'll meet you downstairs for dialysis in an hour, Neffy. Nick leaned his backside against the edge of the counter, crossed his arms, and smirked. Ra likes your hair. Ra likes your hair, I parroted in that bratty voice used almost exclusively by kids. And by me. Mature kitty cat. Real mature. Your face is mature, I snapped. Genius comeback, I know, but I couldn't help it. My tolerance for a lot of things was non-existent these days. Nick's stupid, perfect face and creepy eyes and endless tattoos included, but nothing bothered me as much as that damn nickname. Neffy huffed out a breath, stood, and stalked out of the kitchen. I watched her leave, then turned back to Nick, glaring. I always felt better after our little tiffs, like fighting with him was an outlet. I could only beat up on myself so much, and I never fought back. But Nick always did. His eyes narrowed. You've got a lot of anger in you, don't you? I lifted one shoulder. You should find an outlet.
I didn't bother telling him this was my outlet. His pale blue eyes bored into me, that mocking smirk absent for once. Trust me, kid. Anger is always starving, always ready to consume you, and all you have to do is let it. I was tempted to roll my eyes and tell him to shove it, but I didn't. Maybe it was because he was right. I could already feel the anger eating away at me, eroding parts of my soul. I looked at him, maintaining the tense stare connecting us despite the intense desire to look away. So, what do you suggest? Pain helps some people. It was an effort not to let my eyes stray down to the tattoos covering his neck and arms. And I've always found beating the shit out of someone therapeutic. In a controlled setting, of course. I frowned, considering what he was saying. Would you teach me? To fight, I mean? The words were out before I could stop them, and I immediately regretted asking. Nick shrugged and leaned his back against the wall. I didn't think he could have looked any less interested. An unplugged toaster would have looked more interested than him. Honestly, he said, I'm a terrible teacher, and technique's not really my thing. Not that I need a perfect technique. He flicked his wrist, a vine of aught whipping into existence and snapping so close to my ear that a few short strands of hair fluttered down to the counter. I've got a bit of an unfair advantage. My heart thudded in my chest, not frightened, but thrilled. But Nick closed his fist, and the crystalline vine evaporated into wisps of multicolored smoke. If you really want to learn, I know who to ask. Oh? His lips curled into a self-satisfied smile as he nodded to himself. He was still looking at me, but it was clear that he no longer saw me. Meet me in the training room in an hour. His pale eyes scanned me from the shoulders down. And wear something else. What? I glanced down at my tight jeans and faded t-shirt. It had been black at some point in its life, but was now the dull gray color that black dye fades to after too many trips through the washer. But it was also insanely soft. What's wrong with what I've got on? You need to be able to bend your legs. He turned and headed up the hallway toward the front of the house, stride carefree and hands in the pockets of his black jeans. I can bend my legs in these, I called after him. He let out a derisive snort. Whatever you say, kitty cat. I huffed out a breath. Well, what am I supposed to wear then? Spandex? Don't know. Don't care. He reached for the doorknob to the front door and twisted, pulling the door open. Just don't wear that. I pressed my lips together and let out a long, frustrated growl. Dickwad, I grumbled, following his path toward the front of the house and heading up the stairs. To change. Katharina. Dominic, I said, enunciating each syllable of my half-brother's name clearly. I was sitting against the wall on the side of the training room opposite the one and only door to the outside world. The training room was actually its own detached building tucked away in the woods behind the main house. I'd never been inside before, and it was pretty damn opposite what I'd been expecting. I'd thought I would be walking into a glorified school gym, the tiny version, with those nasty padded mats that smell like an insipid combination of plastic and other people's sweat. But the training room was nothing like that. The walls were covered in horizontal strips of wood, some pale, aromatic variety that gave the room a pleasant, earthy smell. It kind of reminded me of a sauna, but the walls weren't empty, like in a sauna. Plus, it wasn't super hot. Weapons hung on the walls, knives and swords of every conceivable size and shape, staffs and sticks, some as short as my arm and some way longer than I was tall, and other weapons I wouldn't even begin to know how to identify. There was even a column of whips hanging, neatly coiled on the wall behind me, just a few feet to my right. The floor was padded, but it didn't emanate that oh-so-lovely gym mat odor, and it was patterned with a series of concentric circles, light gray and dark, the outermost of which was a snake eating its own tail. An Ouroboros. I knew from my rudimentary study of ancient Egypt. The snake eating its own tail was a symbol of the cyclical nature of time. Dom toed off his shoes, bent over to remove his socks, laid them neatly over his shoes, and strode into the center of the room, planting his feet in the heart of the innermost circle, and placing his hands on his hips. He was wearing lightweight, loose-fitting black pants and a white V-neck t-shirt. Nick tells me you wish to train? I fingered the hem of my capri yoga pants. Sure, I shrugged. Whatever. If you wish me to train you, little sister, I will do so gladly, but I will have your full commitment, your implicit obedience. I balked. You want me to obey you? I see. Dom's chest rose as he inhaled deeply, exhaling through his nose. It would seem you are not ready. Without another word, he turned and headed back toward the door. He lifted his right foot and pulled on his discarded sock, then lifted his left foot to do the same. Wait, Dom, please just... I'm sorry. I climbed to my feet, using the wooden wall behind me for leverage, unsure what to do with my hands once I was standing. I folded my arms behind my back, gripping my elbows. I'll do it. Whatever you want. I stared hard at the head of the snake on the mat. I need this. My eyes felt glassy, and I wanted to punch myself for my body's go-to reaction of tearing up whenever I was frustrated or angry. I need help. I swallowed, choking on the words. I need your help. Please. In my periphery, I saw him set his sock back down on his shoe, remove his other, then straighten. Very well. Let us begin. Chapter 24. Fault and Blame. I sat in the center of the training room, my elbow on my knee and my chin resting on my palm. My hair was crusty with dried sweat, and only a small damp spot chilled my lower back, where my t-shirt had yet to dry. I blew a chunk of hair away from my eye. My stomach yawned audibly, begging for food. I had water aplenty, thanks to the bathroom tucked behind an inconspicuous door in the back corner of the room, but food was nowhere to be found. Trust me, I looked everywhere. There were only 2 other doors in the training room besides the one to the bathroom, each leading to a storage closet. Neither stored food. I wondered if I would reach the hungry enough to pass out point by the time Dom returned in the morning, because I sure as hell wasn't leaving until then, not even to keep my stomach from eating itself. I would pass his stupid test, damn it, even if I starved to death in the process. The door behind me opened, and I sighed. There's no way it's morning already. No, it's not. Marcus? I spun around on my butt and climbed first to one knee, then up onto shaky legs. I started smoothing down my hair, but, realizing it was pointless, tucked what I could behind my ears. I thought you were Dom. A ghost of a smile touched Marcus's mouth. Mind if I join you? I took a step backwards, arms extended as much as my fatigued muscles could manage. You own the place. That ghostly smile made another appearance. Marcus turned away from me, toed off his sneakers, pulled off his socks, and stepped onto the mat barefoot. He wore silver and white basketball shorts and a plain white t-shirt, the lump from the tiny Ott vial containing Lex's bonding pheromones visible over his heart, as always. I hear that Dom is training you. He crossed the serpent and made his way to the centermost ring of the mat. I withdrew back to the wall and slid down to the floor. I guess. Marcus nodded to himself. That's good. He's an excellent teacher. I shrugged. It was only my first day training with Dom, so I had no clue how this whole thing would go. I can't leave, I told Marcus.
Just so you know, sorry. He stood in the center of the mat, feet shoulder-width apart. What has he tasked you with? Something impossible. At Marcus's quirked eyebrow, I explained, Dom wants me to count all of the individual objects in the room. I can't leave until I have the right answer. And he made it more than clear that there's only one right answer. And that if I get it wrong, we're done. No more training. I huffed a breath. It's a test, obviously. It is. And there is only one right answer. That earned an eye roll. Yeah, I figured that out about 5 minutes after he left me in here. Oh, I held up my arm in front of me and squinted at my bare wrist. About 2 hours ago. And I know the answer has nothing to do with how many things are in this room because, what counts? Do the nails in the wall count? Does each board under the mat count? Does everything in the bathroom count? There are a gazillion possible answers, but only one way for me to not fail. I crossed my arms over my chest and extended my legs straight out in front of me, crossing my ankles as well. I have to stay in here until Dom returns in about 12 hours. It's a riddle, and that's the damn answer. How cruel, Marcus said, chuckling. And what is the point of such a test? Besides torturing me? I frowned. I don't know. I guess it tests how committed I am? I bit my bottom lip, my brow scrunched. Or determined? I snorted, laughing under my breath. Or stupid? I have watched Dom train many young Negerettes, and more often than not, his would-be pupils fail this first test. I stared at him, eyebrows raised in curiosity. Really? Marcus nodded. Not with a wrong answer, but by arguing that the test itself is unfair. In doing so, they prove that their pride outweighs their willingness to learn. Oh. It is the first sign of a poor pupil. I stared at my toes. But it doesn't say anything about how good they'll be at actually fighting. Or how bad they'll be. But for those who pass, well, determination can turn even the slowest learner or clumsiest pupil into the most adept martial artist. You think so? Maybe there was hope for me then. I know so. Now, if you don't mind, I need quiet so I can focus while I run through the kata. Oh, right. My cheeks heated. Sorry. Marcus turned as though he is facing the door to the outside, to literally all the food in the world, and held his fists extended before him, just a few inches from his body. I watched as he started to move, filled with both awe and trepidation. I didn't think I'd ever be able to make my body do what his could. Some of his motions were jerky, like an intended strike with his hands or feet, while others resembled the smooth, flowing motions of a ballet dancer. And his breathing seemed as much a part of the routine as the placement of his arms and legs. He moved around the mat for what felt like an eternity, but what I figured must have been an hour and a half or so, never stopping for more than a few seconds and seeming to never tire. Finally, he stood exactly as he'd begun and bowed to the door, then turned around and bowed to me. I clapped half-heartedly. Good job. Marcus's lips twitched. Relaxing, he crossed the mat and sat beside me, his breathing impossibly even. This close, though, I could see that he'd worked up a pretty solid sweat. So, what did you think? He rested his elbows on his upraised knees and clasped his hands together lazily. Ready to give the kata a try? I scoffed. Sure, and then I'll cure cancer. You never know. You might surprise yourself. He threw me a sidelong glance. I've been teaching Lex. I was before. And she's no fighter, but she's been picking up the forms fairly quickly. Yeah, but Lex was a dancer for most of her life. It's practically the same thing. Perhaps it has helped, but as I said, she is no fighter. Not in practice, and not in spirit. She doesn't have the heart for it. She is, at her core, almost stubbornly passive. Live and let live. His words weren't filled with judgment, but rather hummed with reverie. It pains me to watch her be drawn deeper and deeper into this war. I turned my head to look at his strong profile, full on. His fingers pinched the lump under his shirt, and his eyes stared ahead, no doubt seeing things not of this place or time. She's strong, Marcus. She'll survive this. I hesitated before adding, she'll make it back to us. He grunted faintly and placed his hands on the floor, leaning forward to get up. Can I, ask you something? He paused and looked at me. I believe you just did. I let the words tumble out of my mouth before I could chicken out. Have you guys had any luck in tracking down the kin? I itched for knowledge of those responsible for dragging my mom down the path that had led her to her eventual death. I wanted nothing more than for Marcus to tell me we'd found them all, to tell me we'd wiped them out. I know it's hard with the Aught being pretty much inaccessible, I said, but hasn't anything my mom told you helped? Dom had been interrogating her for hours each morning and afternoon during the days leading up to her death. He'd spent the most time with her while she was here, and it was Dom who'd relayed her messages to me every day. Her pleas to see me. Pleas I'd ignored. Why hadn't I just sucked it up and visited her? They say time heals all wounds, but this one, this regret and guilt, it festered, worsening every day. In a sense, Marcus said, yes, your mother's information has helped. We know the names of the kin she interacted with, as well as some of what they can do using their shoots. We know much about their structure and motives and have even managed to track down where they were when Jen and Carson, Apep, fled, but the kin have long since moved on. Oh. I stared down at my hands. Marcus was quiet for a moment, frozen in that half-tensed position. I assure you, Kat, they will pay for what happened to Jen. Unfortunately, progress has been slow because the council is divided about... When aren't they? I said under my breath. Much to my surprise, I earned a bark of laughter from Marcus. Quite true, but this time, half of us believe the kin have gone underground to reamass their efforts against the Council of Seven, while the other half believe they've scattered to the wind, leaderless and without purpose. So, does that half want to give up? Even asking the question left a bitter taste in my mouth. I blamed myself for what happened to my mom, but I also blamed the kin. As I sat there, I felt some of that blame shift away from me and toward them. There was no doubt in my mind that if it weren't for the kin, she'd still be alive. I suddenly wanted nothing more than the strength, skill, and ability to find them, to hurt them, to make them pay for stealing my mom's life. I didn't want the council to avenge my mom. I wanted to avenge her myself. Not a chance, Marcus said, his voice hard. But it changes the way we would hunt them. And hunt them we will. Make no mistake of that. He pushed up off the floor and stood over me. Is there anything else? I ventured a glance up at him, then returned to staring at my hands, picking at imaginary hangnails. I coughed to conceal a convulsive pre-sob. I was so mad at my mom, I wish I'd visited her while she was here. I wish I'd had a chance to tell her I forgave her. But I was so mad at her. I'd never said it aloud before. It felt good to admit, like a confession that would bring me one step closer to absolution. I laugh-cried and shook my head angrily. If I'd known... Marcus placed his hand on my shoulder. I know, Kat, And I understand. Jen would forgive you. I have no doubt in my heart.
My chin trembled, and I turned my face away from him. I didn't want him to see me cry.
Perhaps, in time, you'll be able to forgive yourself.
As the tears broke free and my shoulders shook, Marcus removed his hand and made his way across the mat. Moments later, he was gone, and I was alone with only my anger and despair for company, and a whole damn lot of determination. I would pass Dom's test. I would learn to fight, and I would avenge my mom. The kin would pay. Chapter 25. Hunger and Drive. I locked my bedroom door and sat on my bed, closed laptop before me on the comforter. My heart beat rapidly as I stared at the small black thumb drive resting atop the computer. Dom had considered the thumb drive a gift. I wasn't so sure.
I'm impressed with your progress, little sister.
Oh, I met his eyes for the briefest moment, then stared down at the spot where the serpent's tail disappeared into its mouth on the training room floor. Sweat dripped down the back of my neck, and I was still a little out of breath from our latest training session. Thanks. Dom lifted my chin with cool fingertips.
Humility balances pride. Shame does not. Don't feel ashamed to take pride in all you have accomplished so far.
He smiled, the rare, fond expression softening his severe features.
I am proud of you.
I looked up at him, shocked by his words. I kid you not, my heart swelled so big I literally thought it might explode. I felt all warm and fuzzy and chock full of a crap ton of joy. Because Dom was proud of me. What was happening to me?
You deserve a reward for your hard work and discipline these last 4 weeks,
he said, reaching into the pocket of his loose-fitting workout pants. He pulled out a slim black thumb drive and offered it to me on his palm.
This drive contains the video files from my interrogations of your mother.
He rested a hand on my shoulder, apparently unconcerned with the sweat-soaked state of my t-shirt.
I know what it is to have the driving force behind all of one's actions stem from the loss of one's mother. And moreover, I know what it is like to have vengeance become one's central purpose.
My eyes widened, though a desire for revenge against the kin had slowly overshadowed my self-loathing over the long weeks of training. I'd never admitted it to anyone. So, I wiped my palms on my yoga pants. What happened to your mom?
Apep happened.
Dom must have read the disappointment on my face, because he added,
Perhaps one day I will tell you my story, but today is not that day. Just know that I understand your reasons for training so hard, and I approve.
His dark eyes bore into me.
I will continue to help you in any way I can. I only ask one thing of you. Plan your vengeance all you like, but do nothing until I deem you ready.
I nodded, unable to speak.
Good.
His stare became more intense, if that was even possible.
The path of vengeance is dark and lonesome, and it often stretches on and on without end. At times, it will seem to you as though you walk this path alone, because none feel the loss of your mother as deeply as you do, and none are driven onward by it as resolutely as you are. But you are not alone. I will be with you, if not by your side, then here.
He touched the tips of his first 2 fingers to my temple.
And here,
he finished, placing the palm of his other hand to the left of my sternum, directly over my heart. A moment later, he withdrew his hands. Tears welled in my eyes, not because I was sad or pissed or frustrated, but because he cared. My big brother cared about me, and the revelation made me almost giddy. I cleared my throat. Thanks, Dom. It was impossible for him not to notice the effect his words were having on me, and for once, I didn't care one bit. Really, thank you. I glanced at the bedroom door, double-checking that it was locked, then returned to staring at the thumb drive. I'd missed out on my mom's final days because I'd been too stupid or stubborn or resentful, maybe all three. I doubted I would ever forgive myself for that, whatever Marcus said, but I felt like I owed it to my mom to do what little I could to make up for it. I blew out my breath and, with shaking fingers, picked up the thumb drive and plugged it into the laptop. I raised the computer screen and turned it on. Within seconds, the desktop appeared. The wallpaper, a photo of Lex and me, standing in front of the pseudo-Gothic Suzzallo Library at the University of Washington. The icon for the thumb drive hovered directly over the bun atop my head in the photo. I forced my hesitant finger to direct the mouse to the icon and double-click. I'd expected a half-dozen video files, maybe a little more. I scrolled the folder's view bar downward. Holy shit! There were a lot more than a half-dozen. A quick skim through the file names revealed two types, some with just a date and time, and some with a parenthetical amendment that included my name and a time marker. I clicked on one of the latter at random. The video player opened, and my mom appeared on the screen, sitting at a small, square metal table in what appeared to be some sort of a jail cell. A moment later, Dom came into view and sat opposite her. She was there, on the screen, alive. I held my breath, my finger hovering over the mouse pad. My mom glanced at the camera, and it was like she was looking at me, like she could see me. All of the guilt and shame I'd been working so hard on bottling up broke free, crashing over me. I snapped the laptop shut. A horrific sob tore its way up my throat, and I buried my face in my hands. Not 30 seconds later, someone knocked on my bedroom door. "Kat, dear?" It was a set. "Are you all right?" I groaned into my hands. If there was one thing I'd learned from living in a house with a bunch of Negerettes, it was that privacy was essentially non-existent. At least the house's other human occupants, Lex's parents and sister, Jenny, hadn't heard my stupid, ugly sob. I cleared my throat. "I'm fine!" I scanned the bedroom furniture like it would magically give me somewhere to hide, hopefully for the rest of my life. "Just stubbed my toe on the dresser," I lied. "All right, well." In those two words, Aset made it abundantly clear that my ruse had failed. "Tarsi and I are heading down to do some blood work. A hand would be most welcome if you're not too busy. You know how much she loves drawing with you." I stared longingly at my laptop, but knew I wouldn't be attempting that again within the long earshot of Negerettes, which meant I wouldn't be watching the videos in this house, or even on the compound. But that led to the question, where to go? I didn't want to watch the videos somewhere public. The possibility that tons of people might witness my weakness and misery firsthand was out of the question. Too many people had seen me break down already. A park, maybe? Or I could just borrow one of Heru's gazillion cars and pull into a parking lot. Any parking lot. I frowned and hunched my back. Neither sounded appealing. The apartment my mom and I'd lived in over the shop for pretty much ever popped into my head, but a second later I dismissed the idea of going there. Though the vivid image in my mind showed it exactly the same as we'd left it last spring, I knew our things had been moved out months ago. Some moved here, into this bedroom, others put into storage elsewhere on the compound. The idea of being there when everything was wrong wasn't remotely appealing. I perked up, feeling a tiny, triumphant smile curve my lips. The apartment might have been eerily empty, but the shop wasn't. It had been closed for months, but it was still there, just as my mom had left it. It was the perfect place to watch the videos in privacy. "Kat?" Aset's voice reminded me I'd been quiet for too long. "Oh, sorry." I scooted off the bed and slipped my bare feet into cozy, wool-lined boots. "Yeah, I'll be right." I caught a glimpse of my splotchy, tear-streaked face in the standing mirror by the wardrobe. "I'll be down in a few minutes," I said, amending my response. "Lovely. I'll let Tarsi know. I'm sure she'll be excited." Aset's retreating footsteps moved down the hallway, then descended the stairs. I shuffled into the bathroom and turned on the sink. A few splashes of cold water and a couple minutes usually did the trick. I should know. I was a pro at this, after all. In the grand scheme of things, I don't really matter. Not compared to everything going on with Lex and Marcus and Ma'at and the fate of the universe. That fact was made abundantly clear when I drove one of Marcus's many cars off the compound with nothing more than a nod from the Nezarette on duty at the gatehouse. I didn't even have permission to borrow the Lexus. Not that I was breaking any rules, exactly. Probably. I just hadn't asked. Nobody cared anyway. Whatever. I didn't mind. But also, I kind of did. My pride probably would have been wounded had I much left. But Dom had been doing a pretty admirable job of beating any excess pride out of me, figuratively speaking, for the most part. I skipped several dozen songs on my iPod before giving up and driving the 15 minutes to the ferry terminal in quiet. Just the hum of the engine and the road sounds filling the silence until I parked. I used to love music. My mom had always hated my taste in music. Now I could barely stand my old favorites either. While I waited for the ferry to disembark, I stood, bundled in my long, puffy down coat at the bow of the upper deck and stared down at the water, thinking it was exactly what Lex would be doing were she in my place. She adored ferry rides, using pretty much any and every excuse to take one. The faux fur lining the rim of my hood tickled my cheeks with each icy cold gust of wind. I shivered. Lex was probably lazing about the Tuscan countryside with medieval Marcus right now, so I doubted she'd really be feeling like she was missing out on this particularly frigid ferry ride. She was supposedly in 14th century Florence now, having just arrived, according to Aset. I smiled to myself, imagining pregnant Lex materializing right in front of Marcus, who in my mind was wearing some ridiculous getup that consisted of tights and one of those puffy-sleeved duvets. Remotely, I hoped she found a way to make her phone's battery stretch. I desperately wanted to see pictures when she got back. Splat. I glanced down at the deck. About a foot to my right, a fresh, clumpy white blob of bird poop glistened in the crisp December sunlight. I looked up at the seagull swerving back and forth overhead, just beyond the bow. Not cool, dude. And I swear that little feathered bastard's beady eye locked on me right before he released a second slimy missile. I took a step back just in time, the seagull crap landing where my right boot had been a second earlier. "Asshole," the bird cried out. With one last glare, I turned and headed into the ferry's warm interior, following the signs to food and drink. I needed something warm. Maybe not coffee. I was already antsy enough. I didn't need to be jittery, too. Hot chocolate, then. Which, as I found out a few moments later, turned out to be from a packet. But for the hot water and sugar, it was totally worth it. I sat in one of the empty booths near the stern, warm and cozy within the ferry's cabin, and hands curled around my styrofoam cocoa cup. I stared out the window at the expanse of glittering gray-blue water. It was easy to zone out during the 35-minute ferry ride. The clear winter sky overhead was a crisp, icy blue. The late morning sun was shining, reflected by the ruffled surface of the Sound. In no time, I was in Seattle. A half hour after leaving the ferry, I was hopping off the bus in Capitol Hill. I crossed the street to the east side of Broadway, where my mom's long-closed shop, the Goddess's Blessing, still occupied prime real estate between a novelty shop and a hipster cafe. Marcus owned the building, so it wasn't like my mom and I ever had to worry about losing the shop or our apartment above. It was the biggest way my mom had let him help us out, and she'd made him accept a rent check every month. I never understood why before, but I got it now. Pride and shame. I was starting to wonder if every human action and interaction could be boiled down to pride and shame. My key slid into the lock easily. Part of me had expected the keyhole to be clogged or rusty from months of disuse, which seems stupid in retrospect. I pulled the door open, holding my breath when the little copper bell overhead chimed, alerting nobody of my arrival. The sound sparked a string of bittersweet memories. I stepped out of the sunlight and into the dark shop, breathing in the stale, dusty air. It was scented overwhelmingly by the rich, spicy, floral, and earthy aromas of the incense and essential oils that had pooled within the stagnant space. Eyes watering, I coughed into my sleeve and turned around to twist the lock on the glass door, then rested my forehead against the metal frame and closed my eyes. "Welcome home," I murmured. Air from months ago coated the inside of my lungs. A time capsule, more real and evocative of the past than anything I'd ever viewed in the yacht. Of course, maybe it was less about the smell of the place and more that I'd pretty much grown up here. I made my way past dusty display tables of the stones, figurines, and New Age chic trinkets my mom had adored to the back of the shop. Stomach twisting and achy. Slowly, almost hesitantly, I passed through the heavy beaded curtain of quartz, amethyst, and moonstone beads, blocking off the doorway to the back room. This had been, my mom's favorite place. She'd spend more time in here than in her own bedroom, literally. There were nights she would send me upstairs, but would remain down here, doing readings, researching, crafting. And by crafting, I'm not talking about glue guns and paper mache. You see, my mom was a Néziré carrier, and carriers are special. Not quite like us, but not quite human either. They're a whole brand of other, unique all to themselves. They don't get to live forever or benefit from superhuman healing and heightened senses, but they haven't totally lost the genetic lottery either, especially not if they know what they are and what they're capable of. Some people call it a sixth sense or insight. It's the eyes in the back of parents' heads and the gut reactions some people feel so distinctly they can't not trust them. It's the unshakable sense of déjà vu, the heebie-jeebies, the mother's instinct. It's the sense of knowing in your heart what can't be known. The realization that wakes you in the middle of the night, the hairs that stand up on the back of your neck, the urge that makes you pick up the phone just before it rings. It's all part of being a Néziré carrier. Many carriers are born, live their lives, and grow old totally unaware of their full potential. Others, like my mom, are raised knowing what they are, fully aware, not only of the wondrous world closed to them, but of the mysterious in-between that belongs to them alone. And some carriers, like my mom, capitalize on their unique abilities. Fortunes were her expertise, mostly palm reading and tarot cards, but she discovered early on that she had a talent for sensing physiological vibrations. She could read people better than most Nézirettes who'd had thousands of years' experience. Or rather, she could read most people. She hadn't been able to read an Apep-possessed set. My father. Shudder. And hers. The thought was truly vomit-worthy. And my mom must have been fooled by Carson, both before and after he'd been possessed by Apep. My lip curled into a sneer. I wished I could bring Carson back to life just to kill him slowly. His death had been way too fast and far too painless. He deserved worse. More. But I couldn't bring him back to life. So I'd have to settle for hunting down the other members of the kin instead. I shrugged off my messenger bag and set it on top of the round table in the center of the room, then pulled a tablet from the bag with shaking hands. At the sound of a key being fitted into the lock of the shop door, my head snapped up. The bell over the door jingled, and I spun around, fingers clutching the tablet. Through the beaded curtain and the shadowed shop floor beyond, I could see only a dark silhouette, backed by blinding sunlight. Mom? It was irrational, I knew. She was dead, I knew. But part of me fully expected her voice to be the one that answered. My whole body tensed, waiting, hoping. It's me, kitty cat. It was Nick. I covered my mouth with my hand just before a sob broke free. I leaned back against the table and hugged the tablet to my chest, taking deep breaths. What the hell are you doing here? What are you doing here? Nothing, I snapped. Who did he think he was? This was my place. Mine and my mom's. Nick had no right to be here, let alone pry into my business. Not true, he said. You're definitely doing something. Sharing is caring, kitty cat. Fuck you. Thanks, but teens aren't really my thing. Fuck off. His silhouetted hand traced along the edge of a display table. Don't think so. I gritted my teeth. Why are you here? Curiosity. He wasn't moving, and I couldn't see his face, but I had the disturbing impression that he was watching me through the curtain. I was quiet for a moment. Yours? I asked. Or Ra's? Nick started across the shop floor, slowly nearing the beaded curtain. Ra thinks you matter. He claims you're important for some reason. You're fated to be the catalyst for something epic. That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Like what? Don't know. He doesn't share everything with me. Nick stopped in the doorway, just on the other side of the beads. All I know is that if you run off and get yourself killed now, everything he's worked so hard for will turn to dust and blah, blah, blah. Can I just point out how not happy I was with the revelation that Ra thought I was important? What bullshit. I did my important thing, helping break Lex out of Apep Set's prison in the Aught back in June. It was a way more important thing than I'd ever expected to do in my lifetime. Help to rescue the literal mother-to-be of the gods, the messiah of our people, the world, and the whole damn universe. And I'd paid the price for mattering. I was stuck in the body of an 18-year-old. Forever. And let's not forget that my forever could last thousands of years. So, yeah, I tapped out from doing important things after that. Washed my hands of mattering. Ra was free to think whatever the hell he wanted to think about me, but it wouldn't change a thing. I was done. Done. I straightened my spine. I have no intention of getting myself killed. Oh, kitty cat. Nick stretched out his arms and planted his hands on either side of the doorframe, then pushed his face through the curtain. So naive. Chapter 26. Watch and Learn. There was nothing I could say or do to make Nick leave. Sure, I could have packed up and left to watch the video files elsewhere, but I had little doubt that he would follow me. It wasn't like I had anywhere else to go anyway. Just don't break anything. I watched him through the beaded curtain while I fished the thumb drive out of the zippered pocket inside my bag. And don't turn on the lights, I added, as his hand hovered over the switch on the wall to the right of the doorframe. I don't want anyone thinking we're open. He lowered his hand. It wasn't like he needed light anyway. He was a Negeray. He'd be able to see more than well enough once his eyes adjusted to the dimness. Would it be so bad? People thinking you're open? He asked. I pulled out a chair and sat, Not my mom's vintage violet armchair, but the other, smaller, padded chair clients used to use during their readings. It was where I always used to sit when I was there after school, doing homework or playing on my phone, when I wasn't covering for my mom out on the shop floor. We're not. The shop isn't opened. I turned on the tablet. It's probably in some sort of legal limbo now anyway. It's not. I stared at him through the curtain. He tossed his long black leather jacket onto the checkout counter, then thumbed through the business cards displayed on the end, his back to me. What do you mean? I shook my head. How do you know? Dom transferred everything of your mom's over to you. I swallowed and licked my lips. What? 17. What? Nick straightened, and he looked at me, his eyes glinting in the shadows. File number 17. Watch it. You'll understand better. I glanced down at the thumb drive. You've watched them? Nick moved on to the outdated flyers posted on the bulletin board, hanging on the wall beside the counter. Marcus made the whole council watch them all, his attempt to nudge the other council members out of inaction. It didn't work. It was impossible to keep the bitterness from my tone. If the Council of Seven wouldn't man up and go after the kin, then I'd do it for them. Actually, I preferred them sitting on their thumbs. It would keep them out of my way. Nick's shoulders rose and fell. They're afraid. I snorted. They'd be stupid not to be. And however slow the council was to act, intelligence and wisdom were not things they lacked, which apparently made me a moron, because all I felt was hunger for the hunt, excitement for the kill. Are you afraid? I asked Nick. He laughed, a harsh, dry sound. I'm bored. I plugged the thumb drive into the tablet's sole USB receiver. And what, you think following me around is the most direct route to excitement? I still didn't really know why he was here, other than the bit of insider information he had from Raw. What did he want? Awesome plan. How's that working out for you? It's yet to disappoint. I frowned and muttered, well, don't blame me when it does. Reaching into my bag, I pulled out my headphones. Will you be able to entertain yourself for a couple hours? Nick grunted. We'll manage. We. Right. Because he wasn't alone. Far from it. He'd been sharing his body with a being with near infinite knowledge for thousands of years. They probably still had tons to talk about. Like me, apparently. I tucked the earbuds into my ears, adjusted the tablet's volume, and opened the thumb drive. My eyes scanned the file names, unconsciously searching for number 17. As it turned out, it was one of the files with Kat and a timestamp written in parentheses at the end of the date-time file name. Tapping on the video file, I shot a quick sideways glance to the curtain, but didn't see Nick. He must have moved into one of the alcoves to study the jewelry in the glass cases or the crystals, stones, and candles on the bookshelves. Whatever, so long as he didn't intrude further. I didn't really mind him being there. The video opened, engulfing the tablet's small screen. Once again, my mom appeared. She was sitting on the far side of a table, facing the camera, just like before. Only this time, she wasn't in the underground holding cell, but in a white-walled room, empty but for the table and 2 chairs. I watched with bated breath as Dom came into view and sat in the chair opposite my mom. His body didn't block the camera's view of her, but that didn't stop me from scooting my chair closer. Like it would make any difference. Let's continue where we left off yesterday, Dom said, and my mom nodded. She watched him, attentive, willing. I could see it on her face. She wanted to help. I cleared my throat, and I leaned in closer. Tell me more about the relationship between May and Mary, Dom said. What do you want to know? I had no idea who or what they were talking about, beyond the fact that May had supposedly been the leader of the kin before Carson freed Apep and she was killed, maybe even by his hand. And I only knew that much because Neffy and Dom had been talking about it one morning at the breakfast table and hadn't heard me come down the stairs. Sometimes it was like they all forget that I, an out-of-the-loop Nezarette with pretty dang good hearing, lived there too. After double-checking the timestamp at the end of the file name, 1607, I slid the progress bar to the right, too curious and impatient to wait a whole 15 minutes for them to get to the relative good part. I needed to know what Nick had been talking about just a moment ago, not to mention what Dom had deemed significant enough to note as being of specific interest to me. Like, now. And I respected her for that, my mom said. Mary was the closest thing May would ever have to a daughter. May loved her unconditionally, would have done anything for her. So you felt you could relate to May? My mom didn't say anything, just nodded and turned her face away from the camera. She was crying. My own eyes stung with tears. Dom pulled something from his back pocket and held it out across the table. When my mom accepted his offering and dabbed under her eyes, I realized he'd handed her a handkerchief. Thank you, my mom coughed to clear her throat. I'm sorry. I don't mean for this to keep happening. There is no need for apologies. Truly, I understand. My mom made a sound that slightly resembled a laugh. I'm afraid I forgot the question. Yes. Did you feel May's motherly relationship with Mary made her easy to relate to? Absolutely. I was surprised by the level of conviction my mom could pack into that single word. Everything she did was to protect Mary. If the council ever found out about her, they'd view her as an abomination, someone too dangerous to let live. Fear would have driven them to hunt down and destroy her, along with all of the kin with shoots, simply for the crime of existing. At least, that's the way May saw it. You are aware of Nguyen's mandates against pre-manifested Nezarites from having sexual intercourse with men, Nezaret or otherwise, and that the purpose of this mandate was to prevent Nezaret with shoots from ever being born. My mom nodded, but May viewed that as merely an excuse. She taught that Nguyen's mandate was a convenient law the council used to legitimize their fear of the more powerful kin. There was no proof that it had even been Nguyen's wish, no record of it in the art that May or any of the other kin could find. I see. Do you? My mom leaned forward, forearms on the table and hanky balled up in her right hand. Do you really? Because May believed it was all a council ruse, evidence of their corruption. In her mind, she had no choice but to amass an army and overturn the Council of Seven. If she didn't, they would kill her and everyone she loved. And you, Jen, is that why you betrayed the council? Did you fear for your daughter's life? My mom slumped in her chair. Yes, I did. Kat is also a product of broken mandates. What Set did to me. Apep Set, Dom clarified. Maybe Apep was in control, but it's Set's genes that run through my and Kat's blood. Dom nodded once. Fair enough. I feared Kat would become an outcast once her incestuous lineage became commonly known. And then after she was forced to manifest, another broken mandate. My mom nodded, but it was seconds before she actually spoke. Kat, my little girl, she became not just one, but two things the council forbade,
based on Nguyen's ancient laws. My mom stared down at her hands, joined together on the table. I was afraid for her. I still am. She'll never be accepted, not with the way things currently stand. I couldn't just sit back and let that happen, not when I had the chance to change the world she lived in, to make it into a place that would be more open and accepting. My chin trembled, but my eyes remained glued to the screen. Here was yet more proof that my mom got tangled up in this mess because of me, because she loved me, and I'd been mad at her, ashamed of her. I'd called her a traitor alongside everyone else. I see, Dom said. Now, I'd like to go back to talking about May and Mary. Yes, of course. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to derail us. No apology needed. Now, tell me, please, what was Mary's relationship with May like? Well, she called May Mom most of the time, so I'd say that's how she saw her. May was grooming Mary to be her successor. Everyone knew it. I think it's a natural thing for a parent to want to feel like all of their hard work won't go to waste, to know that we'll leave something behind for our children, something our children will want to take over once we're gone. My mom shook her head and sat up straighter. I'm sorry. I got sidetracked again. Yes, I believe Mary loved May like a mother, but what? The past month or so, I don't know. Mary seemed off somehow. Again, my mom shook her head. Something changed between her and May. How so? Well, Mary's a little more passionate than her mother. Or maybe vehement is a better word for it. Anyway, you have to understand that Mary was raised to believe the Council of Seven wants to kill her. A few weeks ago, I overheard her and May arguing. Mary was saying that the council is evil and that all who follow its rule are tainted and must be cleansed, and that if May wasn't strong enough to do it, Mary would take over and do it for her. Her conviction was terrifying. Are you suggesting that Mary may have had some involvement with May's death? I think it's possible, but that's in the past. You should be more worried about the present. My mom pressed her palms down on the table and leaned forward. With May gone, you should all be worried that Mary will find a way to unite the kin under her more radical views. If she can mobilize them against you. Dom shifted in his chair. I see. I'll make sure your warning is passed along. Good. My mom relaxed a little. Dom, can you tell me, what's going to happen to me? There was a long pause, and I held my breath. The answer both mattered and didn't. She was already gone. Your fate is in the council's hands, Dom said, finally. Oh, all right. What do you think that fate is likely to be? I'm sorry, Jen, but I honestly cannot say. Oh, well, I understand. I think we should take a break. Dom scooted his chair back and stood. Dom? He stopped halfway to the camera and turned around to face my mom. Would you mind? I'd like to make a will. Whatever happens to me, I want to make sure Kat's okay. Of course, Dom said. I'll get started this evening and have a draft for you to review at our morning session tomorrow. Thank you. Dom turned away and approached the camera. And will you tell Kat that you love her and would like to see her? Dom said, like he'd heard it 1,000,000 times before. I could only see the side of his black leather belt and the bottom of his tucked-in shirt now. Of course. The video went black. Heart thudding, I wiped the wetness from under my eyes,
then pulled up the folder and clicked on the first video from the 16th of September, when my mom and Carson first showed up. I pulled my sketchbook from my bag and grabbed a pen from the outside pocket to take notes. I wanted to know everything. More about May, this Mary chick who might or might not have killed May, and more about anyone else who'd tricked my mom into believing their bullshit. I wanted to know who had been in league with Carson. Who else had believed releasing Apep and sicking him on us, and using my mom to gain entry to the compound, was a grand old plan. I was committed. All in. I was going to hunt down anyone who was even remotely involved in my mom's death. I was going to interrogate them, hurt them, punish them. Sitting up straighter, I stared at the tablet screen and pressed play. Chapter 27, Batman and Robin. I plucked the earbuds from my ears and dropped them on the table, then stretched my arms high overhead and arched my back. It was the first time I'd changed my position in hours. A groan, low and guttural, escaped from somewhere deep inside me. I expected some sort of commentary on the noise from Nick. When none came, I glanced sidelong at the beaded curtain, eyes narrowed. "Yo, Nick!" I called through the doorway to the main part of the shop. There was no answer. In fact, I couldn't hear anything other than the usual signs of colorful Capitol Hill life out on the street. No whooshing of breath, no shushing footsteps. I closed my eyes and concentrated. Nothing. Had he left? I checked my phone quickly. Just a handful of unread texts from Dom, but nothing from Nick. Then stood, frowning. It irritated me that he'd left without letting me know. I wouldn't have used headphones if I'd known I was alone. Anyone could have come in here. Anything could have happened to me. Not that I thought anyone was after me. It was simply a matter of common courtesy. And, of course, the definition of anyone and anything was much more disturbing now that I'd watched the first 4 video files. They'd been long, 2 over an hour, and packed full of useful, totally insane information. The things these people could do with their shoots. Mind blown. I pushed through the beaded curtain, tucking my hair behind my ear. "Nick?" Darkness had fallen outside, making the shadows within the shop murkier and more deceptive. But still, thanks to my heightened eyesight, I could see well enough in the dark. A quick scan of the area showed no sign of him. But my mom had designed the layout of the shop with hidden nooks and crannies to make customers feel like there was always something new to discover if they just poked around a little longer. Sure, it enabled the occasional shoplifter, but it had been my mom's theory that the experience, especially the prolonged one, would lead to a profit in the long run. Nick was in the last place I looked. Duh. Tucked away in one of my mom's favorites of those hidden nooks. He was kneeling on the worn hardwood floor in the center of an alcove created by 3 towering bookcases, their shelves laden with tarot decks, sets of rune stones, fortune sticks, and a wide variety of books on the myriad forms of divination. It was one of the few places besides the back room and the bathroom that passers-by couldn't see through the windows. He was sitting on the heels of his black boots, his back to me, and his head bowed. I understood instantly why I hadn't heard any sign of him, or why he hadn't heard me calling out to him. A thin sheet of aught surrounded Nick, shimmering and iridescent. I walked into the alcove, sidestepping his little cocoon until I could see his face. His eyes were closed, his features relaxed, his short black hair was messy, but in a way that looked semi-purposeful and really not all that bad. I'd never seen him like this, totally unaware, his eyelids shutting away his haunting, too pale eyes. He looked peaceful. Hell, kneeling and head bowed like that, the soft iridescence of the almost glowing aught surrounding him, he looked damn near angelic. The fallen angel brand of heavenly creatures, of course. I mean, I could still see the tattoos on his arms and neck, after all. Nick? I knocked on the transparent dome, watching his face closely. Can you hear me? There was no response, not even a twitch. Certainly not his usual smirk. It dawned on me that this was a crazy rare opportunity, something I couldn't possibly pass up. Much as I hated to admit it, Nick was as stunningly beautiful as Marcus. Only his personality and generally dickish attitude hid it most of the time. But not when he was like this. Like this, he was breathtaking. Well, don't take this the wrong way or the right way or whatever, but do you mind if I sketch you? Speak now or forever hold your peace. I held my breath and waited a few seconds, eyes locked on his face. I'm taking your lack of response as assent. Cool. I retrieved my sketchbook and pen from the back room, then rushed back to the alcove. Don't move. Don't move. Don't move, I muttered over and over, like the words might somehow keep him in his apparent trance. Maybe it worked, because he was still there, exactly as I'd left him. I tiptoed around his bubble of aught and sat on the floor before him, back against a shelf and sketchbook resting on my knee. I studied the lines of his face, his supine posture, the blacks and grays of his ever-fading tattoos. There was so much to see, to study, to capture. Too much. Like tended to be the case with our kind, Nick was in prime physical condition, thanks to a combination of regenerative Negerais genes and a tireless workout schedule. I often found him with Marcus or Aset in the training room, either just finishing up or just about to start at the beginning or tail ends of my sessions with Dom. I never actually saw him spar with anyone or move through any kind of practice routines, but it seemed like he was always there. At least, all the times that Dom hadn't blocked out the room to train me. I sketched Nick's hands first, palms upturned and fingers curled in relaxation on top of his thighs. I love drawing people's hands, especially those of people I know. They say so much about a person, and yet it's so easy to not notice them. Are their fingers long or squat? Their knuckles bulbous? Their nails flat or curved? Long or cut short? Manicured? Do they have calluses, scars, freckles, or moles? Are they veiny? There were so many things to look for, to notice. So many tiny differences, making each person's hands unique. Nick's hands were sturdy, so very different from Dom's elegant, long-fingered pianist hands. Nick's appeared made for a maker, for a craftsman. They were large, but not with bulging knuckles or sausage fingers, and his nails were flat, close-trimmed and clean. Being a Negerais, he didn't have any calluses or scars, but the lines on his palm ran in long, deep grooves, as tended to be the case with the older Negerettes. I filled 2 pages with a collage of images of his hands before flipping to a fresh page and raising my eyes to his face. I followed the line of his neck, capturing the supple curve with pen and paper, then his sharp jawline and squared chin. I drew the gentle curve of his bottom lip, finding myself lingering on that lone feature. The right corner of his mouth tensed, then lifted into that all too familiar smirk. Kitty cat. I watched his lips form the sounds, entranced, but not able to actually hear his voice through the yacht. The barrier melted into a wispy, colorful mist that dissipated before it reached me. It's not polite to stare. My eyes flashed up to meet his. I fumbled my sketchbook closed. You should be more careful. The kin might have other people like you and Carson. What if one of them came in here and you were all zoned out and... I knew it was you out there. His pale eyes twinkled. You knocked. Said you were going to sketch me. But you didn't respond. Because I was finishing up my conversation with Ra. Oh, I chewed on my lip. Did he say anything? About me? I dreaded the answer, but the question had to be asked. Nick shook his head. Both disappointed and relieved, I scrambled to my feet, hugging my sketchbook to my chest and sidestepping around the very edge of the alcove. My butt and shoulder blades brushed against the edges of the shelves as I made my way free. So, I alternated between looking at Nick to make sure he stayed in the same place and avoiding eye contact as he tracked my progress. He watched me, expression bland, bored even. Are you finished? I froze. Finished? I sure as hell wasn't going to keep staring at him and sketching while he was conscious. With the videos? He shifted so his feet were under him and stood gracefully. Facing me, he raised his eyebrows. Or are you planning on watching more? I shook my head, backing away when he started toward me. I'm done for today, I mean. Good. Nick brushed past me and headed to the checkout counter. He hopped onto the counter with ease and hunched forward, elbows on his thighs. Sometimes he acted so normal, so human. He made it impossible to believe he was over 5,000 years old, just a handful of years younger than Marcus and Aset, and far too easy to forget that one of the actual creators of our universe cohabitated with him in his body. I'm starving. Get your shit together and we'll grab something to eat. I stared at him, owl-like. Why? His right eyebrow twitched, the silver-piercing glinting red from the light of the traffic signal outside. Because I'm hungry. I opened my mouth to ask why. Why was he still here? Why did he want to get food with me? But the questions caught in my throat when I realized that I didn't want him to go away, to leave me alone. I was relieved he was still there. I blamed my sudden change of heart on the disturbing information I'd learned from my mom in those first few videos. Oh, okay, cool. I crossed the shop and headed into the back room. Just give me a sec. A few moments later, I was hoisting the strap of my messenger bag over my head and passing through the beaded curtain. I just want to grab one thing, I said, weaving around display tables to the nook in the back corner of the shop where the majority of the books and journals lived. I picked up a distressed, leather-bound planner with a dandelion seed head engraved on the cover. It was the kind that had an alphabetized address book section and small binder rings, making it easy to add, remove, and reorganize pages. Perfect for cataloging members of the kin. I tucked the leather book into my bag. All right, I said, walking to the door. The sound of Nick's boots told me he was following. Where to? Dick's. Grinning, I turned the lock. I was so hoping you'd say that. I used to eat at the Seattle Staple so often that a burger and fries from Dick's Drive-In qualified as my main food group. It's been forever. I opened the door, letting in the noise of a bustling Friday evening on Broadway, and stepped outside. How many videos did you get through? 4, I said, waiting for him to shut the door. 4.5, technically. Nick chuckled, the sound making the hair on the back of my neck stand at attention. I fit the key into the lock and eyed him over my shoulder. Guess you'll be coming back, especially if you want to fill that little hunting book without the others figuring out what you're up to. I froze, head bowed and key turned part way. How did Nick know that was what the dandelion planner was for? He laughed under his breath, a dry, humorless sound. Thought so. He hadn't known, but he'd suspected, and I'd just confirmed his suspicions. Carefully, I finished locking the door, then faced him. I have to do it, I said, defiant. Nick nodded to himself. Sure. Dom knows. He said he'll help me however he can. However he can, Nick sneered. I crossed my arms. What's that supposed to mean? You'll never be Dominic Lagrange's main priority,
kitty cat. He's oath-bound to Haru and Lex. Honor and duty will always come first, with him. You can't depend on him. I'm not depending on him, I said. I lied, cheeks growing hot. I turned away from Nick and strode down the sidewalk toward the intersection. Dom had been the ace up my sleeve. You know, self-deceit really is the worst kind of treachery. I spun around and stomped back to the storefront, stopping just a few feet from Nick. Oh, just shut up, would you? He shrugged and leaned his shoulder against the broad storefront window. The only person I need to depend on is me, I said, poking myself in the chest. That's the only person I want to depend on. The only person I can depend on. Maybe, I scoffed, arms crossing over my chest once more. And what's that supposed to mean? There's always me. You? My mouth fell open, and I snapped it shut. I snorted a laugh. Are you kidding me? Fine. Whatever. Nick pushed off the window and strode past me, toward the intersection that would eventually lead him to glorious, greasy food. I stared after him, struck dumb, and feet cemented in place. It took painfully long seconds for me to be able to respond. Nick? Wait! I jogged after him, catching up to him halfway across the crosswalk leading to the west side of Broadway. Were you serious? Do you really want to help me? Honestly, Kat, I don't give two shits what happens to you. I stopped a couple steps from the curb. A car waiting to turn right honked, and I flashed the driver an equally abrasive hand gesture before leaping onto the sidewalk. But Raw does, Nick continued, and I want to know why. He's not talking, so that leaves me with one option. Playing sidekick. He strode along, hands in the pockets of his long black leather coat. Not a care in the world. I jogged a few yards, falling into step beside him as he started across the next crosswalk. So you're serious? You'll help me? He shrugged. Don't really have a choice. Ears freezing, I pulled up my fur-lined hood and stuffed my hands into my coat pockets. We walked the length of the block in silence. When we reached the next crosswalk, I peeked at him out of the corner of my eye. All right. You can be my sidekick. Chapter 28. Secrets and Lies. I sat beside Nick on the bench at the bus stop while we waited for the bus back to the ferry, hugging myself through my coat and listening to the rain beat down on the glass overhead. I glanced at Nick, then hunched my shoulders and shivered, leaning a smidgen closer to him. He was bigger than me. It was only fair that he share his body heat. All that stuff my mom told Dom about the kin and their shoots, I said. Were you surprised at all? Nick gave the original non-answer. A shrug. He did that a lot. I shivered against the damp cold. Did you know all of those things people can do with their shoots were possible? I mean, it really is like magic. Teleporting, freezing time, blocking memories, creating things out of ought and anti-ought, freaking mind control. And did you know you could, train yourself to be able to do other things with your shoot? According to my mom, Negerettes born with a shoot had an innate power, like Nick and his ability to manipulate ought, but they could gain some level of proficiency in other areas through an assload of hard work and dedication. Still, he said nothing. So, watching his face, I barreled onward. Could Lex do all of that when she was, trying not to die from shoot overload? And the twins? Will they be able to do everything? Will they be the ultimate shoot wielders, putting all the kin to shame? The things Lex could do, he said. The things the kin can do. That's only the tip of the iceberg. The twins' power will scare the shit out of everyone, and we'll all be helpless against them. They'll be all-powerful, and the knowledge of the universe will be theirs for the taking. a pseudo-omniscience that will make them all the more powerful. They will be Netjer. His voice took on a hollow, distant sound. The gods will walk amongst us once more, and the universe will tremble. I shivered again, but this time it had nothing to do with the cold. The bus was far from full when Nick and I first boarded, but it wasn't so late that we'd completely missed the evening surge of people heading toward the waterfront to catch their return ferry across the Puget Sound. After 2 stops, seats were limited, and after 3, a few people were standing in the aisle. Ours was one of the long accordion buses with the rotating middle section. We were sitting on the sideways seats, just before the joint. Some people hated those seats. Motion sickness, I guess. But I'd always found a secret pleasure in pretending to stare out the opposite window while really watching the people sitting right across the aisle from me. When the bus's brakes screeched and we came to a halt at the 4th stop, I grabbed onto the metal pole separating my leg from Nick's. The edge of my pinky brushed against his jeans. "Sorry," I mumbled. He grunted softly in response. A woman boarded the bus through the door at the front, haggard-looking and toting a small girl of 3 or 4 years, with a fluffy ponytail almost directly atop her head. Despite the mother's obvious exhaustion, she smiled down at her little girl, her hand gripping the child's protectively, and guided the child ahead of her down the aisle. Nick didn't even hesitate, though it took me a moment to realize what was going on. He stood, reaching up to take hold of the pole running horizontally overhead when the bus lurched forward. He nodded to the woman, offering his seat to her and her daughter. I watched him curiously, searching for the telltale signs that it wasn't Nick in control, but Ra. Except the eyes that met mine for the briefest moment were that disturbingly familiar pale blue. The more time I spent with Nick, the more I realized I didn't know him at all. I watched the little girl, now seated beside me, happily distracted by her mom's cell phone. She was playing some game with cats chasing birds and, if I wasn't mistaken from my cursory glance, donuts. Nick shifted his hand from the pole overhead to the one by my leg and hunched down, leaning closer to me. "Stop staring at the kid," he said, quiet enough that only I could hear. My eyes flashed up to his. I hadn't been staring. I'd been looking, that's all. Nick's hand scooted down a few inches until it was really close to mine. Too damn close. And yet it was still that same hand I'd drawn. The same one that looks like it belongs to a craftsman. To someone who uses his hands to make his way through the world. To someone who relies on his own abilities. It was exactly the kind of person I wanted to be. The kind of person I was trying to be, with Dom's help. Dom. My stomach knotted when I thought of my half-brother. I didn't think he'd approve of how quickly I'd gone from lusting after revenge to actually going for it. But he'd said I could plan all I wanted so long as I didn't actually do anything until he deemed me ready. But what if I couldn't wait that long? "Are you going to tell Dom what I'm doing?" I asked. "Or Marcus?" "You said Dom already knew." Nick looked away, staring through the broad windshield at the front of the bus. "I mean, he knows I'll eventually go after them." Nick laughed under his breath and shook his head. "The council probably won't like that I'm looking into the kin on my own," I persisted quietly. Nick continued to stare out the windshield. "So?" "But the council doesn't tell me what to do." Nick's eyes were blue ice when they met mine. "Does that mean you're not going to tell them what I'm doing?" The thought of actually admitting I was hunting the kin out loud just felt ridiculous. So I didn't. "Don't worry, kitty cat. Your secret's safe with me." I glanced up just in time to see that familiar, haughty sneer twist his mouth. "For now." Chapter 29. Friends and Frenemies. Again. Dom's voice was harsh, demanding.
He wasn't asking, he was telling. Seriously? It was late, and I was beat. My t-shirt was soaked through with sweat, and pieces of my hair were matted to my forehead and cheeks. I was the quintessential hot mess, and I was really missing my long hair right now, because I would have killed to be able to put it up into a ponytail. An elastic headband just wasn't enough. Dom crossed his arms over his chest and leaned his back against the wall of the training room. You have not been practicing enough. Therefore, you must practice more. Here. Now, run through the sets again. That's not true, and you know it. I, too, crossed my arms. I spend every free second of my day training. In fact, training was one of the few things keeping me going right now. Dom knew that better than anyone else. Sure, my clandestine vengeance-plotting sessions with Nick at the shop were the other major highlights of my days. We'd been at it for nearly a month. But any plans we came up with were useless without Dom's training. I was useless without his training. And the other seconds? I inhaled deeply, blowing out the breath in an irritated huff. What is it, Dom? You think I'm up to something? Wasting my life? Even as I spoke, I did as he'd requested, starting Dom's sets from the beginning. The sets were loosely based on the karate katas I'd watched Marcus move through all those weeks ago, though the forms and routines Dom taught me were more comprehensive, drawing on a multitude of disciplines. They were Dom's own personal brand of martial arts, and they mixed things like karate and aikido with boxing and gymnastics. Even a little tai chi was thrown into the mix. It was kind of like Krav Maga, or so I could tell from the research I'd done, but harder, more intense, worse. I'd painfully graduated up to 16 memorized routines, each a series of poses, strikes, and forms that served to strengthen me, offensively and defensively, inside and out. It took me about an hour, maybe an hour and a half, to work through all 16 sets. When I was more proficient, I would be much faster, but then there would also be additional sets to perform. I finished the first set with a whoosh of breath and sweep of my arms overhead, resulting in me posing like a Bollywood dancer. I craned my neck to look at Dom. This is about the fact that I've been going to the shop every day, isn't it? I glided through the first few poses of the second set, moving from one position to the next, pushing out my breath in grunts when necessary, but otherwise having a hard time regulating my breathing. I had the feeling I was going to feel this, regeneration-wise, tomorrow. I hadn't eaten enough today, not for this kind of exertion. Whether my regenerative abilities kicking into high gear would result in me looking older or ridiculously skinny, there was no way to tell. But kick in they would. I had no doubt of that. Cool. Hopefully I'd look older. After all, a regeneration-based hangover was the only way I'd move beyond my 18-year-old body. Ever. I glanced at Dom over my shoulder. He still hadn't answered my question. He just stared at me with his dark, assessing eyes, his dark hair slicked back and his sharp features carefully guarded against some dark emotion. He was a bundle of darkness, that Dom. Watch your posture, he snapped. I turned my head so I was staring at the wall of staffs and other non-bladed weapons. Are you mad that I've been going to the shop? Still, he didn't respond. You're the one who helped my mom set me up as the inheritor of the shop in the first place. I really don't understand why you're pissed that I'm spending time there. Infuriatingly, Dom just continued to watch me, essentially non-responsive, as I moved on to the third set. I was breathing harder now. Again. What's the problem, Dom? Do you not trust me? What are you talking about? I twisted around, lowering myself into the next form, which always reminded me of the warrior pose in yoga. After a deep inhale and exhale, I dragged my back leg around my other foot, toe pointed, and slid it forward to stand in martial arts equivalent of ballet's fourth position. Of course, I trust you. I laughed breathily. It sounded forced, even to my ears. Jesus, Dom, I think I've proven that by now. I'd shared more of my inner ugliness with him than I'd ever shared with anybody else. Ever. Even Jenny. And that girl goes after information like a bloodhound. You know that I will be there for you if you need me, Dom said. Whatever you need from me, little sister, anything, you need only ask. I let my arms fall to my sides, defeated and exhausted. I know, Dom. I turned to face him. I do. I inhaled and exhaled heavily and swiped my hair and a fair amount of sweat out of my face. I feel closer to my mom when I'm there. It wasn't a lie, exactly. It just wasn't the whole truth. It's painful being there, but it's also like a part of her is still there. And I know it sounds stupid, but that's really what it's all about. Her. And hunting down the people responsible for her death. Dom took a single breath, letting it out in a slow, quiet sigh. It was the sound of disappointment, of resignation. I never doubted that for a second, little sister. But just know, should you decide to tell me the full truth, I am here, ready and willing to listen. I opened my mouth, then shut it again, unable to make myself tell him. I hated lying to him, but I wasn't willing to risk him trying to stop me. My shoulders hunched, my arms hanging uselessly at my sides. I'd never before felt like such a complete and utter asshole. For the first time in weeks, I woke from a nightmare of that day. Soaked in cold sweat, I pulled out my old friend, the deck of playing cards, and played through several hours of solitaire until, finally, it was late enough for me to get ready and head out to the ferry. I parked the car in the ferry terminal lot, getting a great spot thanks to being earlier than usual for the 9 o'clock boat. I boarded and found my way to the booth Nick and I usually shared on the upper deck. When the ferry started to move away from the dock, with Nick's side of the booth still empty, I assumed it meant he wouldn't be joining me. At least not for this leg of the commute. Sometimes he didn't meet up with me until the bus. Sometimes not until the shop. But he always showed up, eventually. I had no clue what he did when we weren't together. He often stayed in Seattle when we left the shop. Sometimes he rode the ferry back to Bainbridge with me, and rarely actually came home. Part of me wondered about what he did during all those nights away. And part of me never wanted to find out. The only certainty was that on the nights he didn't come home, he always showed up with bruises and minor injuries, some barely visible through all the ink in his skin. The marks would fade after an hour or two from his body, if not from my mind. If he didn't show up for the ferry ride today, fine with me. After Dom's guilt trip and the sleepless night, well, I felt like being alone anyway. I leaned my head back and closed my eyes. Hey, Nick said, and my eyelids snapped open. He set a large paper coffee cup on the table and slid into the bench opposite mine. He wrapped his hands around the cup, warming his fingers. I thought you weren't coming. There was accusation in my voice. Even I couldn't ignore it. I was getting a coffee. Nick's lips curled into that annoying smirk. What? Are you mad I didn't get you anything? I glared at him for another second or two, then returned to staring out the window. The ferry was heavy with commuters heading into the city to join the daily grind. But there were a few families, too. Parents with their young kids and two cool teenagers braving the chill to enjoy the rare winter sun on the deck. What's wrong with you? Nick asked, no hint of concern in his voice. I didn't look at him this time. Nothing. For long minutes, Nick and I sat in silence. Finally, he broke it. Is it Dom? Unrequited love can be a bitch. My eyes locked on Nick's, fury heating my blood and disgust churning in my stomach. He's my brother, asshat. I flashed him an undoubtedly ugly sneer. I don't really know how to say this nicely, so I'm just going to go for it. Shut the fuck up. Nick leaned back in his seat and raised his arms, placing his hands on the back of his head. Hit a nerve there, didn't I? Now that I was looking at him, well, glaring at him, I was able to see what appeared to be fingernail or claw marks running down the length of his neck, from just below his ear to his collarbone, where they disappeared beneath the collar of his t-shirt. Normally, I was so much better about keeping my mouth shut. Okay, normally I was a little bit better about keeping my mouth shut. But so far, I'd done a really good job of not asking Nick where he went, what he did, or how he got his ever-changing scratches and bruises. But today, all bets were off. The only two options I could come up with were that he spent his evenings at some sort of a fight club where he let people beat the crap out of him, or that he procured the services of a dominatrix, whom he also let beat the crap out of him, or a dominator. I'd never really considered Nick's sexuality. I hadn't, but suddenly it seemed like the most fascinating thing in the world. It was immensely more intriguing and less painful to think about than my rotten training session with Dom the previous night. What happened to your neck? I asked, verbal diarrhea pouring out of my mouth. Nick leaned forward, planting his elbows on the table once again, curling his hands around the paper coffee cup. The corners of his mouth pulled up in a slow, purposeful grin, and his eyes locked with mine. I have to say, Kitty Cat, I'm surprised it took you so long to ask. I waited for seconds, but it was clear that he wasn't planning on saying more. That's it? That's your non-answer? I felt irrationally irritated that he hadn't explained himself, despite knowing full well that he didn't owe me any kind of an explanation, despite knowing full well that I didn't want an explanation. Not really. Whatever weird shit he was into, it was none of my business. My business was weird and shitty enough on its own. Apparently, Nick agreed. MYOB, he said lazily. I narrowed my eyes. Just don't let your business screw up mine. Nick chuckled. Wouldn't dream of it. Chapter 30. Plan and Action. I think that's it. I was sitting across from Nick at the table in the shop's back room, flipping through the pages of the Dandelion Planner, scanning the information I had on each member of the kin. Well, on each of the members my mom had known anything about. We're ready, unless there's anything else you think we need to add. Third time's the charm? Nick shook his head. It'd be a waste of time. Can't really afford that, can we? He was right. I'd watched the interrogation videos once on my own, and once more with him. Another time through would just be time wasted and opportunity lost. The videos were nearly 4 months old now. The more time we let pass, the less accurate my mom's information would be. Soon, it would be completely obsolete. I couldn't let that happen. She deserved better. And they deserved so very, very much worse. I stared across the table at Nick. I guess that means it's time for action. I just hoped he had some sort of a plan. I mean, he'd been around for pretty much ever. He had a little more experience with this kind of thing than me, especially if he consulted with his spiritual hitchhiker. Ra had a little more experience with every kind of thing. Unfortunately, my hopes proved faulty. Zippo from Nick. Well, I leaned over the table, flipping through the planner's pages until I reached the M's. Here's what I'm thinking. Mary's the person we have the most info on, obviously, so we go after her first. Cut off the head of the snake. I'd filled nearly 4 full pages, front and back, with information about May's daughter, Mary. Took up 8 times as much space in my little hunting book than anybody else. Most only had a line or two. Their name, Any distinctive physical features or personality traits my mom had relayed to Dom, and, of course, what shoot powers they were proficient in. I tapped the first page of the Mary section in my hunting book. I mean, she was clearly involved with the whole Apep Carson situation. Hell, she probably killed May, and I bet she knows where all the others are. Plus, if we take her out, who'll the others band around? We'll be buying ourselves more time. She's the most logical person to start with. I sat back in my chair. Except we have no clue what she can do with her shoot. Which makes it a tad bit difficult to estimate how dangerous she is, Nick said. And considering we still haven't figured out which of them made the anti-Ott pocket watch, taking a deep breath, I decided to just dive in, addressing the really damn scary elephant in the room. We could just go into this believing her special gift might be the ability to manipulate anti-Ott. It was kind of like what Nick could do with solidified Ott, only a whole lot scarier, since one touch of obsidian-like anti-Ott could erase a Negeray from the timeline completely. If it touched me, it would be like I never existed. Nick nodded, very slowly. But an assumption like that could be just as dangerous should it prove wrong. If you go after Mary believing she can manipulate anti-Ott and find out that she's capable of doing something else, then you'll be totally blindsided by whatever that other thing might be. I tilted my head back and forth, considering his point. It was a pretty damn good one. Okay, so I'd go after her being aware that she might be able to control anti-Ott, or she might be able to do any of a gazillion other things. How's that sound? Nick was quiet for a moment. That's all assuming we can even track her down. I perked up. We could try joining forces and see if we can find a stable portion of the Ott. 2 Bas and a Wren working together? We might have a shot. Nick shook his head, frowning. I'm afraid we will have to find another way. I exhaled heavily and slouched back in my chair. Has the council had any success in tracking down any of the kin? Or are they still sitting on their thumbs? Nick's lips quirked. They've made precursory attempts, but they haven't gotten anywhere yet. He tapped his fingers on the table, thoughts swirling around behind those pale blue eyes. It pleased me when he spoke about the council as the other to our we. I couldn't have explained it if I'd sat down and tried, but I liked having Nick on my team. What if we took a more human approach? Searched for the kin some way that the older Negerettes would never consider. I nodded to myself. Another good point. The older Negerettes, especially the millennia-old bodies on the council, were used to relying on their Negeray gifts, specifically the ability to enter the Ott and find people in the echoes. They had a really hard time moving on from the ways and traditions they were used to, even when those ways and traditions were duds, like the present unstable Ott. Their adoption of new technological developments was downright sluggish. Change is hard. At least that's what they say. But humans? They're all about adopting the latest and greatest, newest and most effective technologies. They love finding ways to use technology to enhance their own natural abilities, and I was practically still one of them. My hopes lifted. Just because the council had been unsuccessful so far didn't mean I would be too. I just had to search in ways they hadn't, consider things they never would. I had to think like a human. I leaned forward, heartbeat picking up. I have an idea. There's someone we need to go see. I stared up at the face of a restored old 4-story brick school building. It was on the edge of the industrial district, the I-5 off-ramp curling around the building. No wonder it wasn't a school anymore. Safeco and CenturyLink Field were visible behind the brick building, beyond the myriad of legs extending from the freeway. The school had been decommissioned decades ago. I looked it up on the bus right here, and had been recently renovated and converted into an artist's collective. A shallow yard, planted with sculptures rather than living things, filled the several dozen feet between the sidewalk and the front of the building. Nick stood beside me on the sidewalk, hands in the pockets of his long, black leather coat. "You sure about this, kitty cat?" We were there to see Garrett, a talented young hacker I'd gone to high school with. Garrett was unique. He wasn't really like anybody else I'd ever met. He had a way of getting away with things said, things done, that other people couldn't. Things other people would earn a slap for saying or doing, or a punch, or a well-timed kick to the balls. Chewing on my lip, I stared down at my phone, pulling up the text messaging app. I double-checked the text from my old high school friend, Gracie, and nodded. This is where she said his workspace is. "But are you sure you want to do this?" I shook my head, dispelling the doubts suddenly buzzing around me. "Yeah, of course. When we get in there, can you just hang out in the background? Garrett doesn't really like guys. And if he thinks we're in any way involved, like, for whatever reason I couldn't bring myself to say dating, just tell him I'm your cousin." Something in Nick's expression made me want to slap him. He wore a strange mixture of disbelief and amusement, like he couldn't believe I would ever consider the possibility that somebody would think we were involved. "Fine. Let's get this over with." I marched up the path leading to the former school's double doors, not bothering to look back to see if Nick was following me. At that moment, I really didn't care. After a quick check of the directory in the lobby, which still very much resembled the main office of a high school, Nick and I headed up to the 3rd floor. According to the map beside the directory, Garrett had a corner studio overlooking Safeco Field and the industrial district. Not the greatest view, in my opinion, but to each their own. We headed up 2 flights of stairs, then down a hallway that displayed artwork on the walls and in large, built-in display cases, much like the school must have done decades ago. Except this artwork was not anything a school would have allowed. There was more anatomy displayed here than in a Playboy. "Interesting place," Nick said. I glanced at him over my shoulder, and a laugh escaped from me in the form of a soft snort. "Tell me about it." "You like the arts. Maybe you should apply for a spot here." "Yeah, not really my style." Nick chuckled, and I frowned. He usually only laughed when he was making fun of me, which then made me question, was he making fun of me? Had I missed something? I exhaled heavily. It didn't matter. "I think it's that one, down there," I said, pointing with my chin to a black door at the end of the hallway. "If you just want to wait out here, I'll see if he can even help us." "You don't think he can?" We neared the door. A light glowed through the crack at the bottom of the door, bright neon green. "I hope he can. Garrett's the only person I actually know who has real experience with the dark web and other crazy hacker stuff." I shrugged. "He's our best shot. And if he can't help us, maybe he knows who can." "All right." Nick leaned his shoulder against the wall beside the door and crossed his arms. "I'll be here if you need me." I flashed him a quick thank you smile, then knocked on the door. "Garrett?" I called. "It's Kat." "From Garfield?" I added, sounding unsure about my own alma mater. "Gracie told me you were here. There's something I need your help with." The door sprang open, and Garrett's electric blue hair was the first thing I saw. Of course he had blue hair. It was so Garrett. He wasn't handsome, exactly, but there was just something about him. A twinkle in his eye and a quirk of his mouth that spoke of mischievous things left unsaid. It was more his demeanor than his appearance that enabled him to get away with the borderline inappropriate things he said all too often. As I stood there, facing him through the doorway, I felt my lips spread into a broad grin. I was genuinely happy to see him. I couldn't believe I hadn't sought him out earlier. "Kat!" Garrett's grin mirrored mine. "What?" He shook his head slowly. "What are you doing here?" His eyes slid past me, landing on Nick, and his smile wilted. "Who's that?" I shot a cursory glance over my shoulder. "My cousin." I made a show of rolling my eyes and looking super disinterested. "He wanted to tag along." I leaned in and whispered, "He's always following me around." Had he been human, Nick wouldn't have been able to hear me. But Nick wasn't human. Inside, I was giggling. "Oh, yeah?" Garrett nodded enthusiastically. "Cool. All right." He was a little bit taller than me, and when he leaned in to give me a quick hug, I didn't feel overwhelmed by his presence. Negerettes were always big, it seemed. We were a secret race of people who were larger than life, oftentimes physically, not to mention intellectually and reputation-wise. It had been a long time since I'd been around a regular old human guy, if you could even call Garrett regular. "Come in." He stepped back and held out his arm. "I was just finishing something, but it can totally wait till later." I followed him into his studio, then stopped and stared around in awe. The space was bigger than your usual, say, English classroom, and it was filled with computers and servers and mainframes and things that I didn't have names for, but that looked pretty technologically advanced with all their cables and buttons and blinking lights. I'd never seen anything like this before. Everything the Negerettes had was sleek and new and made to fit in your pocket. It was all expensive and top of the line, but it wasn't made for things like this. "So, how exactly is this an art studio?" Garrett strode over to a monitor and clicked a few keys on a keyboard. The monitor went black. "I don't know that I would actually call it an art, per se, but I do have a lot of creative freedom in my work." He scanned around the converted classroom and all of the equipment it contained. "And I don't call this a studio. It's my lair." "You are such a dork." Garrett looked at me, eyebrows raised and brilliant blue eyes laughing. They matched his hair. "Katerina Dubois, are you flirting with me?" His eyebrows did a little dance. If so, he leaned on the edge of the monitor with his elbow. "Hey, girl." "Like I said," I laughed. Dork. Being around him, someone who was so odd and good-natured, was a breath of fresh air after being around Nick all the time. It was either sarcasm or harsh reality with him. A good old serious fest. Garrett was the opposite of serious. The anti-serious. "So, what brought you to my lair?" Garrett asked. "Not that I'm not stoked to see you. It's just, well, I haven't heard from you since you dropped out of school last year." I didn't actually drop out of school. I graduated early. Marcus pulled some strings and, well, the rest is history. I traced my finger over the wires on a circuit board, sitting on a table beside a bunch of tiny screwdrivers and other tools for working on miniature things. I took a deep breath. Lots happened. My mom, I swallowed roughly. She died. Shit. Garrett rubbed his hand through his unkempt blue hair, making it stand on end. "Kat, I'm sorry. I had no idea. Yeah, that's actually sort of why I'm here." I looked at him, looked away, back at him, then away again, unable to maintain eye contact for more than a couple seconds. She was murdered, and I was terrified he would refuse to help me. I didn't have anyone else to go to, not anyone with skills like his, and I needed to find the kin. I owed them pain, with interest. Was I obsessed? Maybe. Did I care? Not a bit. "Seriously, Kat, whatever you need, I'll totally do it." He crossed the room to stand in front of me, placing his hands on either side of my shoulders and ducking his head so his face was at the same height as mine. "What can I do? How can I help?" "Well," I pulled my bottom lip between my teeth. "There's someone I need to find, someone who was involved in what happened, and I want to track her down." I raised my eyes, finally meeting his for more than a few seconds. So, this is like a vengeance thing? Garrett's bright blue eyes lit up. Awesome. Chapter 31. Cat and Mouse. Oh, yeah. Garrett spun his chair and rolled one desk over. His nimble fingers typed away at a second keyboard, and he occasionally reached up to swipe something left or right or up or down or off the screen entirely with the tip of his finger. I see you. Tricky, tricky. What is it? What did you find? I'd been standing at the broad window for the past half hour, zoning out while I stared down at the first-floor terrace. Or maybe zenning out. What used to be a basketball court had been converted into some sort of a giant zen garden. Nick lounged in a chair nearby, his boots propped up on a low windowsill. I rushed over to Garrett's complex multi-system interface and gripped the back of his chair. What did you find? I repeated, the tips of my fingers digging into the chair's padding. Garrett glanced at me over his shoulder, a grin stretching across his entire face. A report from the border, the Canadian border. The border guard turned away someone that sounds like your girl, about 5'3", slim, of Asian descent, and extremely hostile. He rolled back to the first computer, and I had no choice but to release his chair. Apparently, she threatened the guard with a black sword that she produced out of nowhere, out of thin air, the report says, and managed to avoid detainment. But he glanced at me one more time, his eyes bright and his cheeks flushed. Before all that, when she thought she'd be able to get through, our violent little magician friend presented her driver's license to the guard. He turned his chair all the way around and leaned forward, hands clutching his knees. The name on the license was Mary Smith, and I have a social. He turned back around and reached for the mouse. And a photo. On the monitor, a window opened, displaying a Washington State driver's license for one Mary Smith. I'd never actually seen a picture of Mary, but this woman on the screen, Asian, pretty, vibrant green eyes, she looked exactly how I pictured her in my mind, and there was no question that she was a Negerette. No question at all. It's her, I said, turning to exchange a look with Nick. It has to be. Still grinning, Garrett nodded. All right, time to track her down. There wasn't much besides computer equipment in Garrett's lair. Nick and I waited at the only table, not completely covered in priceless or irreplaceable tech stuff. I sat, watching Garrett type away, scrolling here or there, switching from monitor to monitor, and did my best to ignore the fact that Nick was staring at me from the other side of the table. I'm not known for my patience. What? I asked, giving Nick a pointed look. Frowning, he shook his head. Oh, come on, I said, annoyed. You're the one staring at me. Frown still in place, he shrugged. The black sword. I think it's safe to say she can control anti-Ot. Sure you still want to start with her? I leaned forward. We agreed that was the best plan. Before we knew what she could do. We're sticking to the plan, I told him. Fine. Nick looked at me for a moment longer. Then his focus shifted to Garrett before sliding to the window. But you should know, your suicidal is showing. I huffed out a breath and crossed my arms over my chest, glaring at Nick's profile. Gritting my teeth, I forced myself to look away from him, to hold my tongue, to not throw something at him. I returned to watching Garrett, preferring the distraction of his whirring, buzzing, whizzing, and rolling. This should do it, Garrett said, more to himself than us. Yeah, this'll work nicely. Come to Daddy. I met Nick's eyes for a moment, reading judgment and ridicule, then stood once more and crossed the room to stand behind Garrett. Did you find something? Think so. There's a cell phone linked to a credit card registered to her social. He opened a new window on the screen, a black background with neon green letters. I developed a program. Well, I've been working on developing a program, and this'll technically be the first time I use it for more than just, tests. Nick made a noise of derision, but Garrett didn't even notice. Next time the phone is used, even if it's just for a text message or to check email, I should be able to get a lock on its location. Just because the phone's linked to her doesn't mean she's the one using it, Nick said from across the room. Well, yeah, but this is better than nothing. Garrett gave me a look that said, I can't believe you're related to that guy. Clearer than words ever could. So long as the line is still active, this could give you a solid lead. I gave his shoulder a squeeze. Thanks, Garrett. Really, this is way more than I had to start out with. Couldn't have done it without you. Garrett rubbed his hand over his blue hair. Anything for you, Kat. After 15 or 20 minutes of waiting with no ping from Garrett's little high-tech piece of art, I was getting pretty antsy. I really wouldn't worry too much about it, guys, Garrett said, still tapping away on his keyboard, doing his own form of hunting. Some people don't check their phones every few minutes. Some people go hours without it. I looked from him to Nick, and we both shrugged. A phone rang, and I jumped. I think we all jumped. I scanned around the room, searching for the noisemaker. It rang again. Garrett hopped out of his chair, standing for the first time in an hour or two, and jogged to the door. I hadn't been able to see it before, but, nestled between two shelves of an industrial metal shelving unit, an old landline telephone was anchored to the wall. Exciting, Garrett sang. I almost never get calls on this line. Should we be concerned? Nick asked, his voice even. I looked at him, noting his stiff posture. No, it's probably just Jane, the receptionist. She mans the phones down in the lobby. If a potential client calls in looking for someone with one of our particular talents, she'll redirect them to the appropriate studio. He shot a quick glance back at us. It happens every month or two. Could be a new client. He picked up the phone. Howdy, Garrett the Gadget Man Green here. What can I do for you? I watched him, listening hard. My enhanced Nezarette hearing wasn't strong enough to pick up on the other side of the conversation. I could hear the other person's voice, barely, and certainly not well enough to make out what they were saying. I glanced at Nick, eyebrows raised. He shook his head. He couldn't hear them either, which meant whoever it was had to be speaking very quietly. We both watched Garrett as he said hellos and okays and got it's. No, Garrett said. No, I'm not alone. Nick and I exchanged another glance. Katerina Dubois and, her cousin? I straightened in my chair, senses on high alert. Across from me, Nick stood very slowly. Garrett. He held out a hand, one finger up. Hang on. He scrambled for something on the bookshelf, then searched through all of his pants pockets before finding a pen in his front left pocket. Yeah, okay. I'm ready. Nick started around the table, craning his neck to get a better view of whatever Garrett was writing down. Can you see? I whispered. Nick shook his head. Uh-huh, Garrett said. Yeah, got it. Which one? He was quiet for a moment, the other voice humming in the background, just out of ear's reach. Oh, right, that one, okay. And then where? Again, he was quiet for a long moment, listening and writing. Really? His pen stopped. Are you sure I have to do that? I stood, getting a really bad feeling. Garrett? He glanced at me and shook his head. All right, I'll do it. He hung up, then turned to face us, holding out what appeared to be a grease-spotted napkin covered in writing. I have to relay a message to you. His voice sounded off somehow. Calm, but just off. The guy on the phone, he knows what we're up to. Who was on the phone? Nick asked, slowly making his way toward Garrett, almost stalking him. Don't know, Garrett said, heading my way. But he knows where your girl is. Garrett passed Nick just out of arm's reach, and when he reached me, he handed me the napkin. That's her location. Apparently, she's hiding out in one of the tent cities. I looked down at the napkin, mouth hanging open. How? I raised my eyes to meet Garrett's. His were wild, frantic. I don't want to. His voice was strained. He lifted a shaking hand, reaching for me, but I leaned away. He said, I have to. Sweat was beading on his forehead and dripping down the sides of his face. I can't not do it. Garrett, what's wrong? He took a step backward, then to the side. He said this is a warning. Stop looking for them. They're giving you, Mary, a trade. A trade for what? Blood for blood. Without warning, he leaned forward and broke into a dead sprint, straight for the window. Glass smashed and wood splintered. Garrett's yell as he fell was the most horrible thing I'd ever heard in my entire life, until his body hit the Zen garden 2 stories below. I stumbled to the broken window, hand over my gaping mouth, holding in a scream. We should go, Nick said from beside me. I stared down at Garrett's broken body. His legs and arms didn't look right anymore. They were bent at odd angles. A pool of blood slowly seeped out all around him, and yet his bright blue hair was still the same, dazzling against the bland sand. Kat! Nick tugged on my arm. Blinking, I looked at him, not understanding what just happened. We have to go. Now. Chapter 32. Nick and Ra. I stood at the door to the shop, pulling and pushing, and not understanding why it wouldn't open. I just wanted to get inside, away from the world. I'll get it, Nick said, shouldering me out of the way. A moment later, he opened the door and I stumbled into the familiar space, only to be greeted by a tidal wave of emotions. It was like walking through that doorway, that in-between, had shattered the numbness of shock, and reality crashed over me. Surrounded by the familiar, I couldn't ignore the horrifying memory any longer. Garrett. Oh, God. Clutching my chest with both hands, I bent double, gasping for breath and sobbing, and really close to throwing up. Oh, God. I sucked in air, but it didn't seem to do me any good. My chest felt too tight, not giving my lungs the room to expand. Nick touched my shoulder. Kat. I flung his hand off and shied away, knocking into a display table and sending candles and crystals toppling. Don't touch me! I hugged my middle, my arms the only things holding me together. I was poison. First my mom, and now Garrett. I didn't want to infect Nick, too. Don't touch me, I repeated hoarsely. I hated that Nick was always the one who was there when I broke down. He always bore witness to the moments when the universe proved it enjoyed nothing more than fucking with me. Don't touch me. I inhaled in more of that useless air. Each breath suffocated me. Oh, God. I flinched when Nick's hand landed gently on my upper arm, but I didn't brush him off this time. With a sob, I flung myself at him, gripping the front of his leather jacket so hard that some of my nails bent backwards. He's dead. I stared up at Nick, feeling like I was floating. He's dead because of me. The guilt was back, drowning me. Kitty cat. Nick wrapped his arms around me and placed a hand on the back of my head, pressing it against his shoulder. He stroked my hair and rubbed my back and just held me. I cried against his shoulder, a soggy, sobbing mess. I kept trying to speak, but every time I tried, the words would get caught in my chest, and a new wave of guilt, sorrow, and regret would pour out of my mouth instead. First my mom, now Garrett. They were both dead because of me. How was I supposed to live with that knowledge? How was I supposed to go on? One word: revenge. It's in moments like this that the hunger for vengeance is a beautiful thing. And I was suddenly starving. After some time, when the more violent sobbing gave way to silent tears, Nick put his hands on either side of my face and tilted my head back. He brushed the tears from under my eyes with his thumbs. It did little but clear the way for new tears. I killed him. No, Kat. Nick shook his head ever so slowly. They did. You know the kin have the power to do this kind of thing. But he leaned in and planted the gentlest of kisses against my lips. No, kitty cat, you didn't kill anyone today. He kissed me again, and it was like I could take a full breath for the first time in an hour. My chest relaxed, and I inhaled fully. His lips touched mine for the third time, and I melted into him, grateful for this unique brand of comfort that only Nick could give me. When his lips were touching mine, the only thought in my mind was that I wanted more. No! Gripping my shoulders, Nick shoved me away. I fell backward against a display table. What the hell is wrong with you? He turned away from me, his back hunched, his head bowed, and his fists clenched at his sides. If you ever try anything like that again, I swear I'll... But I stared at him, fingers on my lips and eyes wide, head shaking. But you kissed me. He swung his head around to glare at me, fury burning in his moonstone eyes. Ra was in charge. I wasn't talking to... He turned away from me. Oh, never mind. I didn't... My cheeks burned with mortification, with anger. I reached for the closest thing, an amethyst geode chunk about the size of a baseball. Get out, I said, holding the geode up, threatening to throw it at him. He looked at me like he didn't even know me, but then, considering that it was Ra staring out through Nick's eyes, maybe he didn't. His irises faded back to blue, and I waited for some sort of an apology, or at least an explanation. None came. Get out! To emphasize how much I meant it, I threw the geode. It smashed into the bookcase behind him, shattering bottles of essential oils. Shards of glass and fragrant liquid sprayed everywhere. Get out, Nick! I shouted, voice breaking at the end. I picked up a candle and threw it at him, chest heaving. Don't you ever come near me again! I threw another candle. He ducked out of the way. Get out! I picked up a geode, a bigger one this time. Now! I raised the geode to throw. Without a word, Nick turned and left the shop, without even a backward glance. I don't need you, I said when he was gone. I fingered the napkin with the directions to Mary's hideout, safely stowed in my coat pocket. I'll do it on my own. It was what I'd always wanted anyway. Chapter 33, Tick and Boom. I brushed my hair out of my face with the back of my wrist as I relaxed. My muscles trembled with fatigue from running through the sets for a third time in a row, but I felt calm, focused. It had barely been a day since Garrett's death, since Nick and the kiss and Ra. I'd spent the long hours in the empty apartment above the shop, pacing in the dark, lying on the floor while I stared up at the ceiling, and finally, when I was on the verge of losing my mind, running through Dom's sets. Each time I worked through the poses, I decluttered my mind a little more until clarity and purpose were all that remained. My mom, Garrett. The kin. Vengeance. Today was the day. I couldn't put it off any longer. I wouldn't survive another day of inaction. The kin owed me a debt. It was time for them to pay in full. There was no way to know if Mary was still in the tent city where Garrett's psychic killer had claimed she would be. Who knew if she'd ever even been there? Hell, maybe it was a trap. It didn't matter. I was consumed by a single desire, and if I didn't act on it soon, well, that simply wasn't an option. I would act on it. Today. Even if it killed me. Once the sun was up, I headed down to the shop to arm myself from the small stash of weapons I'd collected in a chest in the back room in preparation for this day. It wasn't much, but it would have to do. I fastened 2 sheathed combat knives to my belt, one on either side. The left knife was longer, with a 7-inch blade, while the right was a more standard 5 inches. I was already wearing a leather bracelet that wrapped around my wrist 4 times, the sturdy cord moonlighting as a garrote. I tucked a squat T-handled knife into my front right pocket and an expandable baton into the side of my black combat boots. Sure, a gun might have been easier and more effective than everything else combined, but I neither had one nor had any practice with one. It would be more of a liability than anything else. Besides, I was going for stealth, for maximum damage with minimum outcry. I planned to fly under the radar for as long as I could, to take out as many of the kin until either the job was done or I was dead. I shrugged into my long down coat, double-checked that the napkin with the instructions for finding Mary was in the right pocket, and set my phone on the back room table. I didn't know if anyone could use its GPS hardware to track me. I didn't want to find out. After taking a deep breath, I pulled up my hood and I passed through the beaded curtain, heading for the door, and stopped mid-step in the middle of the shop. What the... A sword was resting on the checkout counter, scabbard, sword belt and all. My heart rate doubled. I took 2 steps toward it, then stopped to glance around the dark shop. Hello? I focused on listening for a heartbeat, breathing, anything. Nick? I quickly checked all of the little nooks and crannies anywhere someone might hide. There was no one. Not Nick. Not anyone. Warily, I made my way back to the checkout counter. To the sword. A katana. From the size and shape of the scabbard housing the blade. Nick must have come back at some point last night while I'd been upstairs. I might not have heard him. The thought that he'd returned spurred a flutter in my chest. The sword's long, slender scabbard was antique-looking. Antique, but not old, its silver embellishments only slightly tarnished. The hilt was tightly wrapped in leather stripping, the pommel silver with the silhouette of a bird emblazoned into the metal. A yellow sticky note had been stuck to the hilt. Thought you might need this. The writing was clean, nondescript. It could have been Nick's. It had to be. I shook my head, not understanding. Had he really come back? I hoped the answer was yes, though I didn't understand why it meant so much to me if he had. With one hand on the scabbard, the other on the hilt, I cautiously pulled the sword free. The blade slid out of the scabbard with 0 resistance. It gleamed, nearly transparent and shimmering with an iridescence that made it almost seem to glow. Holy shit, I said under my breath. The entire blade was made of aught, which meant it would be absolutely indestructible. It had to be from Nick. According to my mom in the videos, nobody else could do what he could do with his shoot, except for Carson, but that douchebag was dead. Nobody else could have made this sword. Nick was still helping me. even after the explosion between us the previous afternoon. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I felt like doing both. After a quick Google search on my phone, I figured out that the sword belt, with all of its extra leather straps, was really a shoulder harness. I found a nice little 3-part graphic that walked me through how to put it on, then once again donned my coat. A mirror check in the bathroom assured me the hilt wasn't visible if my hood was up. Good enough. I'd already unlocked the shop door when, against my better judgment, I turned around and headed into the back room. I snatched my phone off the table and sent a text to Nick. Thanks for the sword. See, I can have manners. Sometimes. The bell over the door jingled, and I froze, listening to the crunch of glass and geode debris under shoes. Unexpectedly, I smiled. He'd come back again. He'd said I could depend on him, and he'd meant it. I hadn't truly believed him until now. I passed through the beaded curtain. I just sent you a... But it wasn't Nick who stood just inside the shop door. It was Dom. I froze. What are you doing here? I came to warn you. Dom took a step toward me. Kat. No. I crossed my arms. I couldn't handle this right now. Not from him. I was so close to actually doing something. Dom was the only person who might, just maybe, be able to talk me out of it. I couldn't let that happen. Just stop, Dom. You're not my father. I'm not your responsibility, so please, just leave me alone. I wasn't sure if it was anger that paralyzed his tongue or something else. Whatever it was, he was shaking with it because of the words I'd hurled at him. I'd never felt so ashamed before, and I hated myself for wanting to turn around, run away, and go find some dark, dank corner to hide in. I set my jaw and squared my shoulders. It would all be worth it soon. Either that, or it would all be over, and then it wouldn't matter anymore. I may not be your father, Dom said, but we're still family. My chin trembled, but I clenched my teeth to still it. I could stop you from doing whatever it is you have planned. I met his eyes. But you won't. I knew it in my bones. He shook his head, disappointment in his dark eyes. This is your battle. I will not interfere, but I will warn you, little sister. All is not what it seems. My eyes narrowed. Reluctantly, I took the bait. What do you mean? In all the time you've spent with Nick, has he shared with you the fact that Ra has access to the art? I scoffed and shook my head. Nobody can use the art right now. It's broken. Not true, Dom said. Ra can access it whenever he wishes. The instability does not impact him. The echoes are, as always, his for the viewing. What? But he said... I shook my head. Nick had said using the art to find Mary and the other members of the kin wasn't an option. You're lying, I told Dom. I'd have heard about it by now. Dom shook his head again. It's something the council has been keeping under wraps. My eyes became glassy. Nick lied to me? Why? I held my head high, betrayal burning right alongside defiance in my gut. Then why are you telling me this now? Won't the council be pissed that you're sharing their precious secrets? Because I don't want you to die, Dom said, his words a whiplash across my soul. I flinched, but didn't respond. Little sister, Nick is powerful, I know, and that makes him a tempting ally. But Ra is unpredictable. He shares only bits and pieces of what he's seen in the art. Even with the council, it is essential that you keep that in mind every time either he or Nick tells you anything. Their motivations are unclear.
As powerful as the pair are, they are equally dangerous. There was a long stretch of silence between us. I worked to regulate my breathing, waited until I felt confident that my voice wouldn't tremble. I cleared my throat. It doesn't even matter. We're not working together anymore. But you still walk the same path, the one he and Ra helped guide you down, with or without them by your side. I stared at Dom, struggling with the truth in his words. I wrestled it into submission, then locked it away. You are acting on emotion, not reason. I feel that if you continue down this path, you will die. I don't care, I said, brushing past him. I yanked the door open and strode down the sidewalk. I wanted nothing more than to be away from Dom, from that place, from my life, from the realization that part of me hoped he was right. Part of me wished for the quiet of death. Chapter 34. Mothers and Daughters. Sword strapped to my back and mostly hidden under my coat, I stepped onto the curb of the final block and slowed. The slightly run-down neighborhood was a combination of tiny homes, several-story brick apartment buildings, and small commercial spaces. At the end of the dead-end road, a tall chain-link fence blocked the way to a steep downward slope, covered in overgrown grass and the corpses of last year's blackberry boom. I supposed the fence had been put up as an attempt to keep the riffraff living in the tent city at the bottom of the hill away from the people living and working up here. I hadn't even considered the possibility that there might be a better way to access the mobile city of the homeless. It was simply the only access point I knew about. Eyes scanning the length of the fence, I stopped at the cement dividers blocking the end of the road. My feet seemed to be fighting against my brain, against my desire to go on, to see this through, to finish it. A moment later, my traitorous mind threw in its lot with my stubborn feet. There's no way to get past the fence. Might as well turn back now. No, I said, teeth gritted. I shook my head and balled my hands into tense, shaking fists. I needed to do this. Needed it far more than I'd ever needed anything else. If I turned back because a dumb little fence was in my way, I might as well just lie down and die. But it's not just the fence holding you back. It's Dom. It's Nick's lies. Just cut through the damn thing, I said, hoping voicing my intentions would silence any internal doubts. I stepped over the divider and drew the Aught sword. After all, what was the point of having what was essentially a magic sword if I didn't put it to good use? The Aught blade cut through the chain links with surprising ease, and I was on the other side in a matter of minutes. I leaned back, looking first to the left, then to the right, searching for a passable way down the steep hill. And, what do you know? There was a trail snaking down the right side of the slope, well traveled by the looks of it. Apparently, I wasn't the only one bypassing this fence these days. Holding on to the cold chain links, I sidestepped until I reached the path. There was a drop-off of a couple feet, but a landing of a yard or so that was as level as I could hope for. I maintained my grip on the fence, walking my hands down while I reached past the drop-off with my right boot. When my toe touched solid, if a little soggy, ground, I blew out a breath and finally let my hands release their death grip on the fence. I turned around, flexing and releasing my fingers. The trail was a little muddy from the previous night's rain, but not so bad that it was unpassable. I started down it, and, after 2 skids, decided sidestepping would give me better purchase on the ground. It took me a while to reach the bottom of the hill, but I managed to do so without falling, thanks to my slow pace. Okay, I said, straightening my coat
and feeling behind myself to make sure the sword was still concealed. Satisfied, I pulled up my hood and surveyed the sea of tents spreading out before me. So far as I could tell, only one person had noticed my stumbling and bumbling arrival. A youngish man wearing jeans and a navy blue raincoat, hood pulled up over his mariner's hat, a short beard concealing the bottom third of his boyish face. He sat in a folding chair by a small campfire, watching me quietly. He wasn't at all what I'd expected to find in a place like this. I wasn't sure what I'd expected, but he wasn't it. I raised a hand in greeting. He nodded, which I took as consent to enter his territory. I picked my way through the overgrown grass, weeds, and dead blackberry vines creeping in on the edge of the clearing. I passed between two tents, one gray and green, the other a faded, once vibrant golden orange, and stopped a few feet away from the watcher. "Hi," I said, tucking my hands into my pockets. Again, he nodded. "Quite the entrance." His voice was soft, restrained, and he had a gentle southern drawl. "You ain't kin, so what's a council Negerette like you doing in these parts?" I stared at him, mouth hanging open but no words spilling out. He was Negerette? A member of the kin? This scruffy-looking homeless guy? Now that I knew what he was, it seemed obvious, and I didn't know how I'd missed it. I closed my mouth and stood a little straighter, a little taller, fingers itching to reach over my shoulder for the sword hilt. "I'm looking for Mary. We have business." "I see. Well." The Negerette stood and took a step toward me. I stepped back. He held up his hands in placation, then returned them to his coat pockets. He was shorter than I'd expected, and looked utterly harmless with the way he was standing there all loo-de-doo. "I ain't going to hurt you. Just trying to show you the way." I eyed his pocketed hands. "You aren't worried I'm here to hurt her?" "Are you?" "No." We both knew it was a lie. He laughed, then shrugged. "Mary can take care of herself." His focus shifted slightly to my right, almost like he was looking at the sword hilt hidden in my hood. "Might serve you well to keep that in mind." I licked my lips, shaken but not swayed. "Thanks." "She's just 2 fires that way," he said, raising an arm and pointing to the south. He flipped out his thumb. "And 1 east. Purple tent. Can't miss it." I nodded. The directions Garrett had written on the napkin in my pocket mentioned a purple tent. "Thanks," I said again, nodding to him as I moved past him. "Remember what I said," he called after me. I gave him a thumbs up. So, Mary could take care of herself. Well, so could I. I only passed a few more people as I made my way through the tent city. Some were clearly Negerette, kin, while others were markedly human. I could see why Mary and her people had chosen to hide out here, in plain sight. It really was one of the last places I'd have considered looking. For Negerettes, a people capable of amassing insane amounts of wealth due to our ability to see the future, usually, it seemed almost incomprehensible that they would allow themselves to sink to this level. Smart. When Mary's purple tent came into view, just on the far side of that eastbound campfire, my heart rate picked up. This was it. The moment of truth. The beginning of the reckoning. Only one person sat at the fire, back to me, and hood pulled up. "Mary?" I stood between 2 of the tents encircling the fire. "I'm looking for Mary." "Then look no more," the fire tender said, not pushing the hood of a raincoat back, not turning around on her upturned stump, not seeming the least bit interested in me at all. "You've found her." I drew my sword, the shimmering blade emitting a crystalline ring as it came free from the steel-lined scabbard and licked my lips. I could do this. I could do this. I took a deep breath, willing my hands to stop shaking. So, for curiosity's sake, how did you find me? I stood there, sword brandished before me. Someone tipped me off. I see. I don't think you do. My name is Kat Dubois. Genevieve Dubois was my mom. Mary laughed, a hard, cold sound. So, you're working with them, then? I took a step toward her. I'm working with me. Ooh, scary. The lone warrior, she said, mocking me. Well, let's get on with it then. Go ahead. Do your mommy proud. Kill me. You're insane, I said, and despite warning bells ringing in my head, I raised the sword and lunged at her. She moved incredibly fast, spinning on the upturned stump and springing to the left. A sharp, searing pain stabbed into my side, stealing my breath. My momentum vanished, my strength evaporating. The sword tilted downward until the tip pointed to the campfire, then slipped free of my fingers entirely. Now you can join her in non-existence, Mary hissed, her eyes mirroring the blind anger, hatred, and determination that must have shown in mine only a moment ago. This is what you wanted, my mind whispered. I rejected the thought. Consider this payback for what your mom did to mine. What? I gasped. What are you talking about? She killed my mother, Mary snarled, her face so close to mine that her spittle landed on my cheek. No, she didn't. I gritted my teeth, pushing through the pain. My mom thought you did. Mary's jade green eyes opened wide, the corners of her dainty mouth tilting down in a frown. She released the hilt of the dagger she stabbed into my side, just under my rib cage, and I stumbled backward. I sank down to the mucky ground, a hand planted in the mud to keep me upright. But Mary fell back onto the log. But Bree said, Mary shook her head, said she saw Genevieve leaving my mother's room. She was the last one, right before Bree found my mom. And what about Bree? Mary's mouth opened and closed, then opened again. She did a pretty good impression of a fish out of water. Could Bree have done it? It seemed so obvious to me. Where is Bree now? Mary covered her mouth with her hand. She's gone. She went with the others, the rogues. I fell backward into the mud. Oh, God! I heard the squelch of Mary's knees sinking into the earth beside me. A moment later, her tensed face came into view, hovering over me. I could hear the splat, splat, splat of boots running in the mud. Her people coming to aid her, I assumed. So close. Mary's eyes were the most startling shade of green I'd ever seen on a living person. It's funny, the things you notice when you're dying. I'm sorry, Mary said, those jade eyes filled with conviction. I'm so sorry. It hurts. Tears leaked from the corners of my eyes, and my eyelashes fluttered. I'm sorry, Mary repeated. I don't know what to... Kat! It was Dom. I let out a sob, groaning when the action jostled the thing sticking out of my side. I turned my head toward the sound of his approaching footfalls. At first, I thought I was seeing double, because I could have sworn there were two of him running between the tents. But then one of him thrust his hands out, and strands of living, liquid quicksilver shot out of his palms. The vines extended over me, reaching, searching. With incredible, excruciating pain, I turned my head once more, this time to watch the vine's progression. They wrapped around Mary over and over, lifting her up into the air. Her feet didn't touch the ground, her pointed toes reaching, nearly skimming the mud, but not quite. Around us all, a dome of solidified Aught sprang into being. "What? Who are you?" Mary gasped a breath. "You're not kin." Nick ignored her. "Make her tell us if there's a way to reverse it," he said to Dom. "I'll do what I can for Kat." I watched Dom approach Mary. His eyes locked on me, not her. There was so much pain etched into the sharp lines of his face, and so much rage. Nick dropped to his knees on the other side of me, but I no longer had the strength to turn my head. I glanced down as far as I could, watching his hands, those beautiful, strong, sturdy hands, hover around the hilt of the black, obsidian-like dagger sticking out of me. Anti-Aught. Mary had stabbed me with a knife made entirely of anti-Aught, which meant I wouldn't just die, I would be erased, absolutely and completely. "No," Nick said. "Kat, he didn't tell me. I didn't know." Hands shaking, he moved his fingers within a hair's breadth of the dagger. I blinked rapidly and took a shallow, halting breath. I didn't understand what he was talking about, but then that was probably because I was dying. "She says there's a way, Nick," Dom called, and I focused back on him. He was blocking my view of Mary until he turned to the side to look at Nick, at me. "You have to isolate every remaining particle of that black poison and bind it with art. The damage that's done is done, but it should prevent any further unraveling." He turned back to Mary. "Anything else?" She shook her head, her face ashen. "I'm sorry. I thought she was working with the rogues. I didn't know." Dom abandoned her, leaving her hovering in a tangle of Aught vines, and stumbled toward us. "Can you do it?" he asked Nick, sinking to his knees beside me. "I don't know," Nick said. "Maybe. Now shut up. I have to concentrate." "Dom?" I sucked in a halting breath. "Look at me, being rebellious even as I lay dying." Dom took my hand in both of his and leaned in close. "I am here, little sister." I closed my eyes and smiled, just a little. My mind had never been so clear. I didn't want to die. I could see that now. But if I had to, at least Dom was there with me. When I spoke, my voice was the barest whisper. "I'm sorry." Chapter 35. Enemies and Allies. Mary's anti-Aught blade might have damaged my soul, but thanks to Nick, it didn't kill me. I sat on the counter by the register, peering around the shop. It hadn't been an actual working shop in almost a year now. Maybe it was time to fix that. At the prick of a needle gliding through my swollen, torn flesh, I sucked in a breath. "Jesus, Dom." I looked down. That was a mistake, so I stared up at the ceiling instead. Him sewing up my stab wound was almost as bad as the actual stabbing. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to handle much more of Dom's gentle doctoring. Is this really necessary? I mean, I'll heal anyway. Dom gave the suture a tug, and I gasped. Stitch tied off, he glanced up at me with his dark, guarded eyes. "It is not necessary, no, but you will heal 3 times as fast this way." He trimmed the thread, then went to work on the next suture. "Whatever comes next, we should all be at top strength." I focused on the doorway to the back room. The heavy strands of beads were drawn to one side and held back by a decorative hook in the wall. Nick was sitting at the table back there, staring straight ahead, eyes unseeing. It wasn't the expression that he usually wore when his consciousness was turned inward, communing with Ra. This was different. This was new. And really damn unsettling. Mary was here too, strange as it seemed, considering she was target numero uno just a few hours earlier. At the moment, she was in the bathroom, tucked around the corner, cleaning off her tent city grime. She'd brought a duffel bag with her, clean clothes, she'd explained, plus a few odds and ends. None of us were sure what was going to happen next with Mary. Or with me. Or with anything, really. The rogues, what she called the chute-toting members of the kin, who'd gone AWOL after Carson broke Apep out of his original Ott prison, knew where she'd been hiding out, and that reality was enough to keep her away from the tent city and the rest of her people for now. Possibly indefinitely. My eyes returned to Nick, of their own volition. In my mind, I weighed the words he'd spoken earlier, the claims he'd made. He'd had my trust, and he'd shit it. But then he'd gone and saved my life. I wasn't sure if that evened the score or not. I wanted to believe him, but I didn't know if I could anymore. "You have to understand," he said, eyes wild and desperate as they switched from looking down at me to up at Dom in the rearview mirror and back. "I didn't know this would happen. I never thought Ra's interest in you revolved around you dying." We were in the Lexus, Dom driving back to Capitol Hill, and Mary sitting in the front passenger seat. I was in the back seat with Nick, my head on his lap, and his wadded-up t-shirt pressed against my stab wound, just trying to move as little as possible. I stared up at Nick as he spoke, studying the changes in his expression, measuring the truth in his words. "I swear, Kat, I didn't know he wanted you to die." "But I didn't die. At least, not yet." Nick looked down at me and brushed a few stray strands of hair from my face, his hands coming to rest on either side of my head, almost cradling me there in his lap. I'd never seen so much pain in his pale blue eyes, so much anger, so much anything. Indifference was his usual modus operandi. That and being a dick. "He won't shut up," Nick said. "He just keeps shouting that you should be dead." He swallowed roughly, then turned his head to look out the window. "I've felt him slipping, becoming more erratic, taking bigger risks. He used to share everything he learned in the Ott with me, but he rarely shares anything these days. I've been keeping him subdued with pain. He hates pain. But now," he shook his head, squeezing his eyes shut, "he's screaming for me to fix it, to finish it." I stiffened. To do what? Dom brought the car to a stop. He pushed open his door, got out, then yanked Nick's door open. "Out. Switch seats with Mary." "I won't do it," Nick said. "I won't hurt her." "But he might." Dom's voice brokered no arguing. And then there was his face. "I'm in control." "Good," Dom said. "Stay that way. And switch seats with Mary." Nick had been zoned out ever since. "This is the last one," Dom said, guiding the curved needle through my skin one last time. "Bummer," I said, voice strained. "I was just starting to enjoy it." Dom breathed out a laugh and paused, the needle having just passed all the way through me. He bowed his head, quiet for a long moment. When he finally looked up at me, raising his eyes to meet mine, my chest tightened. "I was so afraid." "Don't," I said, cutting him off. "Please, Dom. If you'll make me cry, and I think that'll hurt like a bitch." Dom smiled, softening his sharp features. "So, no more visits to the aunt for you. Mary's knife might not have killed me, and Nick may have saved me from certain non-existence by binding all of the anti-Ott particles with regular Ott. But there would still be lasting side effects. The initial contact had severed my ba from the yacht. I would never again be able to ascend to that higher plane to watch time play out around me in the echoes. "How are you handling it?" Dom asked, tying off the final suture. "Oh, you know." I started to shrug, but cringed when the movement tugged on the stitches. "I don't think it's really sunk in yet." "I would imagine not." Dom cleaned the wound one last time and bandaged me up. "Let me know when it begins to itch," he said. "I'll need to remove the stitches." I nodded, gingerly slipping off the counter. The bathroom door opened just a few seconds after my feet touched the hardwood floor, and Mary came around the corner. She looked like an entirely different person. Long, sleek black hair, pulled back into a high ponytail, navy slacks, lilac blouse, and high-heeled pumps. This was a successful young businesswoman, not someone you'd find in a tent city inhabited by Seattle's transient population. She dumped her duffel bag by the wall behind the checkout counter and headed for the table in the back room. "I can't possibly explain to you how good it feels to be clean." She started scooting my mom's violet armchair away from the table. "Not that one," I said, knowing it was rude and not caring. That was my mom's chair. If anyone was going to sit there, it was me. Mary glanced at me, eyebrows raised. "Oh, the corner," I said, pointing to a small padded chair tucked away there under a stack of books, twin to the one Nick occupied. Slowly, I made my way into the back room, Dom following behind me. I could practically feel him hovering. "Just move everything to the floor, it's fine," I told Mary, clenching my teeth. I eased down into the violet armchair. I was surprised by how right I felt, sitting there. Mary dragged the smaller chair to the table, then sat. "So, what next?" I didn't know how old she was. That factoid hadn't been in the videos with my mom. Based on the way she spoke, I'd have guessed she was on the younger side, but I couldn't say for sure. After all, just look at Nick. He sounded as young and modern as me, most of the time, but he was old as dirt. "I believe a free exchange of information might be the best way to proceed," Dom suggested. He stood behind me, his hands resting on the top of the armchair. I glanced up at him. "There's another chair in the—" He shook his head. "I'm fine standing." After Mary nodded, Dom and I started sharing all that had happened after my mom and Carson came to us on Bainbridge. So much talking, so many deep breaths, quickly became painful for me, and Dom took over completely. "My God," Mary whispered when Dom finished telling her about the day my mom was killed. "That's insane." Eyebrows raised, I nodded my agreement. Mary leaned forward in her chair, her forearms resting on the edge of the table and her hands clasped together. "I'm so sorry, Kat," she said, eyes on me. "I really thought Genevieve—" She shook her head, her eyes downcast. "Perhaps it's best if I start at the beginning." She took a deep breath. "You see, Carson and I were involved." She paused, looking back and forth between Dom and me, like she was waiting for judgmental gasps and pointed fingers. "We know," Dom assured her. "Jen told us." I snorted softly. "And trust me, I understand." A twisted sneer curled my lips. Carson and I had a thing once." Mary's gaze locked with mine, and in that moment, something clicked between us. "I thought I loved him." She made a choking noise. "I did love him, which is so much worse, because it just proves how much of a fool I was." "Love makes fools of us all," Dom said. "Maybe." Mary let out a disparaging laugh. "Thinking about it, about him, makes me sick to my stomach." "Yep, totally understand," I said,
Mary smiled at me. Carson was kin by birth, his true nature hidden in the Aut by several of our people, as is the way with all of us. He recruited Genevieve, suggested poisoning the Meswet's sister as a way to prove her loyalty and worthiness to us, which we didn't approve, by the way, but accepted as adequate proof after the fact. And because Carson knew you all, he became an integral part of our rushed mission to retrieve the Apep sphere. Again, her focus switched back and forth between Dom and me, which, I swear, we never intended to open. Dom and I exchanged a glance. "Why go to all the trouble of stealing it, then?" he asked. "Leverage. We were going to use it as a threat to get the council to listen to us, but," she sighed, "our biggest mistake was putting Carson on duty guarding the Apep sphere. At shift change, some of the other guards reported seeing him talking to the sphere, but when questioned on the matter, he claimed he was dictating notes for a research project into a voice recorder." "He was talking to Apep," I said, staring at Nick. He still wore that far-off, lost expression. His shoot power made it so he could hear through the Aut. "As I suspected," Mary said. "I don't know whether it was his intention all along, or if his conversations with Apep poisoned his mind, but Carson slowly built a circle of close friends who, over time, withdrew from the mainstream kin teachings. I'm not proud to admit it, but they really worked me over. They convinced me that my mom's ways were too lax and inclusive, too passive, and that the tyranny of the Council of Seven could only be fought with violence. Unlike my mother, I didn't want to work with the council anymore. I had no interest in reforming them. I wanted to overthrow the council completely." "Which is why my mom thought you killed May," I said. "I know, and I doubt the shame will ever leave me." Mary hung her head. "She must have been so disappointed." I almost couldn't believe how easy it was to relate to this woman, this kin Negerette, who I'd been dead set on destroying just a few hours earlier. I felt the urge to reach out to her, to pat her on the shoulder, or even hug her. I suppressed it, leaning back in my chair. "Trust me, Mary, I can relate." A humorless laugh escaped from her, and slowly she raised her head. Her eyes were bloodshot, making the jade irises stand out that much more. But her jaw was tensed. She wasn't about to blubber about all of her troubles. I admired her for that. Mary took a deep breath, then continued her story. "We found the shards of the Aut sphere on the floor, near where it had been stored." Mary shook her head. "He must have wanted us to find them, or he would have returned them to the other side. He wanted us to know that not only was our leverage gone, but Apep was once again free to terrorize the world, and because of us, he had a damn powerful host." "And afterwards?" Dom asked. "You mentioned rogues, the ones who've since abandoned you, your people and your cause. Were you referring to Carson's trusted comrades?" My focus shifted to Dom. He was slipping into interrogator mode. It was impossible to miss the transition after watching so many hours of recordings of him interviewing and questioning my mom. But when his eyes flicked my way, meeting mine for a moment, I blinked back to Mary. She laughed under her breath. As it turned out, Carson had a lot more friends than I'd known about. Nearly a fifth of my people vanished overnight, and I've been bleeding people steadily ever since. She looked at me, her reddened eyes filled with hopelessness. The kin are down to about 2/3 of our original numbers, and it's been sheer desperation and a whole lot of promises and compromise that's kept even that number intact. Her gaze slipped off me, unfocusing. They don't trust me anymore. Not completely. And the rogues want me dead because they think I betrayed Carson by not following him. There's no way to win. So they're the ones who told us where to find you, I asked, thinking back to that afternoon in Garrett's studio, his lair. Had it really only been yesterday? It felt like years had passed between then and now. Like years and like no time at all. Mary nodded. Had to be them. They killed my friend, made him jump through a window. Mary's gaze snapped to my face. That would be Nicolaj. He's always been able to bend another to his will with his voice. It doesn't work on Negerettes, but it's dangerous nonetheless. He and Carson were very close. So you really didn't have anything to do with that? I asked. She laughed that increasingly familiar, dry, sarcastic laugh. What? And sick a crazy chick with a death wish and a big-ass sword of aught on myself? Do you have any idea how terrified I was, sitting there, with you behind me, knowing you were seconds from trying to kill me? I shook my head, her confession shocking me into silence. She'd seemed so calm and collected, so sure of herself. I'd been the one bumbling into the encounter, practically throwing myself into her anti-aught dagger. I laughed under my breath. Maybe I should thank her for stabbing me, because it woke me up when nothing else could. I'd had a death wish, but Mary's blade had cured me of that. For good. The pocket watch, Nick said, his voice strained. All eyes snapped to him. It was the first time he'd spoken since switching seats with Mary in the car. The first time his eyes held any kind of focus. He stared at Dom, just above my head. Ask about the pocket watch. I craned my neck to look up at Dom. His expression darkened, his sharp features hardening and his hawkish gaze locked on Mary. You made the pocket watch that was sent to the Miss Wet, obviously. The one made of anti-aught. His voice was quiet, pointed, and far from gentle. Unless there is another like you? No, there's only me. Mine seems to be a talent one must be born with. It cannot be learned. Why did you want to unmake the Mizwet? I didn't. Mary shook her head vehemently, eyes wide and filled with confusion. I have no idea what you're talking about. You don't recall creating such a watch? No, I do. I just never sent it to anyone. Mary looked at me, then returned her focus to Dom. It was a practice piece. I'd been working on making more and more complicated things, honing my skill. I was bored. Then, one day, a few of the things I'd made were just gone. And that was the end of it? You didn't try to find them? These things that can unmake a negere from the bar out? Of course I did, Mary snapped. But when my mother found out about it, she told me not to worry about it because those missing pieces of anti-aught, as you call it, play a part in the future. Which May knew because she could travel through time, Dom clarified. Mary nodded. Mother had this thing she called the one true path. It was the way to a specific future she'd visited, one where kin and council found a way to work together, where we weren't outcasts, relegated to hiding in the shadows any longer. She said, "The council," Nick said. His fingers were curled into such tight fists that his nails gouged his skin and blood seeped from his palms. I had no doubt that we were witnessing his attempt to keep Ra subdued, through pain. Take her to the council. He slammed his fist on the table, and his eyes flashed from pale blue to opalescent white. No, they should be wiped off the face of this earth. His irises switched back and forth,
between shades, over and over and over, until his gaze grew distant once more. He muttered under his breath in a language I didn't understand. It had an almost alien sound, like the syllables hadn't been meant for human tongue, lips, teeth, or vocal cords. Really freaking disturbed, I stood and backed away from the table, throwing furtive glances Dom's way. His face displayed the same horror I felt. If Nick was losing it, if Ra was losing it, then I feared for all of our futures. Ra had been the showrunner for so long, calling the shots and guiding our way when nobody else would or could. But this person looked like he belonged in a padded cell, somewhere he wouldn't be able to hurt himself or others. I was more worried about the others. I was more worried about me. "What's going on?" Mary asked, her expression more confused than horrified. I figured the horror would set in once she learned who, or rather what, Nick was. The host to one of the co-creators of our universe, who was apparently losing it. Big time. I have no idea. I looked at Dom while I said it, but he offered me no reassurances, only shaking his head. Do we take her to the council, or... I was having a hard time determining which was Ra's desire and which was Nick's. Do it. Nick or Ra or whoever was in charge whispered between clenched teeth. It was the single most terrifying deliverance of 2 words, of 4 letters, I'd ever heard in my entire life. He dragged his eyes upward, meeting mine. They were blue, for the moment. The council. Take her. The color flashed to that inhuman white again. No. His irises flickered between the 2 colors, between the 2 personalities, the 2 souls, in a never-ending, dizzying pattern. He closed his eyes and dropped his head to the table, resting his forehead on the backs of his hands. Dom and I stared at each other, the breaths and heartbeats stretching out, uncounted. He nodded first, and I answered the same way. Okay. I shifted my gaze to Mary. Looks like you're coming with us. Any objection? Wide-eyed, Mary shook her head. I don't really have a choice. It's go with you guys or start running. Nicolaj and Bree and the others, they're so much more powerful together than I am alone, and staying with my people just puts them in danger. She looked utterly defeated and absolutely desperate. Nick's choice, bringing her to the council, had to be our best option. If we brought her to Bainbridge, she and the council could come to some sort of an agreement, maybe even figure out a way to work together rather than against each other. Then the kin and council Negerettes could join forces against these rogues. It seemed like the best plan. I couldn't imagine why Ra was fighting against it so hard. I would have you understand one thing, Dom said. There is no way for us to guarantee that the council will not imprison you or use you to draw the remainder of the kin. She slid her fist down the length of her sleek black ponytail. You know, we haven't just been twiddling our thumbs in that shithole, my people and I. We've been collecting data and documentation. If my people don't hear from me by the end of the day today, they'll release a file containing irrefutable evidence proving the existence of Negerettes. Her gaze was steady on Dom. The whole world will know about us, for better or for worse, and the fallout will be chaos, for us, for you, and for the rogues. She pressed her lips together in a grim smile. I'll give you one guess as to which side is more likely to survive in that scenario. You wouldn't, I said on my exhale. Mary's gaze shifted to me, her green eyes diamond hard. People depend on me. Their lives are my responsibility. I will do what has to be done. I held my hands up, like that motion of surrender alone might appease her. Tread carefully, I reminded myself. It might have seemed like we had a lot in common, but clearly we were very different people. Warning noted, Dom said, not sounding the least bit surprised. I stared at him, frowning. I shall make sure the Council of Seven is aware of your conditions before we arrive. Before we leave here, you may use the landline to alert your people that you are all right. I only ask that you keep us aware of any changes to your contingency plan, so that we don't accidentally trigger your people into doing something they will regret. I realized my mouth was hanging open and closed it. Do we have an agreement? Dom asked. Mary nodded. Slowly, Nick raised his head off the table. I checked his eyes first, pale blue, then scanned the rest of his face. Not too strained, too tensed, almost peaceful, until his jaw twitched. He was barely holding it together. Reading the question in my eyes, he forced a razor-thin smile. I'm fine, kitty cat, he shivered, the jerky motion making the table shake. For the moment. Chapter 36. Susie and Cyrus. Are you even listening? Why, oh, why couldn't I just keep my mouth shut? Marcus crossed his arms over his chest and shook his head infinitesimally. A quick sweep of the other council members, especially the ones on the video screens, told me that Marcus was the least offended by my outburst. At least, besides my dad, Set. He seemed to be trying to hide a smile. I exchanged a look with Mary, who didn't seem surprised by the council's reaction to her conditions. I, however, was flabbergasted. After another quick scan of the council members, I settled my stare on cold, hard Ivan. How he was related to Alexander, or Lex, Alice, or Jenny was beyond me, but he was. You're kidding, right? This is a joke. You're not seriously willing to gamble that Mary's people don't actually have the documentation to back up their threat, are you? I made an ugly, guttural noise deep in my throat. How are you even still talking about this? Oh my God, why was I still talking? You should be doing something. Just listen to her and stop being so damn closed-minded. Ivan's gaze slid past me, landing on Marcus. I do not understand the reason for this one's continued presence. This one being me. Honestly, neither did I. It had been one of Mary's initial conditions that I remain with her when she visited the council. She'd said she trusted me, that we shared a bond none of them would understand. She'd claimed she wanted me as her council liaison and that she would only work with them, talk to them, if I was with her. That was almost a month ago. Thus my exasperation. The council were a bunch of slugs. Katarina tracked down the leader of the kin before we found even a single member, Marcus said. As general of our people, I say she has earned a position at our wartime council. If you disagree, speak now. Or shut up was left unsaid. There was silence all around. Hell, I was tempted to speak now because it was so obvious to me that I didn't belong there. But I wanted to be there. You know, watch history happen and all that. So I kept my stupid mouth shut. Wonderful, Marcus said. Now, perhaps if Mary were willing to produce the documents she claims to have, the council could move past this matter and onto actual negotiations. I looked at Mary, eyebrows raised. I honestly didn't know if she had the stuff to back up her claims. I figured she did, because that would be one hell of a bluff. Hard, documented evidence of our kind, compiled into a neat, transmittable, broadcastable file. I've been waiting for you to ask, Mary said, She reached into her pocket and produced a small, neon green thumb drive, which she set on the table. I keep a copy of the folder and files with me at all times. All of my people do. We also keep backups on various clouds. Secured, of course, she said with a small smile. With the tip of her pointer finger, she slid the thumb drive across the table to Marcus. Go ahead. Check the files. Take as long as you need. For the sake of my people's safety and livelihood, I'm eager to move forward with negotiations when you're ready. I move that we close council chamber doors during review to all but active council members, Ivan said. Marcus nodded. Very well, Chaos erupted on the conference room table in the form of multicolored smoke that cleared to reveal two plump, pink, naked newborn babies. Everybody sitting around the table, me, Mary, Nick, Set, Heru, Dom, stood to some degree or another at the sudden arrival of the two infants. Eyes were opened wide, jaws had dropped, and shock had stolen our voices. One of the babies, the girl, hiccuped and started fussing quietly. The boy just kept on sleeping. I gulped a breath of air, heart still racing. Is that? The twins, Nick said, cutting my question off. It was the first time he'd spoken to me in nearly a month. Yes. After a few more seconds of stunned silence and staring, Mary, of all people, leaned forward and gathered the little girl in her arms, cradling her against her chest and cooing softly. She gave me a pointed look, her eyes shifting between me and the baby boy. I held up my hands defensively. I wouldn't even know where to start, I told her. I looked to Marcus for help. He'd raised lots of kids. Surely he knew what to do. Or at least how to hold it, the baby. After all, the kid was his. But Marcus wasn't looking at the lonely little boy snoring softly on the table. He was staring at Nick. Dominic took care of the neglected baby situation by carefully slipping his hands under the boy's head and bottom and sliding him closer until he was cradling the little guy close, almost an exact mimic of Mary. Where's Lex? Marcus's voice was quiet, his words precise. I turned my head, looking from him to Nick. It was a damn good question, because her babies were here, but Lex was nowhere in sight. Nick blinked, his eyes fading from pale blue to shimmering white. I cannot say, because I do not know. Suddenly, he was glaring at me. Because the art is now permanently misaligned, because Katerina refused to die. Part 3. Out of Time. Lex. Chapter 37. Ghosts and Memories. I lay on the polished odd floor of Newen's tomb until the last hidden vestiges of my survival instincts awakened within me. Delivery had been bloody and damaging enough to my body to trigger my reactivated regenerative abilities, and after a long nap, I barely ached at all anymore. I also looked like I'd dropped about 20 pounds from my pre-baby weight. Regeneration was a gift with a hefty price. Driven by desperate hunger, I sought out the food stored in my satchel. I wolfed down the first loaf of molasses bread like it wasn't some dense, slightly sticky thing, akin to a protein bar. It eased the hunger pains, if only a little. I'd never truly understood what it felt like to be starving. It's something I used to say all the time. I'm starving. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. If I don't eat something soon, I might die. I understood it now. I attacked the wheel of cheese next, not even bothering to peel off any part of the rind. I figured it probably wasn't poisonous, and even if it was, I was really only delaying the inevitable right now. Best case scenario, The rind gave me more calories, a little more time to wallow in self-pity, thinking about my babies and all the things I wouldn't get to experience, wouldn't get to see, as I wasted away in this underground tomb. The bitterest disappointment came from knowing I wouldn't get to raise my children. I hadn't failed. The twins had been born, whole and healthy, and, so far as I knew, had returned to their native timeline. To my native timeline. I didn't even blame them for leaving me behind. They were just babies. They hadn't known any better. I astounded myself with the ferocity with which I devoured the wheel of cheese, moving on to the second loaf of molasses bread once it, too, was nothing but a fond memory. I forced myself to take my time, reducing the loaf to just a corner chunk and crumbs in a luxurious several minutes. Sighing, I stared at the last bit of bread, wishing it would sprout a whole other loaf. All I had left now was that small nugget and the packet of dried boar meat sitting on the floor beyond my knee. I opened the oilcloth. 6 strips. I picked one up, tearing off half with my teeth and chewing methodically. I was aiming for efficiency. I couldn't afford any wasted energy. When the boar meat had gone the way of the cheese, I polished off the last bit of the molasses bread. I no longer felt starving, but I was far from sated. The water filling my water skin was lukewarm, but still refreshing, and it mimicked the sensation of a full belly for a blissful moment. But soon that, too, was gone. I sat on the floor for several minutes, staring at my bag and wondering if tales of boiled leather soup had been true, and whether or not leather needed to be boiled at all in order to be edible. My stomach growled. Frustrated, I stood on shaky legs and wandered into the large, arch-ceilinged chamber directly beyond Newen's tomb. It was the first addition I'd made to the underground structure when I'd expanded upon it some unknown years ago, creating my sanctuary. I'd inscribed countless words on the walls, communicating with Marcus across the chasm of time in the only way I could. I started reading from one wall, at random, hating the words because they'd been written by a version of me who still had a future, who still had things to look forward to. These words had been written by me in a time when I didn't know that this was how I would end. But does it have to be? I didn't want to die here. I wanted anything besides me dying here, underground and alone while my children grew up motherless. My body would remain in here, locked away until Marcus opened the tomb in several thousand years. Wait a minute. That never happened, or wouldn't happen. The future had already been written, because it was my past, and one single certainty about the future past shed a glowing beam of hope straight into my heart. Marcus hadn't found my body in this tomb. Marcus hadn't found any body in here, except for Newen's, especially not mine, which meant there was a way out. I just had to find it. I must have done at least 7 circuits around the complex of underground chambers, each more frantic than the last. There were 33 rooms, each unique, and each lacking even the faintest hint of a way out, which I'd already known because I'd built almost the whole damn place, and I hadn't included any sort of hidden escape tunnel. But I hadn't built the whole place. The entry chamber, Newen's actual tomb, had been built by him untold eons ago. That fact made laps around my mind as I returned to the entry chamber. It has to be something in here. I stood in the central doorway, set in the wall opposite the steep stairs, leading up to the one and only exit. I'd sealed the exit myself, keying the solidified Ott barrier to the unique combination of Marcus's and my bonding pheromones. If I'd had a vial containing some of his pheromones, like he had of mine, then I'd have no problem leaving. The door would dissolve as soon as I touched it, and that would be that. Would be, if I had a vial of his pheromones. I scanned the glowing pearlescent walls, seeing the symbols etched into the surface, and looking for any outliers, anything that stood out as a possible button or latch or keyhole or anything. When the visual scan proved fruitless, I switched to a more tactile approach, running my hands up and down the wall's surface. I made sure to feel around and within the engraved depression of each and every symbol. Nothing. With the tips of my fingers, I traced the seam where wall met floor, all the way around the room. Nothing. Desperate, exhausted, and a little dizzy, I examined every inch of the rectangular dais displaying Nguyen's perfectly preserved body at the center of the room. Come on. Come on. Come on. I repeated the words over and over, a mantra keeping me going in spite of the yawning ache in my belly and the weakness settling into my limbs and the fog invading my mind as my energy stores depleted. But still, I found nothing. No way out. No clue. Not a damn thing. A dull headache thrummed in the base of my skull, reminding me, not so subtly, that I'd gone too long without food and water. I rested my forehead against the transparent aught barrier encasing Nguyen's body, and closed my eyes. How? I said, voice cracking. How do I get out? I opened my eyes and stared at Nguyen's familiar, peaceful features. He looked so much like Marcus, and my mind was so wary that it was easy to confuse who was actually lying there. Lifeless perfection taunting me, tricking me, fooling me that it was Marcus instead of Nguyen. How do I get back to you? I whispered. Tears welled as I stared at his face, as I missed his touch, as I started to accept that this was it for me. This was how I would die. How? This time the word was barely understandable, dripping as it was with misery and self-pity. I would never get to hold my babies again. I would never see them grow up. I would never witness the wonder that was them. With a sob, I sank down to my knees. How? Courage, dear Lex. My spine stiffened, and my breath lodged in my chest. That voice. It was an impossible voice. It was a voice that no longer existed. It was the voice of the dead, the gone. Slowly, I lifted my head and looked through the transparent sarcophagus. Nguyen still rested within in his sleep-like death. So how had I heard his voice? Neck frozen in place, I peered out of the corner of my eye, searching for the speaker, searching for a ghost. He stood halfway up the stairway, hands clasped behind his back, and resplendent robe shimmering with brilliant colors. Nguyen? I clambered to my feet, focus shifting from the very real body mere inches from me to the same man standing on the stairs. How? Are you real? He smiled his kind, familiar smile and started down the stairs. Once his descent was complete, he paused and held his arms out at his sides. I am here. I couldn't tear my eyes from him. But you're also in here. I patted the top of the sarcophagus. So how can you be real? He raised his eyebrows, steepling his fingers under his chin. Reality is such a fluid idea, don't you think? I licked my lips. I don't. I shook my head. My brain wasn't capable of making sense of what I was seeing. Real. Unreal. Nguyen clasped his fingers together and lowered his hands. Does it truly matter? He'd talk me in circles if I let him, and I didn't have time for that. I guess not. I eyed him. Why are you here? His face broke into a genuine, heartwarming smile. To help you, of course. I blinked, opened my mouth, then shut it again.
You are stuck, dearest one. You feel you have no way out. You are giving up.
His smile turned sly.
But you should not. There is something you are missing.
I shook my head and took a step toward him. But I've looked everywhere. Literally. If you know of something I missed, I'm all ears.
I'm all ears,
he repeated, laughing under his breath.
English is such a funny language.
I raised my eyebrows. Newen? He shook his head, still chuckling.
The answer is not out here,
he said, closing the distance between us. He raised his hand, resting his palm over my heart.
But in here.
I searched his rainbow eyes. I don't understand. He lowered his hand.
Think about it, my Alexandra. There are no doors, no passageways or tunnels. The solidified art is just as impenetrable as ever, and you don't have any of Heru's bonding pheromone to trigger the release.
His eyes locked with mine.
What is the only possible way in or out?
Yet again, I shook my head. Newen frowned, the expression thoughtful.
Let me rephrase. What would a person need in order to get in or out of here?
I drew my lower lip between my teeth, eyes narrowing. My and Heru's bonding pheromones.
Besides that, what else might someone possess that would allow them passage out of here?
I don't know, I said, head aching and exasperation and hunger wearing down my patience. I guess Nick would be able to get in here. My eyes widened as Newen's coaxing smile spread into a grin. Because he has a chute, I added. The only other way in or out of here is with a chute. Slowly, Newen nodded, and I mirrored the motion.
Indeed, it is.
My shoulders slumped. But I don't have a chute.
No?
Newen rubbed the side of his jaw.
Is that a fact? Is that something that we know with a certainty? Just as we know you don't have access to any of Heru's bonding pheromone, and that your body will not be found in here when Heru gains access in the 21st century. Do we know that you don't have a chute?
Well, I frowned. No, I guess I don't know it, but I think I'd be able to tell if I randomly sprouted a shoot.
Would you now?
My frown deepened. Is that even a thing that can happen? Could someone grow a shoot?
Is that not what Aset did when she brought Nekure into the world? Did she not grow a shoot along with a child?
I stared at him, mouth gaping open as my sluggish thoughts caught up, and I thought, once again, of my own children. A spike of longing speared through my chest. I was desperate to hold them in my arms again. I raised one hand to my forehead and rubbed my temples, focusing on the most pressing issue. Are you saying that the shoots my children would have had are somehow still in me?
They were displaced by my and Apep's shoots, and they didn't simply vanish.
He leaned in like he was about to share a secret.
A shoot, once created, can never be destroyed.
He straightened.
So, where else could they have gone?
I shook my head, absolutely dumbfounded. I don't know. But even as I struggled with disbelief, with hope in the face of near defeat, I felt my body weakening further. I leaned against Nguyen's coffin. Yes, the other Nguyen said. Your increasing weakness is a problem. You will need more energy if you're to have any chance of accessing and controlling your shoots. His eyes slid to the corner of the chamber where I'd rested after giving birth. It looked rather gruesome now. I followed his line of sight. He was staring at the placenta. The blood drained from my face. You're not saying... It is the only thing left within these walls with any nutritional value. But you want to get out of here, do you not? Yes, but I stared at the globby sack of flesh and blood that looked way too much like a gory jellyfish, bile rising up my throat. And you wish to see your children again? And Heru? Of course, but I gagged involuntarily. So, what is the problem? This is the only way. I swallowed, barely. But I don't have any way to cook it. Dying was the last thing I wanted in the entire world. Next to last was eating that thing raw. Nguyen transformed, his robe morphing into a black wool coat and dark gray trousers, and his eyes bleeding from multi-hued and swirling to a glowing, black-rimmed gold. I sucked in a breath. Marcus? Want and need, little Ivanov. The corner of his mouth twitched, his eyes burning with intensity. Want and need. My knees gave out, and I fell to the floor. My head hitting the smooth ot with a thwack. Stars burst to life, drowning out the soft glow emanating from the walls, and quickly faded to darkness. Chapter 38. Perception and Reality. I woke to the scent of frying meat. It smelled sort of like beef, but more metallic and minerally than your standard ribeye. It reminded me of the scent of beef liver, which Grandma Suze cooked once a year on her not-so-late husband's birthday. Apparently, it was one of Alexander's favorite dishes. I'd only eaten it a couple times as a little girl, but I remembered not hating it. I also remembered not loving it. I see you're up, lazy bones. My eyes popped open, and I sat up, gingerly, as necessitated by the pang of pain throbbing on the side of my head, an unwelcome accompaniment to my dehydration headache and the hunger pains gnawing away in my stomach. Grandma? I stared around the tomb, unsurprised to discover that Nguyen's body was my only companion. Her voice had been a dream. She couldn't be here. She hasn't even been born yet, I reminded myself. Oh, come now, Lex. Grandma Suze came bustling through the doorway opposite the stairs, wearing her favorite apron, the white and pink one that looked like a lady's tennis outfit, and carrying a plate piled high with piping hot, perfectly seared beef liver. Never let the facts get in the way of a good story. I couldn't help but smile. I scooted around on my butt and rested my back against the dais. What are you doing here? She bustled over, the crystal beads on the chain of her eyeglasses sparkling as they shifted and reflected the wall's gentle glow. I'd think that was obvious. You look hungry enough to eat a whole elephant, sweetheart. She smiled and offered me the plate. This won't be nearly so bad, I promise. I accepted the plate with a thanks and a smile, setting it on my lap before looking back up at my grandma. I miss you, I said, chin trembling. I miss all of you. Oh, honey. Grandma Suze lowered herself to the floor with creaks and groans and sat beside me. I'm always with you.
wherever you are. Just close your eyes and listen with your heart, and you'll hear my voice, cheering you on." I swiped a stray tear from under my eye, then swept a preventative wipe under the other and sniffed. "Go on, Lex, sweetie. Eat up before it gets cold." With a weak smile of thanks, I picked up the fork and knife from the plate and cut into a chunk of meat. "Will you tell me a story, Grandma? Like you used to?" "Oh, gee, I suppose I can handle that." She pursed her lips. "Now, let's see." I chewed for a moment longer, then swallowed my first bite. It was softer than I'd expected and way more metallic tasting than the liver she'd cooked had ever been. "How about the story of how you and Grandpa met?" "Alexander?" Grandma laughed out loud, patting her knee. "Oh, sweetie, you're not old enough for that story." I was about to protest, reminding her that I'd just given birth, but she settled her hands in her lap and spoke first. "Have I ever told you about the day Alice was born?" "Mom?" I frowned. "If you did, it was a long time ago, because I don't remember it at all." I took another bite. "Well, then, let me refresh your memory." She smiled, a light of warm remembrance filling her rheumy brown eyes. "I was just filling the tub for a good long soak when my water broke." "Feeling better, sweetheart?" Grandma Suze asked when I set the empty plate on the floor beside me. I nodded, leaning my head back and sighing. "Much better." She leaned forward and patted my knee. "Good." With a hand on the corner of the dais, she pulled herself up to her feet. "You rest now, Lex. Gather your strength. You have a lot to do today." Fondly, I watched her sort of hobble up the stairs, then walk straight through the aught barrier blocking the doorway out to the oasis, like it wasn't any more substantial than air. My smile wilted as reality sank in. I was delirious. She hadn't really been here, and that hadn't been beef liver. I forced myself to look down at my hands, regretting it the instant I did. Blood coated my fingers and palms and dripped down my wrists. I gagged, but managed to hold the placenta in with a hand over my mouth and eyes squeezed shut. Full-blown hallucination or not, one element had been real. I felt better, stronger. It didn't matter how I'd regained that strength, only that I had. Only that I now had a chance. While I sat and digested, and did my best not to think about what I was digesting, I considered my possibilities. Shoot-wise, assuming not Nguyen had been right, there were only 3 shoot powers I could come up with that would allow me to get out of the tomb. The ability to manipulate physical aught, the ability to make spatial jumps, and the ability to travel through time. I figured I had to have one of those powers by default. Lucky for me, I had practice with all 3. I touched the wall and thought, lights off, with all my might. Darkness, complete and utter, surrounded me. "Shit," I hissed, thinking on, with a franticness that was matched only by a sudden rush of excitement. When the glow returned to the walls, extra bright, I raced up the stairs, slamming my hands against the blockade and willing it away. Nothing happened. "Come on," I breathed, thinking harder, willing the aught barrier away, harder. I gritted my teeth. "Come on." Still, nothing happened. It didn't matter how many times I tried, or how hard I focused. The only change I managed was painting the opalescent aught with smeared, bloody handprints. The barrier wouldn't budge. Turning around and leaning my back against the unopenable door, I looked around the chamber below. Like something down there might make any of this make sense. I ran my fingers through my sweat-crusted hair, cringing when the sticky blood tangled it further. Gross. I brushed my hands off on the sides of my shift.
It was already ruined anyway. Okay, what am I missing? I stared down at Nguyen's coffin, hoping he would reappear and give me more guidance, except I was fairly certain he'd just been a figment of my imagination. Him and Marcus and Grandma Sue's, conjurations of my subconscious mind, projected outwards to give the appearance of someone being there to help me. I'd read about things like that happening to people when they were in dire situations, lost in a cave or stranded at sea. Who's to say being marooned in time is any different? All right, Lex, I said. Think like Nguyen. Come on. One hand on my hip, I tapped the opposite index finger against my lips while I thought aloud. I was assuming that being able to make aught glow was tied to the ability to physically manipulate it, but that's clearly wrong, so I nodded to myself, turning the glow of the walls on and off once more to confirm that I could do it. That's clearly the power afforded me from one of the shoots, but I had twins, so there should be 2 shoots. I narrowed my eyes. It could be totally different, a completely unrelated power, and it has to be something that can get me out of here. Turning around, I stared at the aught barrier, barring my way, and thought, not through, but something more like other side. Unyielding blackness surrounded me once more. For a moment, I thought I'd accidentally turned the wall's glow off again, but then I remembered what lay beyond the tomb's door. The oasis, cut off from the outside world completely by an aught dome, covered with a layer of rock and sand. It was just a bigger, darker tomb. I'd shifted through space, landing on the other side of the door. I jumped back into Nguyen's tomb, a plan already forming in my mind. I took the steps 2 at a time and quickly repacked my bag with what little I had left. After adjusting the leather straps, I buckled the sword harness back over my chest and drew my sword, willing it to glow as the wall's light died out. And once again, I ascended the stairs. The spatial shifts seemed to tire me the most, so I decided to take it slow, traveling by foot as much as possible, using my sword as a torch lighting my way. Besides, I was out of practice, and spatial shifts were sort of a precision skill, at least when emotion wasn't the driving force behind them. I had no idea how much distance I could cover, or if longer leaps would tire me more than short hops. I was used to the shoot of a full-fledged netgere, which I was guessing packed a lot more punch than my minor shoot. Better safe than sorry. The last thing I wanted to do was kill myself by accident. Not when it was looking like I had a real shot at surviving this, of seeing the twins again, especially because I had a pretty good reason to believe that the ability to move through space and time were linked, because that was what May could do. At the top of the stairs, I turned, gave Nguyen a small salute, and shifted out of the tomb, taking the first tiny step in the unfathomably long journey home. Chapter 39, Sun and Moon. There had been a moderately high creep-out factor in Nguyen's tomb, what with his body being down there and the whole buried alive issue, and yet it was a flickering match to the roaring inferno of creepiness that was the abandoned Netgerat oasis. Visible only by my sword's otherworldly glow, the oasis was alive with shadows that moved just beyond the edge of my vision. Every heartbeat brought another trick of the eye. I held every other breath, thinking I'd heard something ahead or behind me. I was tempted to hightail it up to the tunnel and shift through the final aught barrier, separating me from the outside world, and I would have, if not for what awaited me outside the oasis. Sand and heat and nothing else for hundreds of miles. Even with my newly discovered shoots and the abilities they afforded me, I wasn't willing to venture out into the Sahara without stocking up on what little provisions this haunting underground city could provide, namely water. One glance at the nearest tree told me it had died long ago, and that the plentiful gardens and orchards scattered about would be little more than skeletons of what had once been. But the stream that snaked through the oasis flowed with pure, crisp water, fed by a plentiful and reliable underground spring. It was the reason Nguyen had chosen this place as the tucked-away Negeray homeland in the first place. As quietly as possible, I picked my way across the decrepit garden, stretching between the entrance to Nguyen's tomb and his breathtaking palace, passing by the massive arched doorways on my way to the stream just beyond. The sounds echoing throughout the dome were an eerie reminder of just how hollow this place truly was. I glanced up and shivered. Nguyen's crystalline palace disappeared barely 10 feet up. The delicate towers, archways, and spires that extended higher, reaching for the top of the dome, were entirely consumed by the unrelenting darkness. Even my heightened Negerette vision was no match for the complete and utter lack of light. One glance up was enough. I focused on the ground from there on out. I reached the stream a few minutes later, taking a paved path down to the water's edge. I dropped my bag on the ground, unbuckled my sword harness, set the sword down beside the bag, and crouched to fill up my water skin. I gulped down almost an entire thing, then refilled the water skin once more and stoppered it with the attached cork. Peeling my soiled, blood-crusted shift over my head, I dropped it on the ground and knelt by the stream. I splashed tepid water onto my face and scrubbed my hands, but it didn't seem to be doing much good. I didn't have soap for a proper washing up, but I did have the next best thing, a whole lot of water. The whole oasis's worth. The lip of the stream was only a few inches higher than the water's surface. I dangled my feet in the stream first, then slid the rest of the way in, lying back to dunk my head. The water flowed gently around me, proof that there was still life in this place. It gave me hope that there was still a chance to resurrect the oasis, my people's home. I floated there, on my back, kicking my feet every few seconds to remain in relatively the same place. With my eyes closed, it wasn't so creepy. Floating there in the long dormant oasis. It was peaceful. Therapeutic, even. When I was as clean as I would get, I climbed out of the water and dried off with my heavy woolen cloak. I slipped into the clean linen shift a moment later, then suited back up and drained and refilled the water skin one last time before leaving the stream. Sword lighting the way, I crossed the nearest bridge to the far side of the stream and hiked up the long, winding, paved pathway to the tunnel. The shift through the barrier blocking the tunnel's exit was easy enough. I landed on the other side, bracing for a blast of dry heat. The crook of my arm shielded my eyes from the onslaught of bright Sahara sunlight. Except a cool breeze ruffled my linen skirt, and faint pinpricks tickled my ankles as individual grains of sand brushed by. Frowning, I lowered my arm and peeked through one barely cracked eyelid, then opened my eyes. The stars were so bright to my light-starved vision that I had to squint. For a moment, it seemed as though the night sky was a solid sheet of silver, not unlike the unearthly glow given off by my sword. Having no need for more light, I sheathed the blade. My eyes began to adjust, and the heavenly bodies separated into clusters, then into a billion pinpricks of light. There was no moon in sight, only the stars stretching from horizon to horizon, a sea far vaster than the one I was about to set out across. I scanned the ocean of dunes extending to the horizon in every direction. Figuring it would be best to start slow, I focused on a dune that was due east, about halfway between the oasis and the horizon a couple miles away. 1 mile seemed like a good distance to start with, a safe distance. Staring at the dune, I gathered my will and thought, there. With all my might, In the blink of an eye and the poof of swirly rainbow smoke, I shifted through space. When I landed, I spun around, searching in the distance for the mound of sand and limestone covering the domed city. It took me a moment to find it, but the hill of rubble was there, maybe a mile away. I grinned. I could do this. I could really do this. Spurred by my success, I aimed for a dune on the very brim of the horizon. 2 miles. If I could jump that far without wearing myself out, I could settle in for a series of 2-mile jumps. It was a little over 200 miles to Men-Nefer, so far as I'd calculated on my original trip by foot from the ancient city of Memphis to the Netjerat oasis. About 100 jumps. It would be like counting to 100 while jumping rope. Easy peasy. The first 2-mile jump was almost as effortless as the 1-miler. Almost. I was a little out of breath, but no more so than I would have been after running up a couple flights of stairs. The second 2-mile jump left me breathing hard. After the third, I was so out of breath I had to bend over and put my hands on my knees. Little spots of darkness and light danced across my vision, and I felt a little lightheaded. I sat down on the peak of Dune 4 with a huff and uncorked my water skin. 7 miles. Maybe I needed a new plan. Or any plan beyond get to the only city in ancient Egypt I've ever visited. I didn't even know if Heru or Aset or Nick were there. Hell, I didn't even know when I was, beyond sometime before the 10th century. Was I in Roman Egypt or Ptolemaic? Would I return to Men-Nefer to find that the Persians were in charge, or the Nubians? Or would I discover that I was stranded in the heart of Egypt's most well-known ancient era, the New Kingdom? The more I realized I didn't know anything about what I was attempting to jump into, literally, the more apparent it became that there was only one place for me to go: the Hathor Temple in Men-Nefer. Aset had set up the ancient order of priestesses devoted to the goddess Hathor. To me, essentially, on my direction after I rescued her from her abductor. When I first arrived in Old Kingdom Egypt, nearly a year ago, my time, the priestesses had been expecting me, and they'd been waiting for me millennia later, ready to prepare me for my journey into the ancient past. Whatever era I was in currently, I hoped I could count on the temple being a safe haven. The priestesses could help me get my bearings. I could get some much-needed R&R while I figured what the hell I was going to do next. It wasn't a sure thing, but it was all I had. After one more sip of water, I corked the bottle and stood. I couldn't do 100 more of those little 2-mile shifts, hopping my way across the Sahara. I wouldn't make it. Not if 3 shifts over a scant 7 miles had knocked me on my butt. But 5 20-mile jumps, that should do the trick. I could take a long break between each and would reach the temple in far less time. Decided, I focused on the horizon, then closed my eyes and imagined I was a bird soaring high overhead. I envisioned how much further I needed to move this time, creating a mental image of a bird's-eye view of the desert and pinpointing my landing spot, 10 times further away than my last spatial shift. With a deep breath, I focused my will. Go. Holy shit, I gasped, hands and knees sinking into the gritty sand and head hanging as the smoky, multi-hued tendrils of Ott dissipated all around me. I was dizzy and out of breath. And next time would be worse. What about the time after that? And the one after that? I wouldn't make it. I knew it, somewhere deep inside me. And if I didn't make it to the temple, I sure as hell would never make it home to my family. Sitting back on my heels, I brushed my hair out of my eyes with sand-coated fingers. I jutted my lower jaw and stared up at the sky. On the horizon, almost dead east, the moon was rising, a solid disk of silver. According to some of the ancient lore, the sun and the moon were considered the 2 eyes of the sky god, Horus, the mythological version of my very real bondmate, Heru. His left eye, the moon, was said to be weaker than his right eye, the sun, because the desert god, Seth, the mythological version of my formerly possessed father, Set, stole Horus's left eye during the battle for the divine throne after Osiris's death. Seth is said to have damaged the eye, and though it was eventually returned to Horus, it was forever weakened, never to outshine the sun. Well, the moon was strong enough for me. It was a gleaming beacon spurring me onward. I would make it home to Heru, to Marcus, to our children. I would make it home. I would. All right, I muttered, once again pulling out my water skin. I can do this. I chugged the rest of the water, corked the bottle, and didn't even bother with standing. I'd probably collapse or pass out after this next jump anyway. Maybe it would be too much. Maybe it would kill me. Maybe. But I had to try. Closing my eyes, I imagined the inner sanctuary of the ancient Hathor temple. I pictured the interior walls, coated in plaster and covered in brightly painted reliefs depicting the goddess, watching over worshippers and revelers, blessing the land, and interacting with the other gods, namely her consort, Horus. I could see it all so clearly. The 3 small recesses set into the walls at chest height, the tall, narrow doorway leading out to the temple hall, the dim moonlight shining in through that single opening. For the first time since using this new chute, I felt the swirling tendrils of Aht snake around me. I felt them tear me out of reality, keeping me whole and sane only by way of their protective embrace. I felt the chaos beyond them, the disorder of possibility tap, tap, tapping, searching for a way in, and I felt my cocoon of smoky Aht shatter as reality slammed back into place. The ground lurched and tilted beneath my hands and knees, and I had no choice but to lie down on my side to recover some semblance of stability. Had I missed? Because it sure as hell felt like I'd landed on a boat in the midst of a violent storm. Remotely, I heard the slap of sandals on a stone floor, but I couldn't bring myself to turn my head to look, let alone open my eyes. A moment later, rushed words were being thrown down at me. A young woman by the sound of her voice, though I had no idea what she was saying. I waved my hand in her general direction. "Is this the temple of Hathor in Mennefer?" I asked in the original tongue. She was quiet for a moment. "It is," she said, though her response sounded unsure. "I am her," I told her. "I am Hathor. Are you certain? You are the golden one?" I gave her a thumbs up. "Yes, quite certain. Just give me a moment and I shall introduce myself properly." I inhaled and exhaled heavily. I've had a long day. Chapter 40. Chance and Fate. How long have I been asleep? I'd been awake for all of 3 seconds, but I was impatient for the priestess sitting at my bedside to answer. I was impatient, but my stomach was desperate. And might there be anything to eat? I was famished, and I felt lightheaded. No headache, though, which meant bonding withdrawals had yet to kick in. I couldn't have been out for more than a couple hours. Then, and while I felt as though I could sleep for days, the need for nourishment had overridden my exhaustion and roused me. I was still underweight, thanks to my regenerative abilities healing the damage to my body during childbirth and my minor head wound shortly after. Food was my number 1 priority. Getting home to my babies, a close second. The priestess, a different one from the skeptical young woman who'd found me in the inner sanctuary, offered me a reserved smile and a bow of her head. She was middle-aged, her onyx, shoulder-length hair decorated with a delicate headband of woven gold thread and turquoise and quartz beads that reminded me of the one I'd worn the last time I was here. And she wore a simple, slightly loose-fitting white linen shift. "There is food already set out for you, golden one," she said, her mastery of the original tongue impressive. She had almost no accent whatsoever. She glanced over her shoulder, and I followed her line of sight to a table set out with a relative feast of fruits, bread, cheeses, and other things hidden in dishes that I couldn't see clearly from my reclined angle. "I shall send for the roast and stew, if it pleases you. We did not wish for these scents to wake you." I stared at her for several seconds. That was how long it took my sluggish, sleepy mind to puzzle out that she was waiting for a response. I cleared my throat and propped myself up on my elbows. "That sounds lovely. Thank you." Again, the priestess smiled, almost hesitantly. She stood and turned away from the bed, but I grabbed her wrist before she could leave. How long was I asleep? I could see it was still night through the rectangular windows cut in the uppermost quarter of the wall, high above the table. But depending on the time of year, night could last a mere 9 hours at this latitude, or nearly 14, and 5 hours was a big difference when racing against the clock. I didn't feel any hint of the bonding withdrawal headache yet, which had always been the first symptom for me, but I knew that once it started, I'd only have a matter of days to either get home or find Heru and soak up some of his bonding pheromones. If I didn't, I would die. And so would my chances of ever seeing my children again. Get home. I could barely think about what that would entail. Traveling through time, that was a given. But if my recent stint in spatial shifts was anything to go by, my chute's time-jumping juice would prove to be equally weak, at least in comparison to what I was used to. I'd barely managed to cross 200 miles in a night. How would I manage millennia between now and when the withdrawals killed me? "The sun was born and died twice while you rested, golden one," the priestess said, only risking meeting my eyes for the briefest moment. My heart stumbled, and for a few seconds, I no longer felt hungry. 2 days? I breathed, releasing her wrist. I was out for 2 full days? It wasn't possible. That meant it had been 3 or 4 days since I'd last seen Heru. Bonding withdrawals should have been in full swing by now. Yes, golden one." The priestess bowed her head once more. "I shall return shortly," she said, and rushed out of the room. Wonderful. I fell back onto the hard mattress and stared up at the plain white plaster ceiling, barely managing to fight off panic by focusing on the sound of my heart beating, on the whoosh of air in and out of my lungs. "You are quite different from what I expected," a woman said from the doorway. I recognized her voice as belonging to the younger priestess from before. I tucked my arm behind my head, propping it up. The priestess stood in the doorway, hands clasped before her. She wore a nearly identical shift and headband as the older, shyer priestess, the only deviation being the gold-plated amulet of a sun disk cradled in cattle horns on the front of her headband. "You must be related to Denai," I said. The head priestess I'd spent so much time with the last time I was here had had a particular je ne sais quoi about her, something that this young priestess had in spades. Her eyes widened. "I am Anai, head priestess of this temple. Denai was my grandmother." She took a step into the room. "How did you know?" I smiled, glad I finally had a clue as to the time period. We were in the first intermediate period, sometime during the 9th or 10th dynasties, probably nearing the year 2100 BCE. I spent a great deal of time with Denai once, many years ago, I told Anai. "You remind me of her." I suppressed a laugh, though perhaps a little more spirited. I didn't tell her that one day, thousands of years from now, I would meet another head priestess of this order named Anai, possibly one of this Anai's descendants. You really are. My grandmother spoke of you often. Anai crossed the room and sat in the chair at my bedside, bowing her head. Please, Golden One, tell me how I can serve you. Psh! I waved a hand dismissively, by not doing all the bowing and scraping for starters. I sat up and turned so my legs dangled over the edge of the bed. The slightest amount of weight on my shaking legs told me I wouldn't make it to the table of food on my own. And a shoulder to lean on would be much appreciated as well. Anai lifted her head, her expression quizzical but her eyes determined. Of course, Golden One. She slipped an arm around my waist and used her other hand to grip mine. Hathor is fine, I told her, as we slowly made our way to the table. Golden One is nice and all, but it is just so... I made a yuck face, which earned me a giggle. Very well, Hathor. Anai left me at the table, my hands on the tabletop to keep me standing, while she retrieved the chair from the bedside. In true Egyptian fashion, there wasn't an extravagance of furniture in the room, just the bed, the chair, and the table. There, she said, resting a hand on my shoulder. You may sit now. Thanks. I grabbed a fig from the nearest dish and popped the entire thing into my mouth. In my defense, it was on the smaller side, as figs go. I held a hand over my mouth as I chewed and looked up at Anai. Are you hungry? I motioned to the spread with my other hand. Feel free to join in. I swallowed, tossing a torn-off piece of flatbread into my mouth. While I chewed that, I leaned forward and retrieved an earthenware pitcher from the center of the table and gave it a sniff. Wine. Light, fruity, and barely alcoholic. I poured it into an alabaster goblet, quickly falling into a pattern of shoving food into my mouth and washing it down with gulps of wine. Anai watched me from the end of the table, a tiny nugget of cheese in her hand, and her eyes opened wide. Sorry, I said between a gulp of wine and another bite. I still seem to be recovering from... My explanation caught in my throat as I thought of the twins, my precious newborns, who could be with anybody right now. With my hunger partially sated, the need to find them became all-consuming. They're with Marcus, I told myself. Please let them be with Marcus. I cleared my throat. I was injured, and though my kind heal quickly, it uses up a lot of energy. I see, Anai said, taking the tiniest nibble of cheese. I continued my gorging, though at a slightly more moderate pace. I took a short break while a couple priestesses brought in warm dishes, a thick, savory lentil soup, some sort of roasted fowl, and a spicy stew that tasted like beef, only gamier. It seemed to take forever to sate my hunger, but in time, I was finally, blissfully full. I stood, legs feeling strong and steady, but eyelids drooping. I was tempted to fight against the regenerative sleep, but I wagered that once the bonding withdrawals hit, I would need to be at full strength, and I would have to survive the withdrawals if I were to have any chance of making it home to my family. So I ambled back to the bed and practically collapsed onto the hard, thin mattress, already asleep by the time my feet left the floor. Anai? I am here, Golden. Hathor. I opened my eyes, turning my head to look at her. She'd returned to the chair at my bedside. I had no idea how long she'd been sitting there, patiently watching over me while I slept, let alone how long I'd been asleep. I was almost afraid to ask. At least I still felt no sign of bonding withdrawals. How long was I asleep this time? It is midday, Anai said, glancing at the open-air windows near the top of the wall. The light streaming in through the openings was crisp, bright, and golden. You have been asleep for 6 or 7 hours. I took a deep breath, blowing it out as I sat up. Could have been worse. I stretched, easing the aches and kinks caused by the thin mattress and from sleeping without a pillow. I'd never grown accustomed to the hard headrests used by these ancient people, and I'd been too tired to bother making any kind of a pillow before passing out. My stomach groaned, but with a usual hunger, not that desperate appetite specific to the regenerative process. It looked like I was healthy enough. It was time to get on with my journey. I picked away at a spread of food, nearly identical to the first, taking bites between packing and preparation to leave. I wrapped up less perishable food items in the oilcloths, saved from my previous stash of provisions, and tucked them into my bag. Then washed up using the small washing stand and toiletry chest in the corner of the room. Finally, I donned my sword harness. She eyed the sword, one eyebrow raised. When she made that expression, she looked so very much like her grandmother. I hid a smile. Will you be meeting the others of your kind in Abju? Abju. It was the ancient Egyptian name for Abydos, one of the oldest cities in this land. It was located in Upper Egypt, or Southern Egypt, and most notably to this era was the location of Pepi I's funerary temple, which would blossom into a great temple of Osiris in the years to come. I had no idea why she would expect me to go there. When last Aset visited, Anai said, she mentioned that the Netjer-Ots would be gathering in Abju for the succession. I paused in adjusting the harness's straps. I'd filled out a bit during my stay here and stared at Anai. Apologies, but I have been out of touch for some time. What secession? Now that Osiris has passed on, Anai said, it is time to lay him to rest and decide on the next leader of the Netjer-Ots. Remotely, I wondered if that was why the temple at Abju would one day become a cult center for the worship of Osiris, because he'd supposedly been laid to rest there. Aset explained that the contest was between Heru and Set, though she felt certain Heru would emerge victorious. The blood drained from my face, and my heart went cold. That secession, the one where Heru did win, but 2 days after, he was instated as leader of the Council of Seven. He was attacked by Set and nearly killed, the one where he'd only survived because Aset had stepped in, distracting Set while her people carried Heru off to safety. The one where Aset was supposed to have died, at least according to the rest of the world. How long ago was Aset here? I asked, my voice hollow. A month ago, perhaps. Maybe longer? So, in ancient terms, at least 30 days, but maybe more. It couldn't be a coincidence that I was here now. According to Marcus, Aset had sacrificed herself to save him. But what if that wasn't the whole story? Marcus, Heru at the time, had been blinded in Set's attack, not to mention wounded so severely that he'd been near death. He'd hardly been in any position to remember everything that had happened, to remember if I'd been there. And I no longer believed in coincidence. This past year had cured me of that. If I was here, now, there was a reason. I finished adjusting the leather harness. The Netjer-Ots are meeting in Abju, you said. Anai nodded. I lifted my bag's strap over my head, settling it on my shoulder, then followed with my water skin. Do you know where exactly? The Temple of Osiris, of course. So apparently, the transformation of Pepi I's funerary temple had already begun. Of course, I said under my breath. It didn't really matter. The shift there was going to stretch my limits regardless. Abju was about 400 miles south of Men Nefer, over 4 times as long as my farthest spatial shift, the one that had all but knocked me unconscious. I crossed the room to stand before Anai, taking her hands in mine. Thank you, truly, for everything. I leaned in, kissing her on either cheek and leaving her absolutely stunned. I apologize for leaving in such a hurry, but there is somewhere I must be. It is a matter of grave importance. It was a pleasure to serve you, Golden One. Farewell, Anai. I took a couple steps backward, dropped to one knee, and placed one hand on the floor while gripping the hilt of my sword, just over my shoulder with the other. May all of your daughters be as strong and loyal as you. Bowing my head, I closed my eyes and focused on, instead of a place, a person, a Set. She was the one who had stopped Set from killing Heru, not me. I couldn't risk screwing things up by replacing her in such a significant event, but I also couldn't risk assuming that I hadn't been there at all. Like I said, me and coincidence broke up a while back. I took a deep breath, then another, and shifted. Chapter 41, Horus and Seth. I landed on a rough stone floor, hunched over and breath stolen. Behind me, a woman grunted, closely followed by the clang of metal striking not metal, but maybe stone, and a masculine laugh. Was I too late? Had the fight for Heru's life already started? I spun, drawing my sword, and lunged myself forward, half blindly. Nekure! A Set shouted. A moment later, vines of Ott sprouted from the floor, and I was caught up in a web of otherworldly origins. The thin, unbreakable vines snaked around my ankles, waist, shoulders, and wrists. One even slithered so far upwards as to hold my sword in place. I blinked, confused. They were fighting. I was here to help. So why was Nick restraining me? Is it really you, Lex? Nick said, laughter in his voice. What are you doing here? And why are you attacking us with a sword? He whistled. And what a sword. You should like it, I said, breathing hard, but not fighting against his restraints. You made it. Or will make it. Really? He walked around me, eyes only for the sword held upright before me. I have never seen anything like it. What do you call it? This shape? A katana. It originates in a land far from here, and in a time far from now. I like it. What is it about men? A Set said, wiping her face and neck with a linen towel as she approached. Always so focused on their swords. She was flushed, as was Nick, and my brain finally caught up to what I'd misinterpreted as the attack on Heru. They'd been sparring. She stood in front of me, her eyes searching mine. Release her, Nekure. Clarity has returned to her mind. Of course, Nick said, his vines of Ott retracting in that same slithering motion. Unfortunately, without their support, my legs gave out. Nick's arms wrapped around me in a backwards bear hug. I have her. Bring her to the table, a Set said. She needs food and rest. I slumped in a chair at a narrow pedestal table and accepted the ceramic goblet a Set placed before me. No food, please. I could not possibly eat any more right now. I still felt full from my last somewhat rushed feast. I just need a moment to regather my strength, which I was fairly certain was true. I didn't feel nearly so bad as I had when I'd arrived at the Hathor Temple, despite having shifted so much farther. I chalked it up to having started off in much better shape. It gave me hope for the rest of my journey home. So you say, a Set said, sitting opposite me. Nick stood behind her, leaning his shoulder against the wall. I sipped the water and glanced around, not seeing any enormous columns or stunning reliefs. This is not the Osiris Temple. We were in a sitting room, the sparse wooden furniture pushed up against the walls, and a wide reed mat laid out on the floor. That is true, a Set said,
This is not the Osiris temple, but it is a short walk from this villa. She cocked her head to the side. Were you expecting to appear there? I nodded, brow furrowed. I looked from Aset to Nick and back. Has the council decided yet? Have they chosen Heru as their next leader? They have. My brother was coronated 2 days ago. Aset's eyes narrowed as she leaned forward a little. Where have you come from, Lex? We did not expect to see you for a very long time yet. Why are you here? I set the goblet down. It's a long story, but I think I'm here because of the attack on Heru, which should be. But when their faces showed only confusion, I frowned. You do not know? I looked at Nick. He did not warn you? Aset and Nick exchanged a glance. I need to speak to Ra, I said, hastily adding, please. Nick shrugged, and a blink later, his irises shone opalescent white. He pushed off the wall and bowed his head. My dearest Alexandra, so lovely to see you again, so— Cut the crap, Ra, I said to him in English. I stood, hands on the table. Why haven't you told them about the attack? It could happen at any time. They need to be ready. He appeared, as usual, unaffected by my little outburst. It is true. I've noticed signs that Apep is wresting control from Set. The eyes are so telling. He frowned dismissively. But I didn't want to worry these two. Did you know, just before you arrived, I was going to suggest that we search him out. He's staying here in the villa with us, so we should hear any scuffle that breaks out. Scuffle, I said, voice low and cold. It's a bit more than a scuffle. I suppose it is, at that. He nodded thoughtfully. Tell me, dear Alexandra, how are you enjoying your new shoots? Wait, you knew? You knew I would end up with the twins' discarded shoots, and you never said anything? Over the thousands of years? I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Not the time, I told myself. Really not the time. I took another deep breath, shaking all the while. Can we have Nick back? You know, I think I'll run things for this little adventure. I've yet to have a real fight in this body yet, and I find the prospect thrilling. Plus, I know what needs to happen, and also what can't. Like that Apep Set can't die, or that Nick has to keep his shoot power under wraps, since nobody besides Heru and us could know about it until Aset and Nick come out of the proverbial coffin in my time. Fine, I said, returning my attention to Aset. She'd been watching our incomprehensible exchange with interest. Set, well, Apep is going to attack Heru any moment now, I told her, switching back to the original tongue. And according to the account Heru told me thousands of years from now, you are the one who saves him. I no longer have the power to block or alter memories, so it must be you who truly rescues him. I stepped away from the table and started pacing. He will be attacked and blinded fairly quickly, as he will not expect anything like that from Set, and he will be badly wounded. I wrung my hands. You cannot afford to be too late. If you are— Aset's curiosity had faded as resolve set in. I understand. Do you know where this will happen? Because she knew as well as me that we couldn't rely on Heru's location in the yacht, not with my anomalous presence warping the timeline's reflection in the echoes. Hopeful, I looked to Ra Nick, but he shook his head. No, I told Aset, and finally,
I understood why I was there, why I had to be there. But I can find him. I stopped pacing and faced Aset. I can shift to him, then back here, and describe where he is. I should have a general sense of the direction, so that should make it easier. I strode over to the bench where Aset had laid my sword, picking it up and sheathing it over my shoulder in one smooth motion. I need something to hide my face, a veil or a headscarf. Do you have anything like that? We cannot risk Heru seeing my face. The moment I uttered the words, the gears of reality kicked into place, and I felt sick to my stomach. The twins weren't here to wipe Heru's memory of me this time around. I couldn't risk letting him see my face, letting him remember me, in any time between now and the moment I returned home, which meant I couldn't be near him. Not really. I'd been so focused on simply staying alive that I hadn't thought everything all the way through. I'd been planning on returning to my native time pretty much the same way I'd left it, hopping through the eras from Heru to Heru, feeding the bond and wiping his memory when I left. Except the innate power granted to me by my shoot or shoots couldn't do that. Maybe with time and a lot of training, but time was the one thing I was extra short on. I lowered myself onto the bench. If I couldn't risk being close enough for him to see me, then I couldn't feed the bond. Bonding withdrawals would set in eventually, and I do not, Aset said, oblivious to my mood shift. We could cut something from a dress or... Here. Raw Nick placed a misshapen piece of gleaming solidified aught on the table. This should work. Come here so I can fit it to your head. It's a mask, I realized. Numbly, I stood and crossed the room, stopping to stand directly before Raw Nick. He placed his creation over my face, using Nick's shoot to secure it behind my head. It resembled a Venetian mask, something that might be worn during carnival, not obstructing my vision at all and leaving my nostrils, mouth, and jaw free. Lex, Aset said, finally picking up on my distress. She took hold of my hand. This will work. We will find him and save him, and all will be well. I glanced down at her, sorrow overflowing in my heart. Your whole life is about to change, and I am so sorry for that. I gave her hand a squeeze. Everyone will think you are dead after this. They will. And I know it is not fair, but it is what must be. So it is time for that already. Aset gave my hand a return squeeze, then let it go and stood, turning away. Ra warned us that this would be our fate, the first time he took control of Nekure's body. He said we would have roughly a human lifetime to get our affairs in order, before we would have to withdraw from the Negere world and go into hiding. She laughed quietly, a laugh that I thought was meant only for her. I had not realized how fleeting their lives are. It will not be forever, I said in lame consolation. I know, she cleared her throat, but it did little for the increasing huskiness in her voice. It will be a great adventure, do you not think? And how wondrous that my son and I have a chance to play such a large part in all of this. She laughed that soft laugh again, and this time I joined her, all the while fighting back my own welling tears. We get to help you save the universe. Her head drooped. What more could we ask for? I moved to stand before Aset and took both of her hands in mine. You will have great adventures. The places you will see. I forced a smile. The two of you will be the protectors of the timeline, guarding my passage as I get yanked back further and further in time. You will always be there, and I will always need you. I could not have made it this far without you and Nakure, and I will never, ever be able to repay you for all you have done. But I can promise you this, you will have your lives back one day, and when you do, you will be needed and loved more than most people ever dare to hope for. And my babies, my chin trembled, they will need you as much as I ever did. Lex, what are you? I shook my head. Later. We have an appointment, remember? She licked her lips. Yes, of course. Go find my brother. We shall be ready when you return. I nodded, and a moment later, I was gone. Focusing on Heru, I reappeared in the shadowed space between two wide, round columns etched with elaborate hieroglyphs. I was still kneeling, which was good, because the shift left me momentarily unsteady. One hand on the column to my left, I stood and surveyed the dim area around me. There were more columns, what appeared to be 2 lines of them running down a wide, cavernous hall. The walls were covered with a layer of plaster, yet to be decorated. I knew exactly where I was, the Osiris Temple. So, where was Heru? Footsteps. I heard them approaching from the far end of the hall, where a narrow doorway led to a darker passage. I pressed myself against the column, making myself as inconspicuous as possible. A second set of footsteps joined the first, this pair moving more quickly. Heru, Set said, followed by more words that I couldn't discern. He was speaking in the common tongue, and I wasn't fluent enough to follow. Though I'd learned some during my months in Old Kingdom Egypt, I hadn't learned enough. When Marcus first told me about the truth behind the famous myth, the contendings of Horus and Seth, he shared the story of Set attacking him. It had been 2 days after Heru was instated as the head of the Council of Seven. Set had been acting strangely hostile for some time, and he'd approached Heru in the guise of truce and friendship. False truce and friendship. From the sound of their voices now, it was time. Fighting the instinct to shout a warning to Heru, I squeezed my eyes shut and shifted back to the villa where Aset and Ra Nick waited. Now, I said before the rainbow smoke had cleared. It is happening now, in the temple. I collapsed into one of the chairs. Aset and Ra Nick hesitated at the doorway. Go! I can catch up, but he needs you now. They didn't waste another second, and I was left alone, breathing hard and gulping water. When this was all over, I'd need a good long rest before I even thought about jumping through time to return home. That was, of course, assuming I didn't die of bonding withdrawals first. Chapter 42. Fight and Die. After Aset and Nick left, I sat and recuperated for only as long as I absolutely had to. When my breath was caught and my thirst quenched, I assumed what was quickly becoming my standard shifting position, down on one knee, one hand on the ground to stabilize me, and the other gripping the hilt of my sheathed sword, just in case. I landed in that darker passageway, connected to the columnaded hall. The shouts and grunts and thuds coming from the hall itself were insanely loud, echoing off the temple's plaster and stone walls in a seemingly endless, chaotic jumble of sound. The fight had begun. I closed my eyes and forced myself to take several long, slow, deep breaths. I would be of no use to anyone if I ran into the skirmish all wobbly-kneed and fuzzy-brained. Heru shouted out in agony, and my resolve disintegrated. I was on my feet in a heartbeat. Aset and Ra Nick raced up the passageway and past me, just barely beating me into the hall. Heru lay sprawled on his back on the stone floor in the center of the chamber, the 2 rows of thick columns running along either side of him. Dressed in head-to-toe black, 4 men held down each of Heru's limbs, with a dagger through his wrists and feet. Apep Set knelt at his head, his own dagger poised almost surgically over Heru's face. Slashes crisscrossed my bondmate's eyes and streaked down his cheeks. His head thrashed from side to side, only adding to the cuts. Set shouted something incomprehensible, though somewhere in the deep recesses of my mind, instinct told me it was along the lines of, "Hold still." Set reached them first. She shrieked, launching herself at Set, and using her momentum not just to roll him away from her brother, but to fling him against one of the pillars. His dagger flew out of his hand, chipping the plaster wall before pinging to the stone floor. I lost track of what happened next in their fight, because I was suddenly locked in a battle of my own. One of Apep's sycophants ran at me, his black hood falling back, revealing a mostly shaved head and plaited sidelock. It was a priest's hairstyle. Having abandoned his dagger in Heru's wrist, he brandished a long, smooth wooden staff. I raised my sword, angling it to the side to block his first blow. My sword's insanely sharp aught blade sliced through the staff like it was butter. It took off his arm just above the elbow, almost as easily. Raw Nick was engaging 2 of Set's other priests, and I probably would have been in trouble if I'd had to deal with the other 2 simultaneously. One of mine was down an arm by the time the second decided to come after me. He screamed, staring at the spurting stump, eyes bulging. "You picked the wrong side," I told him, kicking him backward into the newcomer. Both men stumbled backward, the able-bodied priest throwing his hysterical, one-armed companion to the side. He didn't show any concern for the injured man. As he scrambled to his feet, his eyes never left me. He was smarter. He tossed his staff away and yanked the 2 daggers impaling Heru's feet free, settling into a defensive position on the far side of Heru's body. I could hear Aset's grunts as she fought with Apep Set and Raw Nick's victorious hoot as he downed one of his foes, but I didn't dare take my eyes off my opponent. I stepped over Heru, avoiding one of several substantial patches of blood. A quick glance down told me he was still breathing, if he wasn't exactly moving. The blood loss must have knocked him unconscious. For now, he was alive. We'd need to get him out of here and into a healer's hands soon, if he was to stay that way. I heard another victory cry from Raw Nick, and a few seconds later, he headed my way. "Get Heru out of here," I yelled, just as the priest lunged at me. I deflected his first dagger with my sword. At this point, I spun out of the way of the priest's secondary underhanded strike in a sort of 2-legged pirouette. "I'm expendable. He's not." "I shall return shortly," Raw Nick shouted, ending with a grunt as he hoisted Heru's unconscious body up into his arms. Set's single remaining priest chose that moment to try another attack. I dodged his offhand strike by ducking, but he spun around, sweeping back with a dagger in his right hand and catching me off guard. I barely deflected the blade, and the tip slid across the front of my thigh, slicing in a good centimeter deep. "Ah!" I stumbled back a few steps, but forced myself not to look down. My eyes were only for the priest. Aset cried out, and Apep Set shouted victoriously. We were running out of time. Heru was safe, but the timeline would be just as screwed if Aset died here instead. "Hey, asshole," I said to my priest, knowing full well he couldn't understand me. I held up my sword and willed the blade to glow. The priest's eyes bugged out, an effect that was only enhanced when my sword swept under his outstretched right arm and bit through the flesh under the side of his ribcage. I dragged the sword up his body as high as I could, yanking it free when it hit the bottom of his sternum. Turning on my heel, I stalked toward Apep Set. He was crouched over Aset, her top half blocked by a pillar. I stopped dead in my tracks the moment her face came into view. Her eyes, they were gone. Just empty, bloody caverns. No. She would not let me take her brother's eyes, so I had to settle for hers instead. Apep grinned like a devil. I cut out her tongue, too. She always did talk too much. You killed her. But I promised her. I did. He stood slowly, keeping his knees bent and the dagger upraised and ready. For me. But fear not, masked one. You will not have to mourn her for long. You killed her. But I promised her. And now you are boring me. Raising my sword, I charged at him. Fury blinded me, and I no longer cared that Set couldn't die. That killing him now would be killing me by preventing me from ever having been born. It didn't matter. I wanted him dead. I wanted to feel my blade tearing into his flesh and bone more than I'd ever wanted anything in my life. More than I'd wanted Marcus or Heru, and more than I wanted to get home. Bloodlust. It was a term I'd never understood before. I did now. Pretty sword, Apep said, an instant before he sidestepped and buried a knife in my side. He held me, suspended on his knife's blade, and leaned in. I stared up at his face, unable to blink, unable to breathe. And pretty eyes. Red has always been my favorite color. I coughed, tasting blood, thick and salty on my tongue. This was it. Or it could be. I could let it end. All of it. I was so tired. And maybe the birth of the twins would still stand, even if a Set wasn't there to guide my way as I journeyed backward in time. Nick would still be there. And Ra. And Heru was alive. It was possible that Ma'at had still been restored, that the universe was safe and stable once more. There was a possibility that I could die now, and everything would be fine. It was so very tempting just to give up, to give in, to let go. But I promised a Set. Apep lowered me to the temple floor, almost gently. You were right, I said, between gasping breaths. I will not mourn a Set for long, I think. Apep nodded sagely. For once, the darkness in his eyes didn't seem menacing or psychotic, and Set's features. He just looked tired and sad. Your wound is not immediately lethal, but it will kill you. Would you like me to leave you this way? Or shall I ease your burden and end your pain? My lips spread into a wide grin, and I started chuckling and coughing up blood, but chuckling all the same. I sucked in a halting breath and focused my will. I choose option number 3. I gasped at the exact moment that the world disappeared in a maelstrom of swirling rainbow smoke. I reappeared in the exact same place on the floor, only a minute or two earlier, before Apep killed a Set. Because, damn it, I'd promised her she would have a life when this was all over. I was behind Apep, and I still had the breathtakingly painful stab wound in my side. I'd replaced my former self in the timeline. The same Ba can't overlap in time. It's a temporal paradox, one of the few true impossibilities. I had no doubt that my priest was confused about my sudden disappearance from the opposite side of the hall. It was my one and only advantage. With a hand on the wall, I climbed up to my feet and snuck up behind Apep. I had little fear of him noticing me. He was too busy holding a Set up by her neck with one hand, slowly strangling the life out of her. Gritting my teeth, I gripped the hilt of my sword with both hands and bashed the butt into the base of Set's skull. He dropped to the floor like a sack of bricks. Set fell just as hard. I scrambled over Set's body, struggling to yank Set away from him. Her legs were tangled with his, and I had to physically lift his left leg to unhook her foot from his calf. "Come on, Set," I murmured. "You're going to be fine." I dragged her a few yards away from Apep Set, laid her on her back, and held my finger under her nose. Nothing, not even the faintest stirring of air. I fumbled along the side of her neck, feeling for a pulse. Again, nothing. She's dead. The words sounded foreign to my ears, despite having passed through my vocal cords. At the sound of movement, I glanced up. The last priest stood between the nearest two columns, his pair of daggers hanging limply from his hands, and his stare stuck on Set's motionless body. I held up my sword at the priest and willed it to glow. He took a step backward. I pointed the sword at him, then at Set's body, then at the door. I might not have spoken his language, but I could still tell the bastard to drag his master the hell away from here. He lifted Set's body more easily than I'd expected, and within seconds, the two were gone. "You are not dying on me," I told Set, kneeling beside her. I couldn't tell how extensive the damage was to her throat, but nothing looked misshapen, only bruised and a little swollen. "Do you hear me?" I leaned over her, adjusted the angle of her head, and cleared her airway. "You are not dying on me. Not today. I need you too much." Sealing my mouth over hers, I exhaled. Breaking away, I took a deep breath and did it again. I sat up straighter and stacked my hands, placing my palms on her chest to begin compressions. "You," I pumped her chest with my hands, gritting my teeth to battle the sharp pain in my side, "are not going to die today. Do you hear me? Do you?" "My Alexandra." Raw Nick rushed back into the hall. "Heru is with healers. He'll be fine. I told the others that Set had been slain, and that it was too late for her, but that they should focus their efforts on hunting down Set." He passed between two columns, heading straight for us. "What happened?" Set gasped, sucking in an enormous breath, then coughing violently. I brought her back," I said, even as I fell to the side. Raw Nick caught me. "You are wounded." I nodded, and darkness closed in all around me. Chapter 43. Stay and Go. When I came to, my mask was gone, and I was lying on my back, covered by a linen shroud. Whatever supported me rocked gently to and fro, and I could hear the quiet slap-lap of water and the whispered creaking of wood all around me. I tried to sit up and instantly regretted it. Pain speared the left side of my body, shooting outward. It left me paralyzed and whimpering. A hand gripped mine, small and soft, but strong nonetheless. Another held me down by the shoulder. "Hush now, Lex," Set said, her voice soothing. "I am here. You are safe and will be well in time." I could see the outline of her through the shroud. She appeared to be wearing a golden yellow headscarf over her head and wrapped around her face. "I do not have time. The twins, Heru, I had to get home to them, and I needed to do it before the bonding withdrawals killed me." She unhooked a portion of the headscarf, revealing her face. "I would argue, rather, that you do not have a choice. You do not understand." Once again, I tried to rise, but the minor pressure Set put on my shoulder was more than enough to keep me down.
I understand plenty, she said, drawing the shroud back and uncovering my face. Without the barrier, I could see that her headscarf was embroidered with sage-green vines and tiny white flowers, and that she'd changed into a long wrap dress of the same pale green, embroidered with fist-sized bunches of yellow or white blossoms. Her outfit struck me a cross between a traditional Indian sari and the garb of an ancient Greek woman. I understand that you need food and rest, Aset continued, or the regeneration will kill you, even as it heals your wound. There is nothing more I need to know until this most urgent danger has passed. As she spoke, she brought a conical copper funnel to my lips with one hand, holding up a large ceramic pitcher with the other. This will be awkward, but I dare not move you while your lung repairs itself. She held the funnel over my mouth. Open, please. I glanced at the pitcher. What is it? Ewe's milk, mixed with honey and fig paste. She smiled minutely. Truly, it is quite good, and the sugars will speed your recovery. Eyeing her dubiously, I opened my mouth. Thankfully, she poured only a small mouthful through the funnel, then righted the pitcher and waited for me to swallow. We're on a boat? I said once the concoction was down. It was smooth and sweet, and slightly warm from the sun high overhead. Rays of brilliant sunlight peeked through the minuscule gaps in the woven reed mat, shielding our portion of the boat. Aset waited for me to open my mouth, then poured another mouthful through the funnel. We are? Her gaze flicked up beyond my head. My dutiful son is ferrying us upriver to Lunette. Pepe's old winter palace there was abandoned years ago. A sad smile curved her lips. The others will believe Nick has gone on a pilgrimage back to the oasis, returning my body to the place where it belongs. She looked down at me. And any humans who see us passing will leave us be, assuming we are carrying one of the dead to her final resting place. The shroud suddenly made a lot more sense. Me? I am the dead, am I not? Indeed, Aset said with a nod, once more pouring some of the fortified milk down the funnel. I swallowed. Why are you dressed as the Sumerian woman? I asked, guessing at her outfit's origins. Aset glanced down at herself. Akkadian, in fact. I borrowed this from Ishtar. We were in a hurry, and it was the best I could come up with. She shrugged one shoulder. We could not very well have witnesses claiming to have seen me strolling along with Nekure while he was supposedly carrying my dead body. Nick chuckled, and I craned my neck in an unsuccessful attempt to see him without moving the rest of my body. I approve of your loose definition of the word borrow, Mother. Cutting, Aset repositioned my head and poured another helping of the milk down the funnel. Ishtar was careless with her belongings, leaving them so unattended, Aset sniffed. Besides, she has so much clothing I doubt she will notice a single item is missing. And my need was greater than hers. I could hardly march out of the temple as I was. She grinned. Truly, this is quite a bit more exciting than I had anticipated. I swallowed, snorted a laugh, and groaned. Careful, dear Lex. Aset set down the pitcher and funnel to rest a cool hand on my forehead. I cauterized your wound to stop the bleeding, but nearly doubled the internal damage in doing so. Your lung was pierced by the tip of Set's knife, and he nearly sliced your spleen in half. It was by sheer luck that he missed your intestines. I sighed. No wonder I hurt so badly. and are having such a hard time speaking, Aset said. So I suggest you stop trying. I attempted to roll my eyes, but found that my eyelids were drooping closed. Sleep now, dear Lex. There will be plenty of time for talking when you are better. No, I tried to tell her, but I only got so far as parting my lips before sweet, painless sleep dragged me away. I woke with a start and a sharp inhale. I sat up on instinct, eyes popping open and left arm tight against my side in anticipation of pain. Only a dull ache throbbed deep within. It was both a pleasant surprise and an ill omen of time lost. Aset? I called, scanning around me. I was in a small room with stone walls and no windows. Unless the holes in the patchy, decaying ceiling counted, only small bits of plaster remained, clinging to the decrepit skeleton of the roof, and several large openings afforded me a glimpse of a clear night sky. Nick? I am here, Lex, Aset said, rushing into the room through what appeared to be the only doorway. I am here. I shot a second cursory glance around the room. This is Peppy's abandoned palace? She'd said it was in Lynette, the ancient name for Dendera, some 60 miles east of the Osiris Temple in Abydos. Aset knelt at my side, pulling down the thin linen sheet that had been covering me and peering closely at my naked torso. Instinctively, I crossed my arms over my bare chest. Stop that, Aset said, tugging at my forearm. You're blocking my view of the wound. Lowering my arms, I looked down, squishing my left breast out of the way. A pink, puckered scar, about 2 inches long and barely 1/4 of an inch wide, was all that remained of what had been a life-threatening injury. My stomach grumbled. How long was I asleep? 2 days, Aset said, straightening and looking me in the eye. You must eat, then rest more. I believe it will take 2, maybe 3 more rounds to return you to full health. She reached to the side and handed me my water skin. Drink while I retrieve some food. I grabbed her forearm as she started to stand. Aset, if I go through 2 or 3 more rounds of regenerative sleep, I will surely die. The bonding withdrawals. Dear gods, she said, covering her mouth with her hand. I forgot all about that. She sat back down and leaned in close, her eyes searching mine. How bad are the withdrawal pains? How long do you think you have left until they incapacitate you? Well, I frowned, surprised to find that, when I looked for it, I found no hint of a withdrawal headache. In fact, the only pain I felt was the dull throb in my side. They have yet to start. Aset's lips spread into a hesitant smile. This is a good thing, is it not? Slowly, I shook my head. I do not know. By my count, it has been 6 or 7 days since I last spent time with Heru. The withdrawals should have started by now. They should be bad by now. And yet they are not. Her smile faded. I scoured her face for answers. I gave birth about a week ago, just after I arrived in this time. Aset's eyes widened. Do you think... Is it possible that the act of giving birth somehow broke the bond? Truly, Lex, I could not say. She touched her hand to the side of my face, tilting her head just a little. Compassion and concern shone in her eyes, silvered by the moon and starlight leaking in through the ceiling. Where is the child? I focused on a barren corner of the room and recrossed my arms over my chest, hugging myself. The pain of missing them dwarfed that of the stab wound. Children. I had twins, and they are gone. They jumped away shortly after. I swallowed a sob, then took a deep, shaky breath. I can only hope that they have returned home to their father. I looked at Aset, and to you, but I do not know for sure, which is why I must return there as soon as possible. Lex, who was with you during the birth? No one. My eyes wandered back to that lonely corner. I was alone in the oasis. They brought me there. It was the safest place. Oh, dear child, Aset murmured, wrapping her arms around me in a sturdy embrace. I am so sorry you had to go through all of that alone. Enveloped in her motherly warmth, I felt my will break, and I gave in to an outpouring of tears. They were tears of sorrow and grief, of desperation and fear. They were tears of holding on and of letting go. They were tears of, just for that moment, weakness, of giving up. How many times had I been on the verge of giving up since this all started? Too many to count. Maybe next time would be the time I actually did it, but not this time. Curled up on my side and eyes closed, I basked in the hazy lull of waking up, doing my best to ignore the hunger gnawing away in my belly. I pictured my babies, remembering how they'd felt nestled on my chest, so tiny and soft and floppy. Are you planning on lying there, starving yourself all day? Based on her voice, Aset was somewhere behind me. Or are you going to rouse and eat, so you can regain the strength you will need to return to your family? Groaning, I pulled on my big girl pants and rolled onto my back, opening my eyes so I was staring up at patches of purple and orange sky through the holy roof. I wasn't lying on a bed, exactly, or at all, really, but regenerative sleep didn't care. It would knock me out and sweep me away, even if I were lying on a glacier, naked and freezing. The reed mats beneath me were far from comfy, but they raised me off the ground enough that I wasn't rolling around on loose grains of sand. It wasn't much, but it was something. Are you still without any symptoms of the bonding withdrawals? Aset asked from the doorway. I looked at her sidelong and nodded. The anxiety that simple fact wound within me was nearly as debilitating as the withdrawals themselves. I felt like I had a time bomb stashed away deep inside me, ticking away, waiting. I returned to staring up at the ceiling. Ra and I discussed your situation at length while you slept, and he has proposed 2 possible scenarios. I glanced at the doorway. Where is he? Or Nikure, I mean. He is busy in the art, cloaking our presence in the echoes as far into the future as he is able. But that is of no matter right now. Not to you. She waved a hand dismissively. Ra thinks either the bond between you and Heru was broken during the act of childbirth, some sort of a natural failsafe to ensure that the well-being of your children is your primary concern, rather than that of your bondmate. But that implies some evolutionary basis for whatever is happening to me. I shook my head. That would require hundreds, if not thousands, of iterations of my scenario, bonded Nezarette bearing children, to have occurred before me. It wasn't impossible, just not very likely. Aset entered the room and knelt beside my bedroll. Which is precisely why I believe this to be the less likely scenario, she said, helping me sit up. She retrieved my water skin from the floor beside her and handed it to me. So, what is the more likely scenario then? I asked, uncorking the bottle and tipping it back. I was suddenly so thirsty that I thought there might not be enough water in all of Egypt to quench my need. The thirst far outweighed any embarrassment I felt at being bared to the hips before Aset. That you are most likely experiencing a temporary condition, whereby the mechanisms that usually regulate your brain and body function are in flux, due to childbirth, of course. Of course, I mumbled, and that, in time, Your body's systems will settle down, returning you to your normal state.
My normal, pheromone-dependent state, you mean? I clarified.
Indeed,
Aset said, straightening and bowing her head. So basically, I might have no deadline, but it is maybe more likely that I only have a postponed deadline, and I still need to get back to my time, to my Heru, before the withdrawals kill me. Aset flashed me a pitying smile. Then we have to assume the latter and hurry this regeneration process along. Aset's smile broadened, her amber eyes lighting up.
Very well. I shall return shortly with food.
When I roused after my next regeneration cycle, I felt hungry, but not famished, and I dared to hope that the regeneration process was over. I sat up, feeling more than a little refreshed, and pleased to note that I still felt no hint of the telltale withdrawal headache.
She returns from the dead once more,
Nick said, his lean frame little more than a dark shadow silhouetted in the doorway. It was night again, and the full moon had waned to half its former size, visible through the holes in the ceiling. I snatched the linen sheet up to cover my chest.
Aset?
I asked, voice froggy from sleep.
Bathing down by the river. How are you feeling? Up to getting out of bed?
When I nodded, he pointed to a spot beyond the head of my bedroll.
Your dress is folded up. Just there.
He turned to the side.
I will be out here by the fire. Just follow the glow.
All right. I cleared my throat, reaching for the water skin. After nearly draining the thing, I set it down and found my dress exactly where Nick had said it would be. I slipped it on over my head, pleased that the movement didn't cause any twinge of pain in my side. It meant it was time for me to go. I needed to get home, regardless of whatever was going on with my end of the bond between Harrow and me. But I had to do two things before I left. Barefoot, I walked into a narrow hallway where the ceiling was still mostly intact. I could just make out hints of a shadowy design on the crumbling plaster. I followed the glow of flickering firelight off the far wall to a doorway leading to a larger room with a ceiling, completely open to the stars. In the middle of the space, Nick crouched beside a small fire, alternating between tending a makeshift spit and stirring something in a small iron pot. Whatever you are cooking smells wonderful, I said, wandering into the open-air room. Nick pointed to the two large lumps skewered on the spit. Rabbit. He shifted his finger so he was pointing at the pot. And rabbit stew. Love the variety. I chuckled and sat cross-legged on the floor to his left. Nakure? I asked, biting my lip. He paused his stirring and looked at me, eyebrows raised and open expression lit by the dancing flames. I mean this in the least offensive way possible. But can I talk to Ra? His lips curved upwards at the corners, just a little, and he resumed tending the stew.
Afraid not. He is in the Aut right now.
Oh, I stared at the pot, mesmerized by Nick's slow, hypnotic stirring.
It's kind of nice now, having some time without him.
I looked at Nick's face. He was resolutely staring at the pot of stew.
He never used to go into the Aut alone before, but now...
Does it bother you, sharing your body with him? Nick shrugged.
Not usually, but it makes certain things uncomfortable. I am never alone, not in here, he said, tapping the side of his head. He cannot see everything I am thinking, but...
Nick let out a deep sigh.
I can always feel him there, even when he is not communicating with me.
Does he ever sleep? Nick glanced at me just for a moment.
He detests pain, so whenever I am injured, he tends to go...
Nick frowned.
Not To sleep, exactly, but something like that. Dormant might be a better word for it. Huh, I said to myself, thinking that little bit of information explained a lot about the man Nick would become millennia down the road. I inhaled, then held my breath for a few seconds. If I asked, would you make a few things for me? Out of aught, I mean. He brightened, grinning. For you, anything. I laughed. Charmer? His eyebrows lifted. What do you need? A bracelet and a small statuette of the goddess Hathor. Nick's eyes widened. A statuette? He twisted around, reaching into a reed basket a few feet behind him. He pulled out a drawstring leather purse, about the size of a bowling ball, and from that, he withdrew a very familiar little statuette carved from alabaster. You mean like this? Now my eyes widened, and I held my hand out for the tiny stone goddess. Where did you get that? Because I had little doubt that it was the same statuette Genevieve had gifted me over a year ago, my time. Over 4 millennia from now, Nick's. My grandfather gave it to Mother a while back, having noticed the special interest she had taken in the Hathor cult. Marcus had once told me the statuette used to belong to his sister, and that it had been a gift from their father, a gift Osiris had given a Set because of all the time she was spending setting up the order of priestesses who would make my journeys through time a success. A tiny laugh escaped from between my lips, and I shook my head as the seemingly unrelated threads of time wove together. What? Nick asked. What is it? Nothing, really. Just that it is so strange how something can seem random when viewed from one perspective, but when looked at from another angle, a clear pattern emerges. I met his eyes, holding the statuette out to him. Would you be able to make a smaller, aught version of this within the original? I could. He accepted the statuette, looking from it to me and back. But for what purpose? Trust me when I say that it is a long story, but it will be essential to me making my first jump backwards in time. Nick's eyes narrowed. Very well. Wonderful, I said, clapping my hands together. And as for the bracelet... I stood before Aset and Nick, bags packed and ready to go. Everything that needed to be done had been done, and I was, once again, fit as a fiddle. It had taken several attempts for me to get the charm on the statuette just right, using the subtler and more complicated of my shoot powers to attune the smaller statuette hidden within the stone to my ba, and anchoring it to the correct time and location. End of the 6th dynasty, the Hathor Temple in Men-Nefer, guiding Nick through the hieroglyph etchings on the bracelet, listing all of the dates and locations he and Aset would meet up with me in their future, had been nearly as complicated, and much more tedious. Now, I was leaving 2 of the people I trusted most in the world, with all the direction they needed to find me, as they traveled along the slow path, while I hop-skipped through time. I had a solid plan, jumping forward in time in 100-year increments, using the Hathor Temple in Men-Nefer as my constant, my home base. It would take 41 jumps through time, including 41 periods of rest between. Depending on how long I had to rest between jumps, it could take as little as a few days, or it could take months. There was no way of knowing without trying. Thank you, I told them, one of each of their hands in either of mine. I love you both dearly. I gave their hands a squeeze. I could not have come this far without you. Aset offered me a sad smile. Perhaps, perhaps not, but thankfully, that we will never know. She leaned in and placed a light kiss on my lips. Be well, dear friend, she said as she pulled away. I know in my heart that you have it within you to make it home to your family. Just remember that they are waiting for you, that we're waiting for you." I nodded, tearing up, then looked at Nick. He grinned his familiar mischievous grin, but his heart wasn't in it. I could tell by the shimmer of worry in his pale blue eyes. He leaned in, planting another light kiss on my lips. "Safe travels, Lex." "You too." Releasing their hands, I took a step back, flashed a shaky smile, and jumped into the future. Chapter 44. Time and Place. 3 jumps, 300 years. For once, 0 problems. I leapt into the 1700s BCE, the heart of the Middle Kingdom, with relative ease. I always jumped to and from the inner sanctuary of the Hathor Temple, and each time I landed, a new priestess greeted me within seconds, realized who and what I was, and carried out the requisite bowing and scraping that one apparently must do when one meets one's god. Only when that was done did I proceed to scarf down whatever food they could offer me before resting for a couple hours. I could feel myself wearing down. Even with the brief breaks, each succeeding jump was harder. I made a deal with myself that after 5 jumps, 500 years, I would give myself a full day of rest. After the 4th jump, I landed in the 1600s, nearing the end of Egypt's Middle Kingdom, with a dull headache. I was hyper-aware of the persistent throb at the base of my skull, at the slight ache in my joints. I told myself it was just the temporal jumps wearing me down. Nothing a good rest wouldn't fix. But after I rested, the headache was worse. The achy joints were worse. I couldn't ignore the truth. Bonding withdrawals had begun. This changed things. I no longer had weeks to get home. I barely had days. If my last bout with the withdrawals was any indication, I settled on shorter resting periods, 15 or 20 minutes, a half hour at most, with maybe 1 or 2 longer periods of a couple hours. Full days were out of the question. After my 5th jump forward in time, I landed in the temple's dark inner sanctuary, smack dab in the middle of ancient Egypt's golden age, the New Kingdom. If my jumps had been even remotely accurate, Hatshepsut was the current pharaoh, one of the few women to have ever claimed that title. I knelt on the temple's stone floor, head hanging. I was dead tired. One of those longer, day-long breaks sounded pretty damn tempting. It didn't matter that it was also pretty damn impossible. The withdrawal symptoms were noticeably worse. Not debilitating, but definitely worse. At the sound of footsteps, I craned my neck to see the doorway. A man stepped up onto the ramp leading to the inner sanctuary. Not quite what I was expecting. Certainly not a priestess. He was slim and bare-chested, wearing a white linen kilt that nearly reached his ankles. His head was shaved, and his bare face was unfamiliar, save for one distinctive element. Its unquestionable, ageless perfection. He was Negeray. He stopped halfway up the ramp and looked from me to the doorway, then glanced over his shoulder, his expression utterly bewildered. Looking at me once more, he said something, but I didn't understand New Egyptian, at least not the spoken variety. "Who are you?" I asked in the original tongue, narrowing my eyes. "What are you doing here?" The Negeray's eyebrows rose. "I would ask you the same," he said. I stood and took a step toward the doorway, but my knees buckled. I stumbled forward, catching myself with a hand on the plaster wall. The Negeray rushed forward, reaching for my elbow. "Are you unwell?" I pulled my elbow out of his grip and took a sideways step along the wall to put some distance between us.
Who are you, and what are you doing in my temple? His eyebrows rose once more, and a moment later, his lips spread into a broad grin. You are Hathor, one-time wife to the Great Father. I eyed him warily. Nobody should have remembered that. Nobody except for my priestesses, Aset and Nick. Who are you? I repeated. The man's smile faltered, giving way to a look of wide-eyed awe. He touched the fingertips of one hand to his chest and bowed his head. I am Senenmut, head scribe to Heru, leader of the Council of Seven, sent here by Heru himself to record the accounts of, well, you from the temple walls. My eyes widened. You? You're Senenmut? I was as surprised to find him here as he was to find me. I'd seen him once before, in the Aut, but only for a few seconds before Apep appeared and imprisoned my ba. Indeed, Senenmut nodded, then raised his head, his eyes meeting mine. Is the mythical Hathor familiar with my name? I nodded once, slowly. I am familiar with you, yes. Senenmut was the man who'd engraved the 2 tables that originally set me on this course, one containing directions to the hidden underground temple where our people's greatest artifact, the Ankh-At, had been stored, the other inscribed with Nuen's final words, with his last prophecy. It had always been a mystery as to how Senenmut had discovered the forgotten prophecy. Now, it was starting to make sense. Senenmut was able to inscribe the forgotten prophecy onto that tablet because I told him the prophecy. Because at this moment, I was the only living person who remembered it. Once again, threads I'd believed tied in a chaotic jumble revealed themselves to be woven into a beautiful, intricate pattern. One only had to view it from just the right angle. I rested my forehead against the plaster wall. In a bit, I could think more about the mysteries of time travel in a little bit. Right now, I needed food and rest. Have you seen any of the priestesses? Senenmut entered the inner sanctuary, reaching out tentatively in case I pulled away again. I didn't. His grip on my elbow was sure, but not overly tight, and I let him guide me out through the doorway. Come, Golden One, who consumes praise, who desires dancing, who shines on the festival, who is pleased to dance all through the night. His words tickled something on the edge of my memory. There was a sense of familiarity in the recited verse. Your priestesses are busy with festival preparations. He smiled a little shyly. It is good timing on your part, for there is much to eat, and appropriately, most is meant as an offering to you. I looked at him, the verse clicking. The festival of drunkenness? The very one. I frowned. What I would have given to be able to witness one of the ancient Egyptians' most famous religious events. The festival of drunkenness was said to be a purely spiritual time when the ancient peoples would gather at the temples, especially the Hathor temples, and drink until they passed out in the hopes of inducing a divine epiphany. Orgies were said to be involved as well, but I wouldn't be confirming that tidbit. Not today. I cannot stay, I said regretfully, the archaeologist in me dying just a little, as the mother in me beat her into submission. But I would have you sit with me while I rest. There is something I must tell you, Senenmut. Something you must record. Chapter 45. Now and Never. Oh, God, I breathed, stumbling into the back wall of the inner sanctuary. The stone beneath the plaster was warmer than the air, so I figured it was early in the night, the stone still retaining some of the day's heat. Legs trembling, I turned around so my back was against the wall and sank down to the floor. I'd made 10 more century-long jumps over what I estimated was about a day. I was exhausted, and my head pounded. The bonding withdrawals were worsening, right on schedule. I wrapped my arms around my knees, hugging them to my chest as I battled tears. Defeat stalked me, but I wasn't giving up. I was just overwhelmed. "Hello?" The voice was female and pleasant, and she spoke in the original tongue. The more snippets of time I spent in this temple, the more I suspected speaking in Nuen's ancient language had gone from tradition to flat-out rule. My intermittent appearances necessitated it, and I'd never appreciated the ability to communicate thoroughly and completely more. "I'm here," I called softly. "In the sanctuary?" A girl appeared in the doorway, little more than a shadow, while my eyes adjusted to the darkness. She wore the usual simple white linen shift that denoted her as a priestess of this temple, but she was the youngest I'd yet to encounter. She couldn't have been more than 12 or 13 years old. Nobody was in here a moment ago," she said, voice shaky. "I checked." "Oh? Which means you must be her, the golden one." Here we go again. I nodded, but realized a moment later that she probably couldn't see the movement. "I am Hathor." Twisting, I placed my palm against the plaster wall behind me and dragged myself up to my feet. "I need food and a bed, just for a few hours. Can you arrange that?" She was quiet, staring at me with huge, shadowed eyes. I sighed and pushed my hair out of my face, combing my fingers through the slightly greasy strands. "Or can you take me to someone else who can?" The girl nodded, backing up a step when I moved forward. "Then I?" She took a few more backward steps as I approached the doorway. "She is just this way," the girl said, turning and running down the ramp. When she paused to look back at me and found me slowly hobbling after her, she stopped to wait. "Denai is the head priestess. She says I will take her place one day, and her name. She says that it is my destiny." "Really?" I focused on putting one foot in front of the other. The ramp was mud brick and had devious little cracks and divots. "She says I have been chosen by the gods. On my 23rd name day, I will begin to manifest into a Netjerat." My steps faltered, and the young priestess rushed forward to catch me by my elbow. "The nameless goddess stowed my mother away here when she was pregnant, so the other Netjerats would not know about me." Side by side, we settled into a slow, creeping pace. "She knew my mother would not survive my birth, and told Denai to raise me, to be strong in my mother's stead, like our goddess had—" The girl hesitated. "Well, like you." "Did she truly?" I stifled a smile. "A set. You flatterer." The girl nodded. "But sometimes I fear that they will find me, and—" She took a deep breath. "I fear they will hurt me," she said in a quieter voice. "Sometimes I think that something must be wrong with me. Why else would the nameless goddess have hidden me away here?" We passed through a side doorway in the outer sanctuary and entered a dark, colonnaded hall. I'd been here so many times before, walked between these columns with so many different priestesses on my way to the living quarters, but this time felt different. It felt significant. This girl was important, and I needed to figure out why. "Tell me," I said. "What is your name?" "Me? Oh, I am called Ereme." the girl priestess said. It was totally unhelpful. Hers was a name I'd never heard before in reference to any Nezarette. I frowned. Did the nameless goddess tell Deny anything else? Just that she will be watching over me and... Again, the young priestess and future Nezarette hesitated. And what? It is the most serious of secrets. And it was clear that she was dying to share it with someone, anyone. I feared she'd choose the wrong person. Any person would be the wrong person if there was any chance that the secret would be captured in the Aut. But I didn't exist in the Aut. Not yet, at least. I will not tell a soul, I said, crossing my heart with my index finger. Besides, what could it hurt? In a few hours, I shall be 100 years in the future. Arame pursed her lips, like that act alone might hold the secret in. It didn't. The secret tumbled out in a rushed whisper. The nameless goddess is my grandmother. I stumbled over nothing but sheer shock. This girl, this Arame, was Aset's granddaughter? That would mean she was Nick's daughter. What did that make her? Would she be a regular Nezarette? Would she be like Nick with a shoot? Or would she be more, like my lost twins? Are you all right? Arame tightened her hold on my arm. Yes, I said, patting her hand. Exhausted and famished, but well enough. I must say, Arame, that is quite the secret. For millennia, the council monitored the Aut in search of those they considered abominations. Any Nezarettes born of two Nezare parents, like Nick. Long ago, Nuin set several unbreakable laws in place. The prohibition of such abominations chief among them. It was the reason the kin had lived in secrecy for centuries, since their inception by May. I considered holding my tongue, but didn't. I couldn't not warn this girl. And I agree with the nameless goddess. You must not tell anyone else your secret. You must never tell anyone else. Not ever. Arame? It was the first thing I said upon landing after my next 100-year jump. It was still the late period in Egypt, and I was still in the inner sanctuary of the Hathor Temple. After my next jump, I would be entering Ptolemaic Egypt, when the Greeks ruled over ancient Kemet. I wasn't sure what exactly that would mean for the running of the temple. Arame, are you here? I leaned against the frame of the doorway, staring out at the empty outer sanctuary. There were fewer offerings than usual scattered around the edges of the room, and a general sense of abandonment about the place. I heard the clack of hard wood against stone, accompanied by the shuffle of footsteps. It was coming from the side doorway that led to the living quarters. An elderly priestess appeared in the doorway, gray hair arranged in elaborate plaits and white linen shift, baggy, on her skinny, slightly hunched frame. She leaned heavily on a hooked, gold-plated walking stick. It has been ages since I last heard that name, she said, voice raspy. Are you she, then? I am Hathor. We have been expecting you. My eyebrows rose. You have? The old priestess gave a single nod. We keep records of when you visit. According to the stars, it has been time for a while now. Cane arm shaking, she held out her free hand toward the doorway behind her. Come, there is food prepared and a bed made up for you. I descended the ramp, head pounding, but body slightly less exhausted than last time. I'd allowed myself a 4-hour rest, a luxury I could hardly afford. This time would have to be briefer, 1 hour at most. And what of Arame? I asked the old woman as I approached. Is she not the head priestess? She shook her head. Arame was head priestess
when I first joined the order. She took over the running of this temple shortly after your last visit. She was a great woman. She took me in as a small child, called me daughter, and groomed me to succeed her, since she herself was barren. I had not yet bled for the first time when she disappeared, leaving a child in charge of the most important temple in the history of mankind. There was bitterness in her voice. I stopped before the elderly priestess. Have you any idea what happened to her? She shook her head. Only that she abandoned me. Abandoned us. And the nameless goddess, what does she say of Arame's disappearance? She did not know. She claimed she could no longer sense Arame, that she had ceased to be, and therefore must be dead. But what? The old priestess focused on my face with rheumy eyes. I saw her once, years after she disappeared. I woke in the middle of the night to find her sitting at the foot of my bed. She smiled at me and told me, her voice caught. She told me she was proud of me. So proud. And then I blinked, and she was gone. I frowned, brow furrowed. Might it have been a dream? Perhaps, the old priestess said, wiping her free hand over her wrinkled cheek. But it did not have the feel of a dream. She coughed a laugh, a rattling, phlegmy sound. Oh, but listen to me going on about the long-dead past. Come, eat and rest. She ushered me through the doorway into the colonnaded hall. My bones are tired, and my journey is nearly at an end. But yours, I gather, is far from over. I left my purse of gold with the elderly priestess, hoping it might help the temple navigate what I suspected were difficult times. Then made the next 7 jumps in quick succession. The rapidly worsening bonding withdrawals urged me onward, despite my mounting exhaustion. I could feel my chute's power draining, even as I felt time slipping away. How much longer did I have left until the withdrawals incapacitated me? A day? Less? I allowed myself a luxurious hour-and-a-half nap in the 4th century CE, but stuck to strict half-hour rests between my next 5 jumps. I barely made the last one, blacking out upon entry into 9th century Egypt. I woke in a bed, head resting on a flat pillow, and a room flooded with golden light streaking in through the openings near the top of one wall. I was in the temple living quarters, and I had no idea how long I'd been there. My only point of reference was the splitting headache. It was hours worse. But how many? How much time had I lost to sleep? It didn't matter. Only one thing did. I was still alive. The bonding withdrawals hadn't killed me yet, which meant I still had a chance to get home to my babies, to Marcus. I sat up, a single truth becoming abundantly clear. Next time would be worse. Next time, the exhaustion might knock me out until the withdrawals did kill me, which meant my next jump had to be the final jump. I turned, dangling my legs over the side of the bed and stretching in a vain attempt to alleviate the throbbing ache in my joints. I stood and hobbled over to the small table that had been set up with fruits, breads, and cheeses, and alternated between shoving food into my mouth and getting myself ready for the next jump. The final jump. I was just buckling my sword harness when a young woman in a usual white linen priestess shift entered the room. "You are awake," she said. I glanced up, then continued adjusting the leather straps into a comfortable position. "I am." "And you are leaving?" "I am." Finished with the buckle, I took a deep breath and looked at the priestess. "I will not return for hundreds of years. The nameless goddess will guide you when the time comes.
You will tell your sisters this?" She nodded. "Good. And tell them thank you," I added, "for everything." I dropped to one knee, placed my hand on the floor, and bowed my head, willing the power within my chute to well one last time. I'd been limiting myself to 100-year jumps. I had no idea how far my reach truly was. Hopefully far enough. The power within me became a tumbling snowball, something too great and powerful to stop. My jump was imminent, my children and Marcus, and home, preeminent in my mind. "Lex, wait." I looked up just in time to see the most unlikely of faces behind the priestess. Aramay. Full Nezarette now, but easily recognizable. She pushed the priestess out of the way and lunged across the room toward me. But she was too late. I was already gone. Chapter 46. Almost and There. Sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I jerk awake, certain I've fallen out of my bed. It's one of the most disorienting sensations, especially when I wake to find that I'm still safe and snug in my bed. I know it's not unique to me, and I suppose it might even be the reason we say falling asleep. Who knows? But I woke like that, in some unknown time and place. I jerked upright. Slimy muck beneath me, and a brilliant sun shining in a clear blue sky overhead. I squinted against the glare, groaning at the brain-shattering pounding in my head that resulted from opening my eyes. My stomach lurched at the onslaught of pain, and I leaned to the side, hands against a grassy slope, and vomited. Ugh. I wiped the back of one hand over my mouth. Dizzy and aching, I forced myself to look first to the left, then to the right. The world tilted this way and that, totally unpredictably, but I was coherent enough to tell that I was beside a paved road that curved around a hillside, and that I was in a ditch. I had, quite literally, passed out in a ditch somewhere. "What would you think of me now, Mom?" I wondered aloud, my voice tight with pain. It took my withdrawal-rattled brain seconds to catch up to the enormity of being in a ditch beside a paved road. People didn't start paving roads like this until the 18th or 19th centuries, which meant I was home, or damn near close to it. An engine rumbled, but my view of the vehicle was obscured by the grassy hillside. I watched it round the corner, raising my hand to block the sun. My eyes were having a hard time focusing on anything beyond a few yards away, but my heart beat merrily in my chest, and relief flooded my body. I was home. My children. Marcus. They were so close. The car came to a skidding halt a short way past me, and I was finally able to focus on it. My excitement evaporated. The vehicle looked more like a horseless carriage than any kind of car I was used to. It was old, like Model T old, and even more disconcerting, it looked brand new. Either the driver was coming from an antique car show, or... "Lass?" The driver left his car door open and approached me cautiously. "Are you all right, lass?" He was Scottish, male, and dressed in a brown tweed suit, but I couldn't tell more than that. Just like the car, I was having a hard time focusing on him as he moved closer. "Lass?" I am fine," I said, stumbling over the English words. It had been so long since I used them. "I'll be fine." The man crouched at the edge of the road, elbows on his knees. "Might there be somewhere I can drop you off?" "Where am I?" I asked. "What year is it?" I needed to find Marcus. It was the only way to alleviate the pain, and doing that was quickly becoming all I could think about. "You're in Scone, in Scotland," the man said with a frown. "And the year is 1909. Please, lass, where can I take you? Surely you've got people wondering where you've gone." There were people waiting for me, likely wondering where I'd gone and if I would ever make it home. But I couldn't get to them, not in my current state.
The bonding withdrawals were so bad I wasn't even confident I would be able to stand. Jumping forward one last time was out of the question, unless I could find my bondmate and absorb some of his pheromones. I racked my addled brain for any information I'd tucked away about Marcus during this time period. He'd lived in Scotland with the majority of his line, having established Clan Heru, what must have been shortly after I left him here in the 10th century. He'd returned throughout the years, as his lack of aging necessitated both reclusiveness and relocation every few decades. And he'd spent the first third of the 20th century with his clan, here in Scone. I might not have made it all the way home, but I'd made it to him. Close enough for now. Clan Heru, I said slowly. The castle is nearby. Aye, the man said. I know well enough the location of Castle Ulergen. He squinted down at me. Are you one of them, then? 'Tis hard enough to tell through the mud. I wasn't sure if he was asking if I was Negeray or if I was a member of Clan Heru. I wasn't sure it mattered. Please, sir, I was out walking and must have hit my head. If you could just bring me to the castle, or near to the castle, I can manage the rest. Aye, I'll bring you to the gate of Castle Ulergen, but the rest is up to you. He extended his hand down to me. I'd prefer to remain a stranger to Clan Heru. I nodded, accepting his hand and relying heavily on his strength to hoist me up and out of the ditch. Once I was standing, he released my hand and gave me a quick once-over. Felt the need to go for a walk in your dressing gown, did you, lass? Swaying a little, I wrapped my arms around the front of my body, doing what I could to cover my chest. The linen shift wasn't transparent, but it wasn't substantial enough to hide everything. I am not sure. The driver's expression darkened. Perhaps more has befallen you than a mere bump on the head. It took me a moment to capture his meaning. Finally, I shook my head. I do not know, sir, I said, lamely. He studied my face for a moment, and when he spoke, I had the feeling he'd been considering saying something else entirely. Come along, lass. He held his arm out to the car, maybe a dozen yards away. I stumbled, but he caught my arm. Careful. Thanks, I said breathily. Please do not think me rude for not introducing myself or inquiring about your name, he said, as he situated me in the front passenger seat. With Clan Heru? Well, it's just safer this way. It's fine. I offered him as much of a smile as I could manage. It was a valiant attempt, with pathetic results. I prefer anonymity as well. Lovely. He settled in the driver's seat. Shall we be off then? I nodded, head spinning and feeling like it was about to explode. I couldn't get to Castle Ulergen, to Marcus, fast enough. Leaning against the stone wall beside the tall iron gate blocking off the driveway to Castle Ulergen, I watched my knight in a shining automobile drive away. The car was out of sight, hidden by bends in the road and tall, leafy trees, far before the sound faded. Lex? The voice was husky and almost familiar. I spun around, light-headed and world-lurching, and found I recognized the woman standing a dozen feet away, or rather, the Negerette. Aramay? I held on to one of the gate's iron bars with a death grip. It was either that or fall down. Aramay was older now, just as I'd seen her during the brief glimpse this last time in the Hathor Temple. She was about my height and lanky, much like her father, and her dark hair was pulled back into a sporty ponytail. She was wearing bootcut jeans and a fitted, button-down plaid shirt. Not really era-appropriate attire. She nodded once. But please, call me May. I blinked, dumbfounded. I guess that explains why you're dressed like that, I said. My own dress was out of date, but from the other end. How? I started to ask, but stopped myself. She was a time traveler, and
the leader of the kin. She was also supposedly Nick's daughter, Aset's granddaughter, and she was dead in my time, but I couldn't tell her that. I settled on asking, "Why are you here?" "To stop you." May's smile was kind, almost sad. "You can't do this, Lex. If you go in there to find Heru, you'll change everything. You'll ruin everything we both worked so hard for." My head pounded, and all I could think about was getting closer to Marcus. The pain was all-encompassing, driving logic from my brain. But the withdrawals, I'm dying. May took a step toward me. "As you are now. Yes, you're dying, but that won't change by seeing him. You'll only delay the inevitable. You'll still die, a slow unraveling of your threads in the timeline, and then you'll cease to be. Your children will cease to be." My children? I leaned my head against the gate, the smell of the iron filling my nostrils. "I'm so tired, and I hurt so much." May touched my arm. "I know." "How did you find me?" "I felt the ripples of what you were about to do. Desperation can drive us to distraction, and I fear that is what it is doing to you." "So what? I should just lie down and die?" I laughed bitterly. "After everything?" I knew she was right, that I couldn't go see Marcus, that I couldn't go be near him and absorb however much of his bonding pheromone I needed to regain my strength so I could make this final jump home. Marcus would remember me. It would change the timeline from this point forward. I knew she was right. Somewhere, deep within the far recesses of my brain, in the logical, reasonable areas that had been locked away, imprisoned by the pain, by the desperation. "You could," May said. "You could die, here and now, and it wouldn't matter. Universal balance would remain restored, thanks to the continued existence of your children." She gave my arm a squeeze. "But you saved my life once, a very long time ago. I didn't understand it until I was older and learned of what I could do, of what it truly meant to be a Nézareth out of time. But you saved my life that day you visited the temple. You appeared out of nowhere, a true goddess to my child's brain, and scared me into keeping my promise. I never told another soul about my lineage. I never spoke of it aloud again. There was no way for anyone to know that I was like my father. My silence was the only reason I survived." "You could die here." She rested the side of her head against the gate, mirroring me, and smiled. "But you don't have to. Not here. Maybe not at all. I can jump through time with you. I can take you home. Your children are waiting for you." I watched dark spots move in all around me, giving me tunnel vision, until all I could see was May's smooth Nézareth features. My children. Deep in the far recesses of my mind, from that prison cell of pain, a coherent thought swam free. Do it. Part 4. Tempus Fugit. Kat and Lex. Chapter 47. Kat. "Hey." It was Mary. She was behind me, further up the beach. I closed my eyes and tilted my head back, asking the spirit of the Puget Sound, of the seagull standing sentinel nearby, of the ebbing and flowing salt water, of the seals barking some ways down the beach, to lend me even a shred of patience. It wasn't that I disliked Mary. On the contrary, we clicked. She was on the younger side, less than a century old, and in pretty much any other situation, I thought we'd be good friends. But in this situation, being friends with her only set me further apart from the rest of the Negerettes. I'd been born one of a kind, the daughter of incest, a most grievous crime amongst Negere kind, and I'd only escalated my differences further when I'd forced my Negere traits to manifest by going into the Aught a couple years too early. Grievous Negere crime number 2. Now, thanks to Mary and her anti-Aught dagger, my Ba was completely cut off from the Aught, even with the twins' existence returning Ma'at to the universe and stability to the Aught once more. I would never again enter it. I would never see the vibrant colors of time and space swirling all around me. I would never watch scenes from the past or from the possible futures play out right before my eyes. I would never, not ever, be a normal Negerette. I already felt like I didn't belong, and spending time with Mary, the emissary of the kin, turned me into a full-blown outcast. "What are you doing?" Mary sat down beside me on the piece of driftwood. "I hope I'm not interrupting." "It's fine." I set my pen on the seam of my sketchbook and flipped the cover closed. "I was just drawing." "Oh, can I see? I'm a terrible artist." Shrugging, I handed her the sketchbook. "The stuff you make out of anti-Aught is pretty good. Aside from the part where touching anything she made would kill a Negere from the soul out." "That doesn't count," she said. "It's easy to make something pretty when you can just think it into existence." She opened the sketchbook's cover, but didn't immediately go to the page I'd been working on, marked by my pen. She started at the beginning, flipping through pages of ink and pencil drawings, pausing whenever she reached the ones splattered with color from oil pastels or chalk. "These are really good." She paused on a collage of hands sketched in ink. "Whose hands are these?" "No one's." I reached out and flipped to the page I'd been working on a moment ago. "This one's supposed to be the Aught," I said, tapping the half-finished sketch with a fingernail. "I want to get it right before I forget what it was like." Mary closed the sketchbook ever so gingerly and handed it back to me. "Oh." And now I'd upset her. It was her fault that I was like this, but it was also my fault for being a rash idiot, and I knew she regretted having permanently damaged my Ba. She felt bad, and now I felt bad for making her feel bad. It was stupid. So, I searched the gray-blue water for something, anything, to change the subject. I blurted the first thing that came to mind. "Do you know how to fight?" Mary shot me a sidelong glance. "A bit. My mom wanted me to know how to defend myself. She said that in a group of people where everybody has exceptional powers, it often comes down to the most mundane skills to set us apart." She laughed to herself. "There was a girl who used to hold classes for those of us who wanted to learn. So thanks to her, I know just enough to be more of a danger to myself than to anybody else." "Do you maybe want to spar sometime?" Mary met my eyes for a moment, then returned to staring out at the sea. "Yeah, okay," she nodded. "I'd like that." "Cool, My phone buzzed, and I fished it out of my back pocket. It was 1:00, time for the council to reconvene, which is why I wasn't surprised to find a text from Dom, reminding me not to be late for babysitting duties. It was my turn to watch the twins, while Marcus locked himself away in the conference room with Mary, Nick, Seth, and the remotely present council members to continue their never-ending discussion of the rogues, the kin, and the future of Negere society. "I gotta get back to the house," I told Mary, and she nodded. She needed to head there soon, too. I tapped out a quick text to Dom, letting him know I was on my way, then shoved my sketchbook and pen back into my bag and settled the strap on my shoulder. 15 minutes later, I was sitting in an armchair in Marcus's suite. Susie, Lex, and Marcus's daughter nestled in my arms and a bottle in one of my hands. It had taken weeks for Marcus to choose names for the twins. We'd just called them BG and BB, for baby girl and baby boy, until he'd come to a decision. But when he finally did, we all felt his choice in names was absolutely perfect. BG became Susan, or Susie to most of us, named after Lex's recently departed grandmother. And BB became Cyrus, named from Marcus and Aset's father, Osiris. They were good names, strong names, with memorable and significant namesakes. Are you ready for it, little missy? I waggled the bottle a few inches from Susie's face. I think this might be the best, yummiest bottle yet. Nearby, Marcus made a slow circuit around the sitting room. Cyrus snuggled against his chest. The infant boy hated sleeping. He would fight it with all his might. But once he was asleep, he was out. Marcus had a knack for being able to coax his son to sleep, and I was grateful he was taking the time to do it before he left for the meeting, because baby charming was a gift I didn't have. We both looked to the door when it opened. Aset entered the room, expression grim. Little Tarset was holding Aset's hands, her cheeks pink and onyx pigtails askew. The ancient 4-year-old broke free and ran straight for me. Baby! She was obsessed with the twins. Marcus headed for his sister. Take Cyrus for me. The others are waiting on me. Aset crossed her arms over her chest and raised her eyebrows. I'm older than you. As Tarset climbed onto the sofa beside me, I looked at Marcus, then Aset, then back at Marcus. Something was happening. Something big and important and really damn tense. The kind of thing that made me want to be anywhere but here. What's this about? Marcus resumed his slow pacing, snuggling the baby boy close but never taking his eyes off his sister's face. You are their father, Aset said, and yet you put the council first. Your children are more important than the kin or the rogues or any other council matter. Cyrus and Susie are the most important things in the entire world, but you can't seem to carve more than a few minutes of each day out for them. Why, Haru? She planted herself directly in front of him. Why? Marcus inhaled and exhaled deeply. When the deliberations are over. The deliberations can go to hell for all I care, Aset said. Cyrus and Susie need you now. Marcus's features hardened right before my eyes. I held my breath, hoping my silence would make me disappear. Lex needed them. Marcus's words were clear, quiet, careful, cold. She needed them, and they abandoned her. If they'd never been born. Bite your tongue, Aset snapped. They didn't leave her out of choice. It was just something that happened. A reflex. Lex told me so herself. But will she ever tell me? Marcus asked, his features softening and his golden eyes shimmering with grief. Will she ever say anything to me again? Will I ever see her again? Oh, dear brother, Aset sighed and held out her arms for the baby. She has the ability and the will to make it back to us. We must have faith in her. Gently, Marcus transferred his son into Aset's arms. Once the council has come to a decision on this matter with Mary and the kin, I'll step down and you can take my seat. He stared down at his fussing little boy. For Lex. Aset nodded. For Lex. I moved smoothly from one position to the next, sometimes slow, sometimes fast, sometimes blowing out my breath or even grunting, always concentrating with every fiber of my being. Going through Dom's sets was better for calmness and clarity than meditation. It was impossible to think about anything but what my arms and legs would do next. The poses were becoming second nature. But even so, moving through them required absolute focus. It was, hands down, my favorite thing to do. The sound of the waves rolling up and down the beach only added to my tranquility. A set had released me from babysitting duty after a couple hours, and this was my second round of the day. I'd fallen into the habit of running through the sets first thing in the morning and last thing at night. It was late afternoon, so today was turning out to be a 3-a-dayer. It happened more often than I'd ever admit, but Dom only frowned when he found me running through the sets in the training room or out on the beach in the afternoon. He never advised me to stop. At the sound of footsteps on the rocky beach, I spun around, settling instinctively into a defensive position. "Kat!" Mary hopped over a long piece of driftwood on her way down the beach. "You won't believe what just happened." Before I could even think about guessing what she was so excited about, she blurted, "I did it. The council finally agreed. The kin don't have to hide anymore." I relaxed my stance, a smile taking over my face. I couldn't have stopped it if I'd wanted to. "Dude, that's awesome!" I took 3 enormous steps and threw my arms around her. "I'm so happy for you. What does this mean? Can you go home?" Mary stiffened, and a second later, her arms fell away from me. "I have no home." "Don't be stupid." I took a small step backward and shook her by the arms. "You know what I mean. Will you be able to go back to your people? I know how much you miss them." Mary shook her head, her green eyes gleaming like sea glass. "The rogues are still out there, hunting us, hunting me. My people have been lying low, staying off the internet and phone lines as much as possible. But I've received messages. Several have disappeared. I can only assume the worst." "Well, did the council agree to anything else? Are they going to help you with the rogues?" I rolled my eyes. "Are they going to finally get off their asses and do something?" Mary let out a single bitter laugh. "So they say, but only because some of their people have gone missing too. It's the reason they agreed to stay our impending executions in the first place." Her lips spread into a flat, grim mockery of a smile. "They finally realized that they need the kin just as much as we need them." My hands fell away. "What does that mean? What did they agree to?" "The kin has been granted a single seat at the council." She shrugged and turned to stare out at the Puget Sound. "Once the rogue threat is taken care of, they've agreed to reassess the structure of the Negeray governing body." My eyebrows climbed up my forehead, and my mouth fell open. "Are you serious? That's huge." One corner of Mary's grim smile curved upwards, turning it into more of a smirk. "Maybe they need us more than we need them," she said, pride shining in her eyes. "This is the first step to the future my mom saw. I didn't believe it was possible for us to work together, but..." I touched her shoulder. "Maybe this is the first step toward eliminating things like us and them," I said. "Maybe, but..." She cocked her head to the side, then looked over her shoulder. I glanced the same way, my stare sticking on Nick. He stalked down the trail through the woods toward the beach, toward us. "You shouldn't be here," he practically growled. So it wasn't Nick, but Ra. I hadn't seen either for a couple days. His arms were covered in zebra stripes of cuts in various stages of healing. Likely Nick's attempt to continue to keep Ra subdued. Failed attempt, it seemed. His lips retracted, baring his teeth in an open snarl. "You shouldn't be here," he repeated, lips barely moving and teeth locked together. My heart was pounding, but I managed to keep my breathing even. My body shifted, one of my feet sliding backward on the rocks, just an inch or two, my arms relaxing at my side. It was a casual defensive position, allowing me to be ready for 100 types of attacks. "There's plenty of beach to share," I said, impressed by how even and calm my voice sounded. Inside me, there was a terrified little girl begging me to turn and run as fast and as far as I could. Raw Nick reached the mouth of the trail and stepped onto the beach. just the driftwood and several yards separating us now. "You were supposed to die," he said. "Dom was supposed to kill Mary. The council was supposed to launch an attack on the kin living in squalor." In the blink of an eye, 2 daggers made of crystalline aught formed in either of his hands. "But none of that happened because Nick has feelings for you, because he wouldn't let you die." Mary stepped in front of me. "Stop," she commanded, a black spear suddenly in her grasp, pointed at raw Nick. It was a good thing she stepped in, because I was currently paralyzed and speechless. Mary stepped forward, the spear growing until the point almost touched him, just under his chin. "I don't have to stab you. I don't even have to break your skin. All I have to do is touch you with this, and everything that you are, were, or might be will disappear. It'll destroy Nick's Ba. I don't know what it'll do to your Ren." She rolled her shoulder. "Want to find out?" Ra's daggers disappeared into wispy rainbow smoke. Slowly, he raised Nick's hands in surrender. "Hands down," Mary said. "Turn around, and don't bother trying to hide behind your precious aught. I'll just surround it with anti-aught, and then you'll be stuck for good." She inched her spear closer to him, and he leaned back. "You're going to see the council." Pale blue bled back into Nick's irises, and he nodded. "He's gone. Retreated to the aught for safety. I'll go with you." He turned away from us. "No struggle, I swear." We trudged back to the main house in relative silence, Nick in the lead, Mary following close behind him, her anti-aught spear at the ready, and me bringing up the rear. "Marcus," I called out as soon as we were through the front door. "Something's wrong with Ra." "There's nothing wrong with me, child." I sucked in a breath. So Ra was back. Peachy. "But you are a virus, eroding more and more of reality with every breath you take." Raw Nick turned his head, letting me see his profile. "You were a sacrifice. Why couldn't you just die?" He faced ahead once more. I stood in the doorway, mouth hanging open and eyes stinging. Marcus appeared at the top of the stairs, hands on his hips. "Explain. Now." "It's Ra," I told him. "He's lost his mind. He just tried to kill me." Marcus's focus shifted to Raw Nick, though his expression remained the same. Very much not amused. Raw Nick bowed his head. "It's true. He won't shut up about it." And just like that, Nick was in control. For the moment. "He's snapped," Nick said. "He won't stop raving. Everything with Mary and the council deliberations over the kin. None of it would have happened if Kat had died that day. The rogues and kin would still be focusing on one another, and their feud would eventually wipe out both groups. He thinks..." Nick shuddered. "He thinks he can right things by killing her. Even now. He sees her as an aberration. This person who not only doesn't show up in the aught anymore, but whose continued existence drives reality further and further from what's reflected there." "But killing her now wouldn't change anything," Mary said, spear still held strong. "The council's decision has already been made. There's already an agreement." Nick balled his hands into fists at his sides. "Trust me, he's not listening to reason anymore." Nick raised his head, looking at Marcus. "If Mary hadn't been there when we came after Kat..." Another shudder racked his body. "He's fighting me. I don't have much time. But I think what happened to Apep after Ra split his chute from the rest of him is happening to Ra now. His sanity is slipping.
His logic is warped. Can you control him? Marcus asked. Is there any way for you to keep him locked away within you? The two men stared at one another, Marcus looking down on his nephew, on his creator. Nick's gaze slid over to me, and my heartbeat stumbled over itself. After a long moment, he nodded. He'll never try anything like this again. I swear it. Very well. Marcus stepped to the side, welcoming Nick up the stairs. Nick ascended, and Mary and I followed. I'd just entered the conference room turned council chambers when there was a flash of rainbow smoke, and two figures appeared. I have returned to you the Meswet, Alexandra Larson, one said. A woman? She was holding up her companion, who could have been Lex, but limp and head drooping like that, it was hard to tell. Her suit is badly damaged, and she is near death. I have been to the future. I know the one and only way to save her. Grant me amnesty, and I'll tell you. Granted, Marcus said, pushing up from his seat so hard and quickly that the chair slammed against the wall behind him, making the mounted monitors tremble. He hurried around the table, reaching the pair while I was still struggling to process what was going on. Mom? Mary said. I looked at her, then back at the pair. So much happened all at once, I didn't know what to do, so I just scooted out of the way and pressed my back against the wall. Mary joined me. Marcus helped May ease Lex down to the floor. You, May said, pointing to Nick. Come. You must turn her into art for the time being. It will be years until we have the means to save her. I looked at Nick. He stood behind a chair on the opposite side of the table from me, utterly immobile. His eyes were locked, open and focused on Lex, but the irises were flickering, pale blue one second, opalescent white the next. Nick, I shouted, help her! He looked at me with those disturbing, flickering eyes, and I sucked in a breath. It was wrong. Whatever was going on inside him. So very wrong. May's calm, collected countenance broke. Father, please. And then he blinked, and it stopped. His irises settled. One blue, one white. He stood taller, his head held high. We will do this thing you ask of us, daughter. He didn't sound like Nick or Ra, but some eerie combination of the two. It will be a fitting final act. I didn't have the time or wherewithal to consider their words. I just stared at Lex, now lying stretched out on the floor, unconscious, or worse. May had backed away, and Marcus knelt beside Lex's body, alternating between pumping her chest and blowing into her mouth. Heru, the strange combination of Ra and Nick, said, taking a single step toward the heartbreaking scene. Stop. He knelt on the opposite side of Lex's body. No. Pump, pump, pump. She'll die. She is already dead. A soft, collective gasp cascaded through the room, followed by the silence of held breath, the silence of expectation and of dread. Mary's hand found mine, and I gripped her fingers tightly. Her ba is badly damaged. If you manage to revive her now, her body will only give out once more. You must let us preserve her in aught. As our daughter said, when the twins are old enough and have mastery over their power, they should be able to repair the damage to her ba. The thing that had once been Nick took hold of Marcus's wrists and pulled them from Lex's chest. Do not touch her again, unless you, too, wish to be transformed into aught. Almost as soon as he released Marcus, his hands were on Lex, one on her forehead, the other on the middle of her chest.
It happened slowly, like ice crystals creeping across a window, too slow to see the change, but fast enough that within minutes she no longer looked like a flesh and blood person, but a pristine statue carved of quartz. "It is done," they said, removing his hands from Lex. A moment later, Nick's body went limp, and he fell to the side. "I'm here." Asette's quick footsteps rushed up the hallway. "What hap—" Her words died when she reached the doorway. "Attend to your son," Marcus said, fingers tracing over Lex's stone-like face. "There is nothing more we can do for her now." Blinking, I swallowed, my mouth feeling incredibly dry. I looked at May. "Did you say father?" I'd been walking for hours, wandering along the trails winding all around the compound. When I reached the beach, I was ready for a nice, peaceful rest, sitting on a piece of driftwood, lavishing in the serenity of the Puget Sound, except the beach was already occupied. I paused at the mouth of the trail, watching Mary and her mother, May. They sat side by side on some driftwood, not speaking, just being. It was a beautiful scene, and I was struck with a surge of jealousy. Mary had her mom back, but I never would. May had explained to us all in the quiet after the chaos of her and Lex's arrival that she'd stepped out of time just a few seconds before her death, an event she would be returning to at some point because, according to the natural progression of the timeline, it already happened. Someday, when she had tens, hundreds, maybe even thousands more years under her belt, she would return to that moment, and she would die. But not yet. Apparently, she still had much to do. She seemed to know everything, or at least all that would happen in the next couple decades, so long as we continued down her one true path. The twins would grow up and learn to control their Netjer powers and, in time, be able to revive Lex. Nick, too, she claimed would be restored to full health, minus the soul of one ailing god. Apep would remain locked away in his sphere of Ott in the safe Marcus had buried somewhere here within the compound's walls. The rogues would be hunted down and dispatched. And we'd all hold hands, sing Kumbaya, and toast marshmallows around a campfire. At least, that's what she claimed. Well, maybe not that last bit. We had no way of knowing if she spoke the truth because, thanks to me, the Ott was no longer an accurate reflection of reality. As Ra had said while raving, the echoes showed a world in which I died in that tent city. It was awesome. I'd been hoping for one more thing to set me apart from the rest of the damn world. Not wishing to disturb May and Mary's mother-daughter moment, I started to turn around, to head back up the trail. But a twig snapped under my boot. Both May and Mary turned their heads to look at me. I lifted a hand to wave. "Sorry." May smiled. It was warm and motherly, and clawed at my heart. "Please, Kat, come join us. There's something I must tell you both." Frowning, I shrugged and started down the beach toward them. Once I was sitting on the driftwood beside Mary, May stood and faced us, hands clasped before her. She was supposedly Nick's daughter, his only one, Asette claimed, born to a woman both he and Ra had fallen in love with 2 millennia ago. Their daughter, May, had been hidden away in an ancient Hathor temple, Lex's temple, until one day she vanished. There was no sign of her in reality or in the Ott, because she was a woman out of time. She'd never showed up in the Ott again. Kind of like me. Now, standing there before us with the gray-blue water of the Sound stretching out beyond her, I thought I could see the resemblance between her and Nick. It made my heart hurt. I missed him. "I hope you like this sword," May said to me with a kind smile. The sword? I shook my head, confused. But then I understood. and my eyes widened. You left it on the counter for me? I'd thought it had been Nick. May nodded. It was with Lex when I found her. Still, I shook my head. But why did you bring it to me? Because you needed it, she said. Because the one true path needed you to have it. I stared at her, dumbfounded. And now there is a task the one true path requires the two of you to complete. Her gaze fixed on me, a hard glint in her gray eyes. You'll need your sword. Chapter 48. Lex. Groaning, I swallowed with some difficulty. My throat was so dry. I cleared it and peeled my eyelids open. My eyes felt crusty and grainy, scratching as they opened. The light in the room was blinding, gleaming off sterile white walls and forcing my eyes shut once more. The upper half of me was propped up, either by pillows or a hospital bed. I wasn't sure. Near my left hip, something warm and vibrating restricted my arm's movement. On my right side, someone was holding my hand, my fingers fully enclosed in a sure, two-handed grip. Once more, I forced my eyes open. It was Marcus's hands holding mine, his shaved head bowed and his broad shoulders hunched. He looked slighter than usual, but then I had no idea what he'd been through during my travels in time. Marcus? My voice was a mere rasp, barely audible. He raised his head. I blinked, my eyes opening wide despite the bright light. You're not... I cleared my throat once more, hoping that if I did it enough times, my voice might eventually return to normal. You're not Marcus. I stared at the young man. His eyes were strange, his irises a glowing, seething mass of blues and purples and reds, with hints of golds and greens in the depths, not to mention streaks of opalescent white and inky blackness. They were the eyes of a netgere, the eyes of a god, except the only netgeres currently in existence in our universe were my children, and they were still babies. It had only been a matter of weeks since I gave birth to them. Who are you? I know this must be a shock, but... Lex. My head snapped to the right. Marcus stood beyond the foot of the bed in an open doorway, his usual gray slacks and white button-down shirt looking unusually wrinkled. There was a stain on his shirt, down near his belt buckle, that looked an awful lot like coffee. He stood in that doorway and stared at me, his lips parted and eyes guarded. I sat up the rest of the way, pulling my hand free of the stranger's grip and waking up one of the two tabby cats sleeping on the bed. It stared at me with guarded eyes, just like Marcus. I returned its stare, not quite sure I understood what I was seeing. The cat looked like Russ, but fully grown. I looked at Marcus. What's going on? How? I shook my head, pleading with my eyes for him to make everything I'd seen in the moments since waking make sense. Who's he? I asked, pointing to the stranger with my chin. Lex, Marcus said, stepping into the room. That's Cyrus, your son. After two more steps, I raised my hand for him to stop. I looked from Marcus to the stranger and back, once again shaking my head. No, that's not possible. It's only been weeks. I licked my lips with a sandpaper tongue. I was just pregnant. I just gave birth. I was just holding my babies in my arms. I looked at the stranger once more, my throat constricting and heart thudding. His resemblance to Marcus was impossible to ignore. But I thought I could also see pieces of myself in him, in the tilt of his eyes and in the slope of his nose. With recognition, Reality started to sink in, and I squeezed my eyes shut and shook my head.
Lex.
Marcus's voice was a soft hush. My chin trembled, and though I felt like parting my lips would be playing with fire where tempting tears was concerned, I had to know. I had to ask. How?
You've been frozen in art for the past 16 years,
Marcus said, taking another step toward the bed.
No.
Just stop. I can't. I gestured for him to stay put with my hand, then looked at the stranger. Cyrus, my son.
You grew up,
I said, voice trembling. Tears escaped, gliding down my cheeks. You grew up without me.
They had to, Lex.
Marcus closed the distance to the bed. He sat on the edge, displacing the cats, and wrapped his arms around me. He pulled me close, rubbing my back.
It was the only way to save you.
I sobbed against his shoulder, a brutal, guttural sound torn from my chest. My babies. Cyrus took hold of my hand once more, his strong fingers cradling mine delicately, almost like he thought they might break in his grip.
We were just babies when you first returned. You'd nearly exhausted one of your chutes, and, in doing so, had badly damaged your ba. You were dying. Well, you were technically dead, and we were too little. We couldn't do anything to help you, so they had to freeze you in Ott. But me and my sister, we've been practicing controlling our powers practically since we could walk. We knew, even then, what we had to do. We just couldn't do it until yesterday.
I turned my head so my cheek was pressed against Marcus's shoulder, and I could see Cyrus, my son. I wondered how long it would take for that to sink in.
I'm still me, Mother.
He offered me a tentative smile.
I sat with you every day.
His nostrils flared.
I told you all of my problems, all of my fears and worries.
Oh my God, a young woman cried, launching herself onto the bed almost as soon as she entered the room. I can't believe you're really awake. Her voice broke as the words tumbled out. After all these years, Mother, we finally got you back. Her face was sandwiched somewhere between my neck and Marcus's chest, muffling her voice. She was a teenager, but she became a little girl once again, just for a moment. My little girl. And I didn't even know her name. My sense of hearing spiked all of a sudden, my sight dimming from that brilliant, almost overwhelming sensitivity to something slightly manageable. I picked up on a side of a conversation that was happening far from this room, somewhere else in wherever we were. It was Dominic's voice, talking to someone else I couldn't hear.
Think it's past time you returned.
He must have been talking on the phone.
Even more reason to give up the fight.
There was a pause, and then he said,
Good. Let me know when you're scheduled to arrive. I'll have a car waiting.
Who? I sniffled. Who is Dom talking to?
It's Kat,
Marcus said against my hair. He was still rubbing my back with one hand, though his other arm had found its way around our daughter's shoulders.
She's been away for quite some time now.
I sniffled again, hoping somebody had a tissue nearby, because I was definitely going to need one. Away? Where? Why? Marcus sighed.
It's a long story.
Chapter 49. Kat. I tossed a pocket-sized leather book onto Gerald Meyer's body. It landed on his blood-soaked sweater with a soft splat directly over his heart. He was telling the truth, I told Mary, disgusted with myself. I dropped down to one knee, and slid first one side of my sword blade along the clean portion of his sweater near the hem, then the other, wiping off the blood. His blood. The guy was obsessive about keeping track of his contact with other Negerettes. The proof was in the book. Names, dates and times, locations, topics of discussion. He wasn't a rogue, just a deserter. I watched Mary out of the corner of my eye. She was spinning an unused black dagger on the palm of her hand. It was a nervous tick of hers, an indicator that she was pissed. Good. So was I. We didn't need to kill him. I sheathed my sword over my shoulder and looked at her full on. He was scared, a little erratic, maybe, but not dangerous. Mary closed her palm, her fingers curving around the hilt of the dagger, a dagger only she could touch without dire ramifications, without, in time, becoming unmade. He abandoned my people, she glared at me. A deserter's just as bad as a rogue. I laughed bitterly and shook my head. It's been how long now? I think you can drop the my people bit. The council had dissolved over a decade ago, giving way to the Senate, a representative body of 19 Negerettes elected by our people, all of us, every 10 years. There was no more us and them, not where Negerettes were concerned. Gerald's body made a gurgling noise, not a noise of life. Just one of those weird things dead bodies do. Hang around them long enough, and it's bound to happen. We didn't need to kill him, Mary sneered. Don't tell me you're going soft on me. You were all about this position, remember? Like I had a choice. I glanced at her, then back down at poor, dead Gerald. I was just glad I'd killed him before Mary could. She liked to play, to punish, as she put it, teasing her victims with the threat of that anti-Ott dagger before putting them out of their misery with a plain steel blade. She couldn't actually risk unmaking someone, especially not a rogue. Doing so would cause the timeline to weave around their absence, creating a new pattern, a new now. Her mom would kill her for screwing with the timeline. Figuratively, of course. Me? I'm much more literal than dear, sweet old May. As I stared at Gerald's slack face, studying his perfectly smooth Negere features, part of me wondered if there were even any other rogues left out there. Was there anyone left for me to hunt? Or, at least, anyone whose death wouldn't leave me feeling like I was killing a little bit more of my humanity every time I snuffed out another life? My phone vibrated my back pocket, and I stood, fishing it out of my jeans and turning away from Mary. Dom? What is it? It had been years since I'd heard from him, my older brother, my mentor, my best friend. Years since he'd given up on my blackened soul. He'd never said as much, but I'd seen it in his eyes the last time we parted. Oh, you busy? His familiar accent sounded foreign to my ears. No, I'm free. Just finished a hunt. I walked away from Gerald's body toward the kitchen, liking the idea of putting the island between me and the evidence of what I'd just done. There was silence on the other line. Dom? Is everything all right? More than all right, little sister. She's back. Lex. His voice was thick with emotion. She just woke up a few minutes ago, and, Kat, she's really back. Holy shit, I said against my fingers. May had claimed to have learned during her travels through time that the twins would be able to heal Lex when they were 16 years old, once their shoots reached maturity, and they gained full mastery of their powers, allowing them to repair her fractured ba. 16 years. Had it really been that long already? I think it is past time that you returned. I stared up at the apartment's popcorn ceiling, blinking away the sting of tears. I can't keep doing this anyway. It's just not the same. It doesn't feel right anymore.
even more reason to give up the fight. Yeah, I cleared my throat. I'll catch the next tube. The gravity tubes would be faster than a plane, even if they were insanely expensive. My funders had insanely deep pockets. I'm near Reykjavik, so it'll take me, what, like 5 hours to get back to the Seattle station? Let me know when you're scheduled to arrive, Dom said. I'll have a car waiting. Will do. I ended the call. You can't go, Mary said, stalking toward me. We're not done yet. There are still 17 more names. I drew my sword and pointed the crystalline blade at her, stopping her in her tracks. I was the better fighter. We both knew it. I didn't have the crutch of a chute to lean on. It was just me and my sword. Dagger still in hand, Mary planted her fists on her hips. My mom said the future wouldn't be safe until we finished. And the Senate agreed that it's our mission to wipe every single potential rogue off the face of the earth. I looked at her for a fraction of a second longer, then strolled past her to the front door. Fuck the Senate. I twisted the doorknob, yanking the front door open, and not caring when the knob slammed against the inside wall. The sky was dark outside, the stars winking in and out of sight as thin clouds passed by. But you can't leave me. You swore you'd get vengeance for your mom. I paused on the landing, just outside the apartment, and sheathed my sword. The last 5 have been deserters, not rogues, I said over my shoulder. And not a single one of those names left on the list have been identified as rogues. My vengeance is done. Whatever you do now, that's for your vendetta. Don't put that shit on me. You traitor, coward. I only saw one way to respond. I raised my right hand high overhead and gave Mary the finger. And then I walked away. Chapter 50. Lex. I shifted in the lightly padded chair so I was leaning forward, elbows on the edge of Nick's bed and chin resting on my palms. He was in a room that was connected to the lab in the basement of the main house on Bainbridge, much as I'd been. I'm so sorry, I told the man stretched out under the covers. His face wasn't peaceful, as though he were sleeping. Rather, he appeared locked in a constant internal battle. And then there were his eyes, open, but unseeing. One iris was Nick's natural pale blue, the other an unearthly opalescent white. For the past 16 years, he'd been trapped in Autked, the prolonged, hypometabolic state our physical bodies slipped into when our baths were off, sifting through the echoes in the Aut. Except Nick's pseudo-Autked state didn't make sense. Not really. His ba wasn't anywhere in the Aut. We'd looked high and low. The Aut itself was a strange place now, a misaligned echo of an alternative timeline, one where Kat died shortly after I was yanked into the past, and May was dead and gone. But that didn't explain why we couldn't find Nick or Ra somewhere in that higher plane, despite his body being stuck in what was very clearly a state of Autked. So where were they? If I'd known this would happen, that Ra would lose it, and you'd be a prisoner in your own body. Sighing, I closed my eyes, squeezing out the tear that had been lingering in my lower lashes for minutes. If I'd known, Nick, I would have warned you about it before you offered yourself to him. No, you wouldn't have. I straightened and twisted around in the chair to see Kat standing in the doorway. My eyes widened and my lips parted as I sucked in a startled breath. The woman standing there was barely recognizable as the girl I'd known nearly 2 decades ago. She still looked 18, her body slim and curves slight. Her dark hair had been bleached and cut short, the longest layers barely reaching past her chin.
She wore fitted jeans tucked into worn black combat boots that laced halfway up her calves, a cropped black tank top that revealed a couple inches of her toned midriff, and a fitted red leather jacket. Designs had been inked into her skin on the backs of her hands, her neck, and on what I could see of her abdomen. But those were just the physical changes. Her once soft brown eyes were darker, harder. The gleam in her eyes made the outfit and tattoos seem right, whereas the Kat I'd known would have looked like she was wearing a costume. Just another reminder that, while to me it felt like not even a year had passed, the world had gone on for much longer around me. "You wouldn't have warned him," she said, leaning a shoulder against the doorframe. "You had a mission, Lex, saving the universe, and warning Nick was a risk you wouldn't have taken." She pushed off the doorframe and walked into the room, gait easy and somehow restrained. "There's no reason to feel guilty. He knew what he was doing." She sat on the opposite side of the bed, her eyes locked on Nick's tensed face. I wasn't sure she was really talking to me anymore. I watched her as she stared at Nick, not a hint of what she was feeling showing up on her face. She was so very different. "I hear you've been busy," I said. My eyes slid to the sword hilt, peeking up from behind her shoulder. "How's the sword been working out?" She looked at me, a flash of surprise, knocking down nearly 2 decades of walls for a fraction of a second. She blinked, and her guarded mask returned. "I forgot it was yours. May dropped it off at the shop years ago. Do you want it back?" I shook my head, smiling to myself. "It saved my life a time or two, but I'm sure you're much better with it than I am." I shrugged. "Besides, what use would I have for it now? But you—" "I'm done working as the Senate's assassin," she said, eyes sliding back to Nick's face. "It's changed me too much already. I need to stop while there's still anything of me left." "Oh, thank God," I said in one quick exhale. Kat looked at me, that startled expression cracking through the mask once more. I mean, I was determined to be supportive and everything, but all I could think about was your mom and how pissed she'd have been if I didn't try to talk you out of this assassin gig. Kat stared at me for long seconds, her expression unreadable, until between one heartbeat and the next, the corner of her mouth quirked upward. "She sure could throw a fit, couldn't she?" I smiled, glad to see that there was still something of my sweet little half-sister in there after all. Older sister now, I supposed. "Sometimes, when I remember her," I said, "my mind gives her red hair. It just fits her personality so well." Kat chuckled under her breath, but a few seconds later, her expression sobered, and her gaze wandered back to Nick. "She's why I did it in the first place, you know." She glanced at me, just for a moment. "Revenge and all that?" I nodded. Dom filled me in. Kat rolled her eyes, and I suppressed the urge to grin. I'm sure his recap was filled with sighs of disappointment. "No?" Confused, I shook my head, eyes narrowed. He seemed pretty damn proud, actually. Worried and guilty, too, but mostly just proud. "Really?" Hope flashed in Kat's eyes. This close, I could see that, though the brown of her irises had darkened to a nearly black color, likely a result of her Negere traits manifesting completely, there were bright specks of gold scattered throughout. I smiled at her, laughing softly. "Really?" "Oh, well, She stood and started sidestepping her way around the bed. "I should find him. Say hi." "You really should." Kat spun around and jogged to the doorway, then headed to the right and was gone. Only the sound of her boots on the polished tile floor lingering. I shook my head. So very much had changed, but not everything. "Oh, God," I said, panting and rolling onto my side to reach for the glass of water on the nightstand. "I think I'm dead." You killed me. I gulped some water, then glanced at Marcus over my shoulder. Death by pleasure. Not a bad way to go. Marcus raised one eyebrow. You look quite alive to me, little Ivanov. He grinned wickedly. Shall I finish you off? I took another sip of water before setting the glass on the nightstand and easing back down to the bed, my back to Marcus. I think I'd go into a regenerative coma, I said, resting my head on my folded arm. Just one more time. Marcus's hand slid from my waist to the curve of my hip, his fingers tracing inward along the crease between my thigh and torso. And then I promise I'm done. For now. He teased my inner thigh with his fingertips. I whimpered. Marcus. I thought I was asking him to stop, but my hips shifted seemingly of their own accord, and his fingers slid along my most sensitive places. I arched my back and sucked in a breath as a lightning bolt of pleasure zinged out to every nerve ending in my body. Marcus's body curved around me from behind, his lips finding my neck and his knee parting my legs. He entered me in one smooth thrust. The arch of my back deepened and my eyes closed. In that moment, I was capable of just one thing, feeling. Marcus's arm slipping beneath me to curl around my body, his hand coming to rest on my neck, holding me in place, his lips hovering just behind my ear, his breaths hot and urgent, his hips rocking against me, and his fingertips caressing me in rhythm with his ever-deepening thrusts. I will always need you just one more time. With the final word, he extended tendrils of his ba into me, touching me deeper and filling me more completely with his soul than he ever could with his body. I cried out, the sensation, the closeness, the pleasure overwhelming me until it was all that existed in the world. And when it faded, there was nothing but the quiet darkness of unconsciousness. I blinked, drowsy and a little disoriented. I fell asleep, I said, rolling over so I was facing Marcus. His lips twitched, curving into the tiniest of smiles. My fault. I may have pushed you beyond your limits with that last little soul touch. I didn't mind. Heat suffused my chest, neck, and cheeks with a confession. Marcus chuckled, the sound low and throaty, and raised his hand to brush his knuckles over my cheek and along my jawline. We'll have to ease up a bit, unless we're going for the saturation point again. Not that I would be opposed to having another child. His pitch lifted at the end, just a hint, turning his words into a question. I rolled onto my back, exhaling a sigh, and stared up at the ceiling. I'm not ready. A quick glance was all I needed to catch his careful expression. The twins. I know it's been years for you, but it hasn't even been a month for me. I just had them. I understand, he said. When I didn't respond, Marcus turned my head with gentle fingertips on my jaw, making me look at him. Truly, Lex, I do. Just know that when you're ready to try again, I am too. Tears welled in my eyes, and my chin trembled. Marcus's arms were around me before the tears could break free, and he pulled me closer, pressing his lips against the top of my head. I love you, I said against his chest. I love you so much, but not as much as I love you, little Ivanov. I snorted softly. You can't know that. Perhaps not. There was a hint of laughter in his voice. But I've loved you longer. You can't argue with that. And he was right. I couldn't. Chapter 51. Lex. It's a party, Lex. My mom pinched my arm. Parties are for smiles, not frowns. I gave her a sidelong look, the one she knew all too well from my teenage years. I'd been back for weeks, but it was still disorienting to see her now. A genuine grandmother and unequivocal old woman. The deep lines on her face, the droop of her eyelids, the sag of her jowls, even the sound of her voice. I'd become Rip Van Winkle in the span of 9 months. I'd gone away, only to return to find that the world had kept on turning, that the people I loved had kept on aging without me, or, in Grandma Suze's case, had died. I was still having a hard time coping with that aspect of my new reality. I glanced at my sister. She was sitting on a picnic blanket with her nearly grown son, Jackson, a future Negeray, and her 2 younger kids, Bobby and Judy, named after her Negeray husband's parents who'd been killed by rogues over a decade ago. Jenny looked more like my mom than my mom did now, as strange as that may sound. It feels, I don't know. I scanned the yard. We'd set up a grand barbecue and picnic on the back lawn. Everyone I loved was there, from my human family to the Negerettes who'd embraced and looked after them in my absence. Dominic and Kat were chatting animatedly, Kat showing him some parody of a sword fight with a half-eaten rib, and Neffy was sharing a picnic blanket with her current beau, one of the former kin. Marcus was locked in a deep discussion with my father at the barbecue, and Aset was in the center of the lawn with Tarset, teaching the soon-to-manifest young woman some ancient dance. I found the twins on the periphery of the merriment, heads bent together as they walked toward the main house. It just feels off somehow, I said, lamely. Perhaps your mind is still stuck in a pattern of expectant waiting, broken only by intermittent moments of fight or flight, Alexander suggested. He was sitting on the other side of my mom on the bench of our picnic table. I watched the twins head into the house through the back door, then looked at my grandfather, frowning. You're probably right. I leaned my head on my mom's shoulder. My mom slipped her arm around my waist and squeezed. It's so nice to have you back, sweetie. I can't tell you how hard it's been. Your father, for a while there, I wasn't sure he'd pull through, but Cyrus and Susie helped. He's always been a sucker for babies, and with Susie, it was almost like getting to raise you all over again. I smiled, a defense mechanism to fend off the sorrow I felt every time it hit me just how much I'd missed out on. She's so curious, and they're both so smart. The Wonder Twins, Jenny calls them. As if on cue, Cyrus and Susie emerged through the back door. Susie led the way, what appeared to be a baseball held almost ceremoniously before her in cupped hands. I straightened, squinting more out of habit than any real need to see. My vision couldn't really get any clearer. What's that in her hands? Behind her, Cyrus followed, carrying a similar object, except his was black. Oh my God, I breathed. That's the Apep orb. Then the other must contain Ra, Marcus said, resting a hand on my shoulder. I glanced up at him for a fraction of a second. I couldn't bring myself to look away from the twins and what they were holding for longer than that. If the sphere Susie was holding contained Ra, then what about Nick? I whispered. Kat ran past the twins toward the house, Aset close on her heels. I felt torn, wanting to follow, but needing to know what was going on with Cyrus and Susie, and the 2 Netger souls they were literally holding in the palms of their hands. I thought you said Apep was locked away in a safe, wrapped in a layer of Ott, and buried under a ton of cement, I said to Marcus, not taking my eyes off my approaching children. It was. Marcus's voice was low, his tone even. He was pissed. The other picnic-goers quieted and stared as the twins passed by, heading straight for us. But the twins, they only had eyes for Marcus and me. "Don't be cross, Daddy," Susie said, a sweet smile coaxing out her shallow dimples. "We needed Apep's wren and Ra's. It's time for us to take them home." My teenage son and daughter stood side by side before us with contrasting expressions. Susie looked excited, eyes bright and color high in her cheeks. Cyrus, on the other hand, looked both anxious and worried. He looked like maybe, just maybe, he might be sick. He looked like I felt. "Home?" I mouthed, my voice paralyzed. "To the Netger home universe," Cyrus clarified. I could feel my head slowly shaking back and forth, and could do nothing to stop it. "We have to go there anyway," Susie said. "It's the only way for us to learn more about what we are and what we can do." "You're leaving?" I said numbly. But I'd only been back for a couple weeks. We'd barely had enough time to get to know each other. "Not by choice," Cyrus said, raising the orb filled with Apep's inky, seething soul. "Apep and Ra will continue to unravel if left in this state, and that can't be allowed to happen. Sure, Ma'at has been restored and the universe is in balance and everything, for the most part. But in time, it will begin to deteriorate again, right along with Apep and Ra." Slowly, I shook my head. This couldn't be happening. Their birth was supposed to fix everything. It was supposed to be over. It wasn't fair. We'd only been a family for a couple weeks. "But it will," Susie said, misreading the reason for my head shake. "Apep and Ra created this universe. They're the souls of this place, as integral to it as your ba is to your body. Cyrus and me, we can hold it together without them, and in time we'll share a bond with this universe as strong as theirs is. But the universe will change to fit us, and there's no way to predict how it'll change." Her eyes grew glassy. "There's no way to know if this world, if any of you, will even survive the changes." Cyrus handed the Apep orb to his sister, then stepped forward and took my hands in his. "Mother, you risked so much for us. For all of us. You must let us return the favor." "But you're just kids," I said, voice breaking. "I just had you a month ago." I couldn't have stopped the tears from spilling over the brim of my eyelids, even if I'd wanted to. Marcus gave my shoulder a squeeze. "Will it be dangerous?" Cyrus's focus shifted higher as he looked at his father. "We don't know, but we'll keep you updated." Looking at me once more, he released my left hand and lifted it close to his fingers around my lapis lazuli falcon pendant. When he released it, the pendant felt hot against my skin and hummed with a barely perceptible vibration. "As long as you're wearing this, I'll be able to reach your mind." I brought my free hand up to grasp the pendant, much as he had. Cyrus looked at Marcus. "We've cut off access to the Aut. It's so unreliable." He shook his head. "As it is, it does more harm than good." "That's really the other reason we're going," Susie said. "We're not sure how to fix it, and we thought the other Netger might have some ideas. Or maybe once Apep and Ra are restored to full health." She shrugged. "I mean, we've never created a universe, so we're hardly experts. There's bound to be another Netger who knows more about these kinds of things." The back door to the main house slammed open, and Kat and Aset came thundering out. "Where is he?" Aset shouted, running ahead. "Where's my son?" Susie and Cyrus exchanged a glance. "He's gone," Cyrus said. closely followed by Susie's, "He's fine, though." Aset slowed to a walk just a few yards away. "Then where is he?" Susie hugged the two orbs close against her. "He needs some time, Auntie. It's been thousands of years since he was alone in his own mind, and he wanted to get away, to figure out who he is like this before he saw anyone." "But I'm not just anyone," Aset snapped, taking a step toward Susie. "I'm his mother." "Yes," Cyrus said, moving to block his sister. "And we get that. We really do." His eyes flicked to me, just for a moment. "We'll never be able to thank you or Nick enough for everything you did to help our mother. But we created something for you. Something we sort of stumbled upon when we were figuring out how our powers worked. It's a gift we thought we might at least start to show you how grateful we are." "Just tell me where my son is. That's the only thank you gift I need." "I'm sorry, Auntie, but we can't do that," Susie said, shaking her head. "Can't or won't?" "We're merely respecting Nick's wishes," Cyrus said. "I'm sure he'll return eventually." When Aset didn't respond, only glared, he fished a quarter-sized disc out of his pocket. It shimmered in the afternoon sunlight, appearing to be made of smoky quartz, except the slightly iridescent core shone with writhing, golden tendrils. Cyrus held the coin of Ot flat on his palm, extending it to Aset. She eyed it, both wary and curious. "What is it?" Cyrus grinned. "A shoot, Auntie. Just a minor one, like Mother has, so it won't kill you or anything." "But it will make you very, very special," Susie added. "That's not possible," Aset whispered. "You can't just make a shoot." "Says who?" Susie rotated the orbs in her hands. "We learned how to do tons of impossible things over the years." She grinned. "I could create a whole new galaxy if I wanted to, Auntie. Do you really think creating a little old shoot would trip me up?" "Stop showing off, Suze," Cyrus said, scolding his sister. Susie rolled her eyes. Heaven help me, but I was the mother of teenage gods. We were all doomed. "I only said that I could create a whole new galaxy," Susie said. "Not that I knew how to do it. And it's not like creating the shoot was easy, or that we know what you'll be able to do with it. So," she shrugged. "It's pretty cool, though, right?" Her eyes focused on the woman behind Aset. "And you, Aunt Kat. Don't think we forgot about you." "What?" Kat eyed both of my children, clearly suspicious. "Why? In a sense, your mom died so ours could live," Cyrus said. "So we could live," Susie amended. "If she hadn't done what she did, hadn't caused that momentary distraction that allowed them to trap Apep, well, we owe her, big time. Which means we owe you." Kat stared at them, her expression as guarded as ever, but her eyes gleaming. "Are you saying," she wet her lips with her tongue, "is there a way to bring my mom back?" Susie shook her head, sympathy written all over her pale, striking features. "That is impossible. What has happened had to happen, and she's been gone for far too long. Her energy is already dispersed." She exchanged a glance with her brother, and the corners of his mouth quirked upwards in a near-perfect replica of his father's frequent, almost smile. "We would give you this, though," Cyrus said, reaching into his other pocket and pulling out a second Ot coin. He held the two other-worldly things out to Kat and Aset, waiting for his aunts to accept the gifts. "All you have to do is touch it. The rest will happen on its own." Kat reached out, biting her lip as her fingertips hovered an inch from the waiting chute. She inhaled deeply and held her breath, and picked up the disc. The tiny Ott creation shimmered, dissolving into her palm. A second later, it was gone. That's it? She looked from Cyrus to Susie and back. It's done? Both twins nodded. She narrowed her eyes. So how do I use it then? Cyrus and Susie exchanged another glance. You'll have to figure that part out on your own, Cyrus said. It might take a while for it to fully sync with your ba, but we're sure you'll figure out what you can do in no time. Kat looked at him, dead on. So you don't know? You just offered me this thing and you have no idea what it'll do to me? Well, it won't hurt you, Susie said defensively. We can't know everything, Cyrus added. We're only 16. I can't believe I'm doing this, Aset said, exhaling heavily and grabbing the other Ott coin. It dissolved in her hand, exactly as Kat's had. Hands now free, Cyrus turned to his sister and relieved her of the soul-containing orbs. Daddy, Susie said, taking a step toward us, we already gave you your gift, so please don't feel left out. What? I looked from my daughter to my bondmate and back. What are you talking about? When we removed the damaged chute from you, Mother, we had to put it somewhere, and Daddy said he would take it. No, I said, barely able to inhale enough air to voice the word. I shook my head vehemently, gripping Marcus's forearm with one hand and pleading up at him with my eyes. They'd removed the chute that allowed me to travel through space and time, leaving me with the other, seemingly less useful chute. It's too dangerous. You could get lost, or stuck, or... I'll be careful, little Ivanov. Besides, Mother, Susie said, it's still repairing itself, so it'll be a while before he can actually use it. And with the Ott closed off, he won't be able to travel through time, just space, so... But, Mother, Susie said, it's going to be fine. Trust us. Please, trust him. I closed my mouth, swallowing further protestations. Our last gifts are for you, she said, kneeling before me. You, who sacrificed so much so we could have a chance at life, so the universe and all the life teeming within it could continue on. She pulled a small velvet drawstring bag from her back pocket and handed it to me. You lost precious years with your mortal family. She smiled, swirling green and golden eyes, shimmering with emotion. We want to give you those years back, with interest. I stared down at the bag in my hand, wondering how what felt like a small stash of marbles could do any such impossible thing. I don't understand. There are 5 silver marbles in the bag, enough for Grandma and Grandpa, Aunt Jenny, and Bobby and Judy. But how will that? Susie's smile widened to a grin. Each one contains a new, moldable ba, ready to soak into its new host and turn them into a neigeret. I stared at my mostly grown daughter, eyes wide and unblinking, and inhaled shakily. My sister and her human kids, my mom and dad, they wouldn't fall victim to the passage of time. They would live forever, like me, with me, continuing on in the form of their everlasting ba, even after their physical bodies perished. On my exhale, I clutched the little bag of immortal souls to my chest and gave in to the unavoidable urge to cry. For once, my tears weren't of sadness or pain or loss or defeat. Not this time. For once, I cried tears of joy. I sat on the bench of the picnic table, Marcus on one side of me, holding my hand, my mom on the other, her arm curled around my shoulders, my mother and bondmate doing what they could to offer comfort while I stared at the patch of grass my children had disappeared from just a few minutes ago. They'd said their farewells, given promises to return as soon as they could, and then they'd melted into glowing beings of iridescent light and vanished with Ra and Apep. My children. They were gone. I thought I should be crying, but I didn't seem able. I felt hollow and wrung out. I'd thought we were done. I'd thought this was all over. The universe was saved. I'd thought my future would be filled with family birthday parties and excavations and working in the restructured Negeray government. You know, normal things. I thought we would finally get to be a family. Maybe we still would, one day. But not yet. They'll come back, sweetie, my mom said, leaning the side of her head against mine. And now your dad and I will live long enough to see their return. She held out her arm, examining the back of her hand like she was showing off a ring. I think I'm already less wrinkly. She lowered her hand to her lap. You know, I've felt like I was still 30 for the past 45 years. But to look it again, I don't know if I quite believe it's going to happen. She sighed heavily. I just wish my mother had lasted long enough. My eyes wandered from the spot of grass left vacant by my kids to the picnic blanket where Alexander sat alone, knees drawn up and arms latched around his legs. He was staring off at nothing, and I had no doubt that his mind had gone in the same direction as my mom's. I scooted to the edge of the bench and released Marcus's hand. My fingers gripped the knees of my jeans. I think I need to walk for a bit. Clear my head. My mom's arm fell away from my shoulders. Do you want company? Marcus asked. I turned to him, offering him what I could of a smile, and leaning in to plant a light kiss on his lips. No, I'd like to be alone, just for a little while. The concern in his golden eyes faded until only a hint remained. He knew me well enough to understand that this was how I processed things, how I figured out and worked through my feelings, in solitude. And he returned my smile, his a much better attempt. Go on, then. I gave his thigh a squeeze, then stood and arched my back in a stretch. The picnic goers were still there, scattered around the lawn on blankets and folding picnic tables, but the collective mood had shifted from carefree and celebratory to subdued and contemplative. There was still so much we didn't understand about our existence, about our universe, and whatever others were out there. The twins' revelation that they were visiting the Netger home universe had shaken a lot of people. We'd all known Ra came from somewhere else, but most of us hadn't really considered what that meant, myself included. Our own universe was inconceivably large, its multiple planes of existence and parallel realities far too complex for even my kind to understand in our never-ending lifetimes. I headed for the woods that surrounded the park-like backyard, aiming for the pathway that led to the beach. The Puget Sound always gave me peace of mind when nothing else could. When I reached the break in the woods, where stepping over a fallen log transitioned my boots from a path of compacted dirt and pine needles to crunching pebbles, I was surprised to find that someone had beaten me there. Kat stood in the shallows of the shore, her bare feet almost emerging from the frigid salt water as it receded. The wind picked up and flung about pieces of her short, bleached hair. I wondered how long it would take you to find your way out here, she said, not turning to me or raising her voice above a murmur, but knowing I'd hear her all the same. I meandered down the beach, stopping just behind the kelp line. The rhythmic whoosh of the gentle waves rushing up the rocky beach was already soothing my soul. Will you go after Nick? I had no doubt that Aset had asked Kat to help her find him. Kat shook her head. He doesn't want to be found. I can respect that. Kenneset? Kat laughed, no hint of humor in the sound. Would you, if he were your son? I acknowledged her point with a tilt of my head, my fingers automatically finding the crystalline falcon pendant, my only link to my children. What will you do then? Will you stay here? Again, Kat shook her head. I'm different now. The things I've done, I don't belong here. Not anymore. Kat, it's true, Lex. A lot has changed since you left. I'm not the weak girl you used to know. Her voice was filled with regret, with longing, with resignation. She died a long time ago. I crossed my arms over my chest, hugging myself against the chilly ocean breeze. You were never weak. Kat turned her head just enough that she could see me out of the corner of her eye. I'm not going back to the party. Will you tell Dom I said... She frowned. Just tell him thanks. And sorry. He'll understand. I nodded. Where will you go? She turned back to the endless stretch of gray-blue water. Home? It's time for me to go home. This has been Ricochet Through Time, Echo Trilogy, Book 3. Written by Lindsey Sparks, writing as Lindsay Fairley. Narrated by Dana Day. Text copyright 2016 by Rubis Press. Production copyright 2019 by Rubis Press. All rights reserved.
Thanks for listening. This is an ending, but not the ending. The story continues with the Kat Dubois Chronicles, featuring my all-time favorite character, Kat, as the protagonist. You can find the first book, Inkwitch, here on YouTube, on any audiobook retailer, or bundled together with the rest of the books in the series at a steep discount in my bookshop, lindseysparksbookshop.com, and that's Lindsay with an E. If you loved these books, I would really appreciate it if you shared them with a bookish friend or gave them a shout out on social media. These books are also available in paperback and special edition hardcover if you want to collect them for your bookshelves. Again, thank you so much for listening and happy reading adventures.